Well, just like that, we're halfway through week 2 here in Prague. We're rolling towards the conclusion of our 2-week adventure. Just a couple more days of round robin action before finals Friday. Then don't forget, we'll have the International Tri Series on the weekend. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Czechia, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you, Dobry Den, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket, and they are big days at the moment, aren't they? In fact, we have 7 matches across 2 venues today. We have 5 here in Prague in the ECS, and then don't forget the ECS Night Series at the moment as well in Portugal. Corey Rucker's already doing some great work last night. Looking forward to hearing him again tonight. So yeah, just 10 matches remaining before we have to make the cut, and 8 does not go into 4. The top 4 will get to play on finals Friday. Will anyone be able to pry the trophy out of Prague CC's hands? Every European Cricket Series they have won here at the Vinerati Cricket Ground. But we are going to start the day with a match between Berno and the Prague Tigers. It's match 46. Charles Croucher is over there with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Okay, your call. Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
We're going to bowl first.
So Berno have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first, so they're inserting the Tigers. Well, Berno, this is their last day that they will participate in the round robin stage, where they do have hopes of playing on finals Friday. Right now they've got a 6-5 record. Remember though, they lost their first 4 matches in a row. They went on a bit of a winning streak, and I think there's a big inclusion for Berno today because Dylan Steyn, who we saw leading the Czech team in the ECC last year, the national team, he's back in for Berno, the first time we've seen him in the series. Expect to see him form a pretty formidable opening combination with Mohammad Ratul. So that should be pretty interesting. Also, Riaz Afridi having a very good series. We know how explosive he is, one of the players at the moment here in Czechia. But let's not count out the Tigers because they're a team, they still have some glimmer of hope of making the top 4. To do that, they're going to have to create some upsets though, and they're going to have to beat Berno right here. Now, don't see Sagor in the lineup for the Tigers this morning, but how about the general manager, GM Hazanat? He was incredible in his half-century just a little bit earlier this week, and so if he can turn it on again, then who knows what's possible. He's likely to open the batting very, very shortly. Let's talk about the conditions today now. Bit of news overnight. We had quite a lot of rain, so this field, I don't think it'll be quite as quick as we saw throughout the early stages of this tournament. Hopefully, though, the rain is done and we don't see too much of it during the day. It's not really in the forecast, but we know it can be pretty unpredictable. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 20 degrees. Currently, it's about 15, so a little bit chilly for once to get going. Well, here's a man, did a really good job on my day off. Danny Hudacek is standing by. Also, I want to say a big shout out to everyone that helped while I was away for a little bit. Phil G as well as Venki, and even our very own Stefan Gooch. But right now, Danny is the next voice you'll hear as we head towards the first ball in match 46, with Berno winning the toss and electing to bowl.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome to the European Cricket Series here in Czechia. Here's a little summary of what happened yesterday. Barbarians lost a close one to the Spartans, and Barbarians didn't really get a great start. They lost 3 in a row, lost the 2 in the game before, and Spartans won by 7 wickets. And the next game, it'll come up in just a moment. PCC kept the machine rolling with a good win over a very competitive United CC, with Rudraj Magare really taking it to them with a bat, but another win there for PCC. Then Barbarians absolutely hammered the Prague Spartans with a great 100 for Vašak Jaganivasan, the first ever here in a T10 in the Czech Republic, with 114 from 43. So Barbarians finally get a win. After that, PCC and United, match abandoned, point each, and a good point there for United with their trying to get into that top 4. And the final game of the day, Spartans against PCC, and Spartans not really at the races in a 6-over game. PCC doing it very comfortably with about 2 overs to go. So in this game, the Tigers are going to bat. The Berno decided to bowl. GM Hassanat up the top for them, and Sovjev Mia to provide most of the runs, I think. There is no Sagor in the lineup, but the general manager went ballistic the other day as the bowler comes in. Yeah, Berno bowler comes in for the first ball and just dabbed down, and a bit of confusion, and then no. It's Satyajit Sen Gupta to open the bowling. So it was a good pickup for Berno, having moved from Spartans this year. Good all-rounder. Come in, bowling again to Hassanat, who swings and misses, hits him in the stomach area. It's no run. Good start for Berno. Big addition to them is Dylan Stain, who's fielding at point. Is a very good fielder, is Stain. He'll put a lot of pressure on the Tigers batsman. Comes in again and just dab down. Goes to Dylan Stain, who runs in, picks it up one-handed. He's a good player, Stain. He'll be a very handy addition to this Berno lineup. First time he's played in this tournament. He's a left-hander, and him and Mohammad Ratul form a very, very good opening combination. Sen Gupta, been a good over so far, no runs from it. And Samuel Alam is the batsman at the non-striker's end. Comes in again, slower ball, picked it, and that's turned behind square for a big 6. Nice shot by Hassanat. Sen Gupta, as you can see, just a slightly slower ball, angled in, and that's put away. He batted beautifully the other day against against Barbarians, and he took Tipuri Kanyalal for 43 off 2. So see how the bowler comes back. Sen Gupta into Hassanat. This is high in the air, could be caught, and 2 of them coming in. Riaz Afridi walks right in front of his skipper. Again, there's no calling. He was right there under it, was Rahat Ali, and there was just no calling. Let's have a look at this again. It's high in the air. In fact, Rahat might have called, but Riaz just ignored him, and I mean, he took the catch, but Rahat was like, what are you doing? So, first wicket down, it's a big one. Hassanat is gone, and the Tigers are 6 for 1. Well, that's not the first time this has happened. In fact, they caught the ball at the same time on the boundary a few days ago, and Riaz did hand it to his skipper. Apparently, Rahat was under it and ended up catching it one-handed on the boundary, but Riaz had both his hands underneath Rahat's hand. If that makes any sense. Comes the new bowler. It's, in fact, it's not. It's Sengupta. It might be out. You know it. It is. It's another wicket. Well, that's a bit of a disaster, and it's. It looks like somewhat alarm, I think, for a diamond duck. And I don't even think they're going to review it. Batsman's walking off, having a chat to his batting partner. I mean, they're saying the skipper, and it's a disastrous start. This is Dylan Steyn. Great fielding. Nice take by the keeper. And that's how good he is in the field, is Dylan Steyn. Really good start. So much pressure. And Berno, the perfect start for them in their run towards the finals Friday. So, good morning to all of you in the chat. Rob Thompson and Dave, as usual, is in. So a big hello to you. Frantic, supporting his Berno boys. Ivan also, and Kroom. So hello to everyone. Keanu as well. He says good to see Dylan Steyn. Absolutely great to see Dylan Steyn in the side. Really nice guy as well. There's Dylan. So, in fact, it wasn't Alam that was run out. So, Riaz Afridi is a new bowler, and bowl short down to Steyn, and a big no from the batsman. Oh, that was they learnt the hard way to take on Dylan Steyn. Patrol that point area for the whole game. Well, half of it at least for this innings. As Riaz comes in, the replay that was right at throat level. Riaz comes in again, and same sort of delivery. Didn't get up that one. We've had a bit of overnight rain, and it's made the outfield a little bit slower. It's been lightning fast all week, and it'll affect the pitch as well. Even though there were covers, the pitch probably got a little bit of moisture on the clay, and it'll actually make it play a little bit better. Oh, Jan the Man Hoffman is in the chat. Hi to you, my friend. Riaz Afridi. So he's a lovely guy off the field, but as soon as he gets bowling, he's super competitive. So Afridi just waiting on the umpire to give us a signal. There's a little delay, but Afridi, we will see him with the bat as well. He's a very aggressive batsman, but we'll see him with the national side at the weekend. He's a key to this national side now, with genuine pace injected. Quite a few players here are in line for a national team berth. I know Satyajit Sengupta is in that lineup, but it is delays because it was someone Alam who was run out. It hadn't been the end of the over. He was out for a diamond duck. So just getting the scorers to change that. Vinny, good morning.
Good morning. What a morning as well. Good morning to all our viewers, whether you're watching on Fanco in India, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Here's the thing, Danny. Might be summer, but we've had a bit of rain here in Prague.
We have.
Not normally during play hours, although I know yesterday was a bit of an exception with our first match loss to rain. But it has played havoc with some of the electronics overnight. And so you might have noticed the low battery on the screen a second ago. That's just our main camera. Just needs a quick tweak technically. And the guys from String Production, they are so good at they're so good at fixing those kinds of issues. And looks like they've fixed it already. So we're going to continue. And Riaz Afridi in the mood to take a catch this morning. When he gets a bit crazy down the leg side this time. The other thing is, Amin Hussain here, the skipper, not wearing a helmet to Riaz, which I'm just not so sure about that. But that's his choice.
He's not bowling that quick at the moment, is Riaz. It's the first game. But I think with Riaz, he needs to be looking, getting wickets instead of trying to just smash batsmen, because that looks like what he's trying to do at the moment.
Yeah, so the other day there was an instant where he didn't run out the batter because the batter slipped over. He was getting praised for his good sportsmanship.
Another short ball. This one's called a no ball.
No ball for second bouncer. But here's the thing. I had a little word to him, and Riaz, he's actually one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He basically said, yes, I know I got lots of praise for sportsmanship. I'm just glad that they're not paying so much attention to the amount of bounces I've been bowling. Yeah, so
yes, he's a really nice guy, is Riaz. But I mean, I think he should really pitch it up. This is next ball. Well, it's a better ball. It's aimed at more at the stumps. The surprise delivery that wasn't at the batsman. So Riaz has got, well, I think a couple of balls left. It was a free hit, that one. And not sure what the umpire's signalling. Maybe keep it down a bit. But again, a slight delay.
yeah, just these power issues they're persisting at the moment. So they're just checking it over a few things in the background. So yeah, we do apologise for that. I know it's frustrating. You've got to realise, I suppose, that we're doing unprecedented things when it comes to cricket broadcasting here. So yeah, ordinarily, there's not even any power to this ground. So
we'll literally, I mean, a few years ago, this was a cornfield. So it's a little bit like Field of Dreams.
Great
if
movie.
You it is great.
Can I tell you, I watched that not too long ago, because it might have been in Austria. I was getting people to suggest great sports themed movies, and I went on a bit of a binge.
Yeah.
And I'd never seen Field of Dreams, and I'm a big baseball fan, as you know, Danny. It was an interesting one.
Yeah.
It's iconic.
Yeah, I agree. I think at the time, especially,
I wasn't expecting it to be so fantastical, though.
Yeah. There are so many amazing scenes in that film, but it's just a great feel-good film.
That's true.
So, I love that film. I think it's really good. Kevin Costner.
Yeah, Kevin Costner is in some good ones.
Yeah.
For the Love of the Game, have you seen that one?
I haven't
seen that. That's a very good one as well. For the Love of the Game, where he's a major league pitcher. Like, you're in his head for a whole... flashes back for a whole game. Hey, let's say hello to a few people in the chat as well, Danny, because I know that Keanu's in there at the moment. Hello to Rob Thompson as well. Hello to Ivan. And to everyone else, drop us a message.
Jan Hoffman's in the chat.
Yeah, I saw Jan in there. Hello, Jan. Hopefully you're well. Still would like to see Jan on the field. I want to say hello to Frantic as well, who is a big supporter of cricket here in the Czech Republic. Hello to Kevin, to Kroom, and everyone else. Always nice, and always nice to see so many people in the chat. Hello to Sardar. Corey Ruckers back behind the mic last night, and yeah, that pitch at the Miranda de Corvo Stadium in Coimbra, just outside Lisbon in Portugal. It is a crazy pitch. The second ball that Corey saw in it bounced off a length and almost went over the keeper for 4 byes.
Wow.
And taking the batter's head with it almost, and that certainly got him up and about early. But yeah, last night, Marlowe getting the job done against Friendship in a couple of, I wouldn't say one-sided contests. The second one was a bit more of a game, but Marlowe only dropped the one game in that series so far.
And they've never won the series.
So Marlowe have won every series except for the night series last year in Portugal.
Yeah.
So they won the first 3 games, and they lost to Gamblers, who actually won that trophy last year in Portugal. So, as you know, and I know you love watching cricket from there as well, Danny, it's There's a fair few characters down there. And the pitch is difficult. It's a bit up and down. But the boundaries, especially square, are super short because it's a football ground. So it kind of counteracts. Anyway, let's get back to the action here. Looks like the power issue has been resolved. We're back in business. Yeah.
Freddie to bowl his next bouncer. Oh, a lovely shot. Could be out. Oh, good effort from the fielder.
Pretty good stop because this is always a risk. But dropped catch, but saves the boundary.
Almost went all the way too. A really good effort there. Looks like it's Hamid Ullah up there on the third man boundary. And I think it might have been called a no ball or what? No, it couldn't be called a wide. Another no ball for a bouncer.
Was it? I mean, that one to me didn't seem that high. But wait, still my stuff's coming back.
Right at the stumps, Riaz. Right at the stumps. Oh, it was right at the stumps. Lovely shot though.
Better ball. I'm not so sure that one that was dropped was called for no ball, but I'll find out soon enough. But Tigers under fire. I think that whole second bounce thing, when you're a bowler like Riaz, he's not too scared of you having a free hit against him because he says, I don't reckon you'll be able to do much with it. So I think it's almost about sending a message, almost a bit of intimidation, as we see Phil G in the background. And he's doing a good job as the venue manager here.
Yes, he's just stopped there, isn't he, at the corner of your image. You must have heard his name.
The covers were on overnight. There's a lot of rain, like we said. Yes, backs away, but two outfielders in that quarter makes sense. As we get to the end of the over, so despite all the fireworks, Afridi just goes for 5 in the over. Doesn't get a wicket though. It's 11 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, it's a really good start for Berno. And I mean, as I said, I think that Afridi needs to bowl for wickets. As we see here at the table, Berno third at the moment. They've played one less game than Bohemians.
Yeah.
So, and
they'll play their last 3 games today.
Well, there will be a Berno Bohemians game.
Yep.
I think in the 4th game, which will be fantastic. That'll be a very, very competitive game between 2 very good sides.
Yeah, I think it will be. And Berno, you'd imagine that they'd be in the 4, but you can see it's still not completely set, is it?
No,
The Tigers, I think if you get the mathematicians on it, there might be a way they could do it.
Well, look,
Seems highly unlikely. And any small glimmer they might have, it means they have to go through Berno here this morning.
I mean, Vinerati as well have got a slight chance. I think Spartans are out of it now with 8 losses.
Yeah.
That was a crushing victory by Barbarians against them yesterday, with not losing a wicket and Vaishak hitting 114. Especially against his old club. Oh, good stop down there. And just a single.
Yeah, first ever century on Czech soil in an ECN match. So yeah, Vaishak really proud of his efforts there, and he's probably one of those guys on the cusp of the national side. They've named a lot of players, but they'll probably have these kind of mini squads for.
He's hit 200 runs in the last 2 days.
Yeah.
So I think he's got a pretty good chance. Venky's in the chat saying, hi guys, have you watched Coach Carter?
Yes, that was on the list, and I did, and I loved it. Loved it. It's one of Rico's favourites. Might be actually Rico's favourite sports movie. And Venky, I said it in the intro, but I'll say it again. Thanks for stepping in yesterday. I thought you did a good job in the commentary box. We've had a few partners in this series, haven't you?
It's been good. It's been really interesting.
Get those different perspectives. It's been a wide down leg side. Mishra bowling the 3rd over last of the power play. Yeah, but I want to say hello to everyone that's tuning in this morning. I know we've got viewers all around the world. A few viral moments going as well. I know that Georgie Parker's been watching from Australia. She shared something. She has some great stuff in the media down there. And former Olympic hockey player, Commonwealth Games gold medalist as well. Oh, wow. There's no hit here from Ahmed, who goes all around that one. Mishra gets one straight, and the Tigers being tamed early in the piece. That's 13 for 3 now. Well bowled by Mishra.
Very well bowled by Mishra. He's been good this tournament. He's bowled with pretty good pace and good accuracy as well. I think he's a vital cog in this Berno engine. Yeah,
they keep trusting him with some of these key overs in the power play. And you can see there, slightly different type of bowler than Afridi. He's a guy that will attack the stumps a bit more, bowl a bit fuller.
Rather than attack the batsman?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just get scared seeing Afridi bowling to batters without a helmet, especially a bit of spice in the deck this morning maybe. But Sajamia is coming out, and he's been the ultimate Jekyll and Hyde in this series, hasn't he? But when he's hit them really well.
Yeah, he has. So just Vinky in the chat again. Dylan's playing, I hear him. And that's such a big plus for a side when you get someone who's chatty and encouraging. Vinky's one of the same, actually.
Yeah, I sense an upping of energy in Berno. Partly, Stain, big inclusion for them, obviously. And also, getting to the business end of the tournament. And Berno, let's not forget, it was only about 3 weeks ago that they lost the domestic T20 final on the second last ball to Prague CC, which meant that they won't be at the ECL in 2024. So they would love to put something together at the back end of this tournament. Maybe not get some revenge against PCC.
I think they've got a very good chance. I mean, I'm assuming Dylan's available on Friday, which will, it just adds so much more to this side. You can see the intensity in it as well.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic batsman, and this outfield will really suit him as well. He's a very correct type of batsman. Hits along the ground generally. Can hit big sixes as well. And well, they're bowling to their plan here.
Yeah.
Maybe not Riaz, who's just bowling to his plan.
Yeah, we'll see if Riaz gets the second one now. I don't think we'll see him maybe until the end. But right now, Prague Tigers, they're 13 for 3 at the end of the power play. Not a lot of action as far as runs on the board in the power play. Yeah, I don't know with Riaz. When I bowled him out here, a bit tempted. And I'll tell you why. I think the value of just getting a couple more wickets here, if you could grab, and he's a genuine wicket taker.
Yeah, but the problem is that he's not bowling to take wickets at the moment. He's bowling to intimidate.
True.
And he's, I mean, it's difficult to get hold of him as well because it's coming pretty quick.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's bowling with the intent to get wickets. I think that bowlers from the other end are getting wickets because of what he's doing.
Yeah, because they have to go after the other guy.
Yeah.
Because they're not confident to hit too many boundaries off Riaz. That's a good point you make there. And we know with the Tigers, early wickets normally spell trouble with a capital T for them. As we'll go into the fourth over now, and Kumar Vasudevan to bowl. Oh, and he gets what I think was a return catch that he didn't recognise until it was too late. And that's gone straight back past him for 4.
Yeah, it would have been a sharp chance. And I'm in saying the captain, he's not been in great form in this tournament. It was a return catch, but very little chance of taking that. Let's have another look at this one. So, bowls it, sees it, and, well, it's just around his shins. So, harsh calling it a return catch. Oh, lovely shot over the covers. And, well, unfortunately, he's picked out the best fielder in the team in Dylan Stain, who is no longer at point. And it's the end of Amin Hussain.
Yeah, what good timing from Dylan Stain. We're just talking about him and his impact. And, yeah, that's not an easy catch in these conditions with the kind of greasy outfield because of that overnight rain. The new ball has a bit of a sheen to it too, but he didn't make any mistake, and that's another one gone down now. Amin Hussain gone for 7, and the Tigers 17 for 4.
I've been very impressed with Berno this morning, and for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the field they've set is very much an offside field, and the bowlers have bowled to that field. Very little has gone through the infield, and what's got through has been stopped on the boundary, even though there's only 2 players on the boundary. Yeah. So I think Rahat Ali, maybe with the aid of Dylan Stain, they've got their angles perfectly right, and the bowlers are bowling very well to their field.
So Vasudevan gets a wicket early in the piece. New batter comes out. It's Rakib Al Hassan. So I still think, when you're in this situation, strategically, the best thing to do is keep attacking. I mean, the Tigers, they've got nothing to lose here, really. If they get routed, they get routed. But we have seen situations where if you can keep attacking, then you still might be able to scrape up to something that you can defend. Problem is, now we're looking at the Berno lineup, and you've got Stain and Ratul to open the batting. You've got, obviously, Afridi in there that can whack it. You've got Sengupta, who'll probably bat in the top 4.
Yep.
They're starting to look pretty good. You've got guys like Shayan Khan, he's listed down at 8, for example. This guy can whack the ball. Rahat Ali made runs early, but we haven't seen too much of him with the bat, haven't needed to lately. Really correct shot this time from Rakib.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's not a daunting lineup, but it's a very solid lineup. And you've got up the top, you've got two batsmen who could potentially bat through an innings. And if they do, especially Ratul at the moment is in amazing form, the wicketkeeper. Dylan, we haven't seen what kind of form he's in, to be fair, because it's his first game of the tournament. But if he stays in, I'm going to play correct shots mode. I think he's going to get quite a few runs, even though this outfield's slightly slower than what we've seen.
That's the thing. He's kind of missed out on the best batting conditions already because this outfield's been setting records for how quick it's been. This one swings in a little bit to Rakib Al-Hassan, who works it down to long on. He gets the single and he gets the strike back. Gets the end of 4 overs now. The score 19 for 4. Yeah, so that's a bit of a shame for him, but I think there is value in actually playing cricket shots here, no doubt about it.
Well, you've seen, I mean, it's the correct batsmen who have I mean, apart from maybe Sabah, who's not the most correct of batsmen, but he's actually waited for the ball and played sensibly.
Yeah. And he's got his own technique in a way.
He does.
I wouldn't say it's an incorrect technique, it's just his own style that he's got.
But the batsmen who've got runs have all been batsmen with good technique. Come back to that in a minute. It is Rahat Ali who'll be bowling. Well, not bowling. You look at the batsmen. Jagger Nivison hit a beautiful 100 yesterday. Then Divi Singh hit 95.
Yeah.
Ratul hit, is it Ratul? I think hit 94.
Yeah, 94 not out, yeah.
Right. And then Sid Gowd and Sean Dalton for the first time ever has scored a beautiful 80.
Yeah. Here's Rahat to start with a ball that's angled in and just be one.
What it shows you is, even though you see there's players clearing the boundary and getting quick runs, good technique on a good outfield, it's just good cricket. And even in a T10 format, it gets you a lot of runs.
No doubt. No doubt. Scoring that kind of strike rate without too much risk. That's the thing. Yeah. Okay, if you're going to hoik across the line, everything, for example, then, okay, you'll hit a few with the ground dimension in ECS cricket. But if you miss it, you're in big trouble. So what we've seen on this field is you can score just as quickly or more quickly even, but by eliminating the risk or mitigating the risk by batting with a good technique. Anyway, Sajid Mia's on the charge, changes the length and then gets a wide. Puts it outside the off stump.
Rahat's been a really good bowler in the leagues for such a long time. One of the top bowlers in the country. I think he's lost a yard of pace, and I don't think he's as threatening. But he does put him in the right areas. But I think now, because he's lost a bit, some of the better batsmen really can go after him.
Yeah, this one wasn't middled at all. Isn't Sajid Mia an interesting case? When he's been on, he's been untouchable. You know, he's a guy who's put together some really top knocks, but when he's been bogged down, he's found it really hard to kind of hit his way out of it, I suppose.
You said Jekyll and Hyde. I think you got it right.
Just need one when this is
a maiden to Mia.
Yeah, he's got his own personal maiden going on, and it's not for lack of shots. That's the thing. But anyway, Rahat Ali keeping it really tight. So yeah, the wicket's falling, but yeah, the run rate being so low, also a bit of an issue.
That's it. I mean, the Tigers need runs. Need them pretty quickly.
And he's dropped. Oh, Ratul gets wrong-footed there, and he's a very good keeper. We know he's had a bit of a hand issue. But, yeah, this is just a classic case. Just watch his body weight going one way with the angle of the ball. Has to change direction. Still gets two hands, so it gets it right into the gloves, actually. But down it goes. To be honest, the way Sajid Mia is going at the moment, yeah, maybe that doesn't hurt you that much, but I guess time will tell.
We saw the keeper for Tigers, I think, yesterday, take an absolute screamer one-handed. It was a very rapid, and that was probably the best keeper catch we've seen all tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes keeping's reaction. That's just a case. Yeah, as a keeper, you're trying to position yourself in a way that you're not going to be wrong-footed, if possible. So maybe could start a little bit to the left. See how Yeah, can't criticise it too much. Just one of those things. Anyway, Sergi Mia, well, he feels he's on borrowed time, and he hits his 8th ball to the boundary. So he was dropped after a whole string of dot balls, but he gets something going. That's also the end of the 5th over. It's 26 for 4 after 5. I want to say very, very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Danny Hudacek with me. I want to say great job over the, I think I missed a day and a half. I had yesterday off. Second half of Monday I was working remotely, but keeping an eye on things. And wow, missed a bit, including the first ever century
that was great.
on Czech soil.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And congratulations to Vašák Jaganivasan for 114 not out. Fantastic innings, chanceless and very well done. Really good innings.
Yeah, really enjoyed watching it. And big thank you to everyone that stepped in for me as well, including Phil G, including Venki, who's in the chat right now, Venkatesh Magashayam, and also our very own Stefan Gooch.
I know.
He's always a great emergency option. And in fact, when I slept on the airport floor in Stockholm, which made me miss the first couple of games in Romania, Steph stepped up. So big thank you. And thank you to all of you guys for your continued support of the European Cricket Network.
I did call him the Swiss Army knife of the ECN crew.
Yeah. And Steph also, not only as part of the crew, he's been impacting it on the field. Of course, had a great tournament in Hungary for the Budapest Blinders, who ultimately won that tournament. And that was our last location before we came here. Anyway, getting back to the action. And the Tigers, what's the best they could do here? I mean, if they went to a ball, 87, still seems a bit thin. Oh, it's a full toss, and that's asking for it. Maximo! So Jamia, well, this is what he can do. Remember, he was dropped on 0. Since then, he's gone 4, and now 6. There's a hanging full toss, and gets the treatment.
The 4 he hit was just timing, and this one was just brute force. But it was a bit of a gimme there from Naveed Ahmed, who just slipped a little bit out of his hands, I think.
Imagine the finger spinner might have a few issues gripping the ball this morning. This one just breaks away a little bit. It will be called a wide. Yes, I've got to say, I enjoyed my day off. I played a game of squash. Enjoyed that. Had a bit of a run around.
You came back in one piece this time.
I did, yeah. Last time I ended up with a black eye. Thanks for reminding me about that. Oh, well, that almost popped straight back.
Was it an accident, or was it just someone who played that was a bit of a sore loser?
It was equipment related. That's all I'll say. It was not. It was partly self-inflicted as well. And by partly, I mean completely.
So you hit yourself in the head with a squash racket?
I ran into the wall awkwardly.
By equipment, you mean wall?
Yeah. Well, I mean, wall's part of the equipment. Oh, I shouldn't say everything out loud, but
I can imagine launch back at the bowler, who again stops it with his shins. I don't think I've seen so many fielders feeling with their shins in any tournament ever.
I don't think it's a good idea either. God gives you hands for a reason. Let's get back to it.
Oh, good take.
Excellent take. Yeah, Ratul's a great keeper. I mean, all keepers make mistakes. That's something you got to realise as well. But yeah, he's got to be a little bit careful not to break the plane there. That's pretty close to a no ball. But he'll get away with it. And it's the end of another over. The score's 36 for 4 after 6.
It's a little bit of a partnership here.
So, okay, that's a pretty... I'll put my hand up. Okay, I ran into the wall.
Were you concussed?
Don't think so, but I was embarrassed. Silliest sport injuries. We had this a few times.
Yeah.
Can you think of any really, like dumb injuries? It can be people that I've heard of footballers missing games because they've pulled their hamstring gardening and things like that.
I remember Robbie Keane, who was a very good
Irish
footballer, who I think he missed. I'm not sure if it was a club game or an international game, but stepping on a remote control in his hotel room.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. This one is half an inquiry from the bowler, but turned down pretty quickly. Yeah, it's stepping on your remote control as well. It's almost like, if you've got kids and stepping on Lego or something during the night.
I can tell you another sporting injury that cost a bowling career, sort of. It's the destroyer, Stefan Gooch. I'll tell you that in a minute.
All right, Cheyenne. Comes back down the ground, but Riazafridi's going to cover this, just a single. Okay.
So, in Hungary, I was covering the Hungarian Super Series down there, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I don't know when. Anyway, Stefan has taken 6 for 2.
Yeah.
Still the best figures ever. Stefan the Destroyer Gooch.
True.
And then he spent the break between games. As he says, been hit well. There's a man out there at deep point.
I mean, solid in the field this morning, Berno.
Yeah, they've been good. So he spent the break between games, and there's quite a long time between games at that stage. And he was imitating different bowlers, like Dennis Lee, Jeff Thompson,
Yeah.
and then just everyone you could think of. He had some sort of.
Yeah.
He bowled so much that he completely blew his shoulder out.
Shouldn't laugh, but another good bit of fielding on the ground, but they do allow the single this time. And so that was that. And Steph wasn't really a bowler either. He's not really known as a bowler.
He's a keeper.
Yeah, he's a keeper.
He's a
good bat.
He's a Swiss
Good
Army.
left-handed bat.
He's a Swiss Army knife of cricket positions.
Pays to be an all-rounder.
Yeah.
I'll give you another one. Speaking of shoulders, Terry Alderman
Oh yeah.
tackling a pitch invader, dislocating his shoulder, and being out for a couple of years.
Yeah. Remember that? There was also the collision between Jason Gillespie and was it Steve Waugh?
See that? Yeah, it is.
That,
Which put Australia down at 9.
Well, and
in a test match.
Gillespie broke his leg, I think.
Yeah, and Waugh broke his nose. But I think, see, that's not a stupid injury because it was kind of in the game. Things like stepping on your remote control or something like that. And that's just ridiculous. Or like, falling over the stumps or something.
Yeah.
Something a bit Benny Hillish. Anyway, right now is Berno. The men that have travelled to the capital city and having some good results at the moment. 40 for 4 after 7. And well, Berno, not only do they come all the way to the capital city here in Czechia, they've also been to Spain before because they have been to the Carnarvon Oval as the champion club last year. Next year, we know Prague CC will be there. But 61 days until the Euros of cricket, same location. So 31 countries will take part in 6 groups. And then the championship week over 4 weeks. And Czechia, they'll be straight out of the gate on opening day. How exciting. And we have no idea what that Czech squad will look like. In fact, they've named 21 for this weekend. ECI has a real opportunity to try out different players.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll see who they go with. But yeah, right now there's a lot of, I think there's some spots up for grabs in that spot, that squad, Danny.
Absolutely. Look, I think that probably, I mean, if it were up to me, I would say that Divi Singh would be definitely the man with the gloves. I don't know if they're going to back up for that as well.
Well, this could be a wicket. It should be a wicket. It is Vasudevan going back and he holds on to the catch. So Mia had a funny time out there, didn't he? He was going nowhere early. I think he had 7 dot balls before he scored. He was dropped on 0. He did whack a 4 and a 6, but couldn't do anything else. He ended up holding out for 13 and the score 40 for 5.
Well, Mark Smart, who's in the chat, or Skippy as we know him here, but Frantic as we used to know him on the chat. Me commentating in Berno as I'm being attacked by a wasp.
Yeah, probably right on cue for what you're about to say as well.
Yeah. Commentating in Berno on a party speaker, tell everyone to take their shoes off as it's hot, then proceeded to walk barefoot for a pee and stepped on a bee.
Mark, not to be a fly on the wall there. But no, the other thing is, the other thing is, as far as freak injuries. Before we go back to freak injuries, the keeping spot, Paris Kari could potentially still play in the ECC.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a chance he'll be back at some point, either for the ECIs in Germany and or the ECC in Spain. But then, regardless of the way he's batting, I think he should be in the squad, even if Paris Kari's there.
Yeah.
Anyway, Alarm, the new batter coming at number 7.
This is hit nicely. Should be caught. Riaz takes an easy one out of the air, just plucks it. And that's another wicket down. That's the end of Ajay Alam for a golden derrick.
Yeah, if you can't be good, be quick. We actually did have a diamond duck earlier in the day. It was Samuel Alam that went for a diamond duck. Now, Ajay Alam is going to be gone for a golden. And things going from bad to worse for the Tigers. They're 40 for 6 now. Prem Yadav is going to come out as the new batter. But there, the Bairstow injury is mentioned. How did Bairstow... That slips my mind at the moment. the other thing, I think, was it Josh Inglis recently that got injured on the golf course? Like, got cut by a golf club or something like that?
Could be.
His golf club snapped or something freakish. Anyway, could this be a hat-trick? Piers Kumar already took a hat-trick. That was for the Barbarians against the Tigers. So the Tigers won't want to be on the wrong side of that one again.
I do have another one for you. I'll get to it after the hat-trick ball.
Yeah, why don't we? Because right now, Sengupta on a hat-trick. He goes pretty close, but he doesn't get it.
So there was a rugby league player a few years ago, played for East and Manly in the national, well, in the Sydney Rugby League or national competition, called Noel Cleal. Played for Australia as well.
Okay.
Big rugged guy from the country, and he was back out where he's from in the off season.
Yeah.
As Sengupta comes in again. He's taking 3 for 6 at the moment. Sengupta.
Hit straight through the fielder, but it will just cost him one rare error on the ground from Berno.
And he got his finger bitten off by a pig.
What did you just say?
He got his finger bitten off by a pig.
No, he didn't.
He did, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that his job or something? Is he working in the country?
He was from the country, and like farmers have all sorts of injuries like that. It's a pretty normal farm injury, I think.
Wow. That's the last thing I expected you were going to say then. End of the 8th over. It's 41 for 6. Got his finger.
Yeah. I'm a big Manly supporter, and I remember Noel Cleal from back in the day, and it's just something that's stuck in my mind. As we see the graphics here, it looks really impressive with the first over, but that's only 6, and they did lose two wickets.
Yeah.
And it's not got much better.
It's been rough. Yeah, so Inglis got injured. Because his golf club snapped, right, and left him with a bloody hand. Ouch. And apparently Bairstow's was golf related as well. Who knew golf was so scary? Wasn't there one where I think Anderson and Broad were playing together and hit the ball like into a tree and straight back?
I don't know.
Something like that. I didn't know golf was so dangerous.
I know a kid at school got his arm broken playing chess.
What? Okay.
Again,
where are you keeping these stories, and why am I only hearing them now?
I mean, I've been around for a while.
Here's the night.
I retain useless trivia, as you know.
He broke his arm playing chess.
Yeah, he was a good chess player, and the guy who was playing didn't like losing, so he just basically flipped the table on him, and he broke the guy's arm. I still remember his name, actually.
Can you be out with an injury, though, in chess?
No.
Even if you had 2 broken arms, you're allowed to instruct somebody else to move your pieces for you?
Move it with your mouth.
Wow.
It's probably not nowadays because of COVID restrictions.
That's true. That's true. Wow, okay. Well, the things you learn. Broken arm in a chess match. All right, this is in the air. This is going to be another one, or is it?
Collision.
All right, well, I'm glad it's only a drop catch and not a bad collision. To be honest, hey, Mishra got a bit greedy for it. It was straight to Vasudevan. Vasudevan could not have been any further straight towards him, to be honest. But anyway, Mishra, he wanted it himself.
It's strange. It's like all these players have got a cone of silence over them where they can't hear calls from other players, or other players aren't calling.
I think, actually, we say no calling. Sometimes both are calling yes, and just nobody's backing down. I think that the Riaz Afridi Rahat Ali one, that's what happened there.
Well, 2 of them.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be, I think, 4-leg buys. Yeah, so it kind of goes between his legs, except it flicks one of the pads and gets away from Ratul. See there, he does a perfect cartwheel and lands it.
Man of
the ball's
many
long gone.
talents is Ratul.
Yeah, but your Tigers kick a 4 at the moment. Struggling to get back to even run a ball pace.
Talking about injuries, I mean, there's been 2 series I remember where injuries have significantly hampered the Australian chances. As Mishra comes in again. Because Australia were totally in control. Like in the 2005 test.
Yeah, Glenn McGrath.
Glenn McGrath,
Yeah.
yeah. But they, from memory, they absolutely caned England in the first test match, and McGrath got injured. And I mean, when you take a vital player out of a team, because they took out Gillespie's a great bowler, right? But England targeted him and destroyed him in that series. So.
Cover to come the 9th here. We'll go straight over the stumps.
And it's a bit the same with Lyon.
Lyon, yeah, for sure. Just throwing the balance out completely. But yeah, so McGrath stepping on a ball in a warm-up, that's probably in the kind of bizarre injuries category. Especially now that they're often doing things like, playing a football match as warm-up, whatever. The amount of knees and stuff that get injured in that.
Yeah.
A bit crazy. Last ball, the over. In the air, and Vasadubin can't get back this time. Just turn it into a catch, but it's only a single. As we get to the end of the ninth over, Tigers 48 for 6.
There's one that is not an injury, but I think is an interesting little bit of trivia. As we see here, the bowling figures. Niraj Mishra there, 1 for 5 off 2. In fact, look at the bowling figures. It's just Naveed Ahmed who's gone for 10. Apart from that, it's all pretty much under 7. So there was a darts world champion from Australia who was hemophiliac.
Oh, where's this going to go?
Well,
okay.
no, but I mean, like he had to be super careful.
Yeah.
Right, and he won the world championship, from what I remember, and but any little his blood doesn't clot. So,
yeah, so
he's got
he's got a little sharp implement in his hand.
Yeah.
Cheyenne is going to win the race for the last over. I think they're all queuing up to bowl this one. But, he only went for 4 in his first over and starts with a dot ball.
I'll try and find his name. But yeah, that was probably 15 years ago, maybe something like that.
Wow. Going back to the Ashes, we haven't been talking about it that much, but tell you what, some of the stuff I've heard, I'm just trying to be neutral as well, obviously. Card-carrying Australian, born and raised there. It's a pretty good stop, because that really took off on the first bounce by Reza Afridi. All this that Australia lucky to win the series, and England outplayed them in this. But it's a 5-test series, not a 1-test series. Clearly England outplayed Australia in that 4th test. And the 3rd, to be fair. But it's like everyone's totally forgotten the first 2 games existed in the English media. There's a reason, Australia were 2-0 up in the first place. So I'm seeing some funny things, and it's that whole thing. I remember that England a few years ago were assisted by the rain, and they never seemed to have a problem with it then. Just saying. Yeah. People saying, oh, it's broken and we need to fix it, so we can't be losing days like this. All right, they're going to go for 2, and they're going to have to run around each other. Well, this is a disaster. Riddle's going to get it. But have a look at the running here. Because not for the first time in this series, the batters actually get in each other's way. So that's why Rakib Al-Hassan, number 33, he's about to turn now, he changes the direction and then finds himself...
What's he doing?
Yeah, he took a right turn at Albuquerque. Whether he would have made it or not, I think he was already going to be in trouble, but he found himself in deep trouble. But I will say, it's an interesting way to lose another wicket, as the Tigers have not had a good start to their morning. 51 for 7 now, with 3 balls remaining.
It's not been great. Berno should get a pretty easy victory. Haven't Berno been good since they lost the first 4? They're on such a roll, and that we haven't seen them for a little while, but they've really come back hard in this tournament. So.
This seems obvious, and it is obvious. But once you choose a side of the pitch to run on, stick to it. Yep. Don't cross the middle stump again. That's why he found himself with an obstacle in the form of Prem Yadav to get around. Yeah, so I think we've got the darts player, Chapo. Thanks very much, Chapo, for your comment. He says that Tony David was the darts player. Chapo, where are you watching from? Let us know.
He's Tony David's from Townsville. He was nicknamed the Deadly Boomerang.
Oh, yeah. I love that. As long as the darts don't come back because of that issue that you were talking about. There's another swing and a miss. Tigers, they once defended 60, but no one's ever defended a score in the 50s in ECN history. I think it'll happen one day. Something tells me, though, this isn't going to be the game where it happens with Berno bolstering their batting, with Stain coming in. Yeah, Chapo, let us know where you're watching from. Super happy to have you in the chat. And we've had a good chat this morning already. Not a lot of runs, though. And this will be a 53rd run. And they should, in theory, try for a 54th, and they might have made it, but we'll never know. As we get to the end of 10, Tigers, they were sent in. Good toss to win for Berno in slightly damp conditions, and a pretty damp seaming innings as well for Tigers fans, as they're only able to grab 53 runs in their 10 overs.
I think it's probably the lowest score we've seen in this tournament of 10 overs. In fact, I think it was more. I might not. I think it was more yesterday of 6 overs for the Spartans. But just dominant from ball one were Berno with the ball. Really bowled really well to their field, and the plan really worked. As you can see here, this is high in the air, and that was the catch by Riaz Afridi, and his skipper not happy with him again, even though he did take the catch. And this is the run out. Dylan Stain picks it up, and beautiful piece of work by he and the keeper. And that was 2 in the first over. A diamond duck for Samuel Alam. I think he might have got one earlier in the week as well.
I'm trying to find a lower total. I did find one in match 14 last Wednesday when United were able to keep the Tigers to 49. But yeah, it's not much better, is it? And really, wasn't really criticising the level of aggression. I mean, they tried to hit themselves out of it. Nothing was happening. This was the only one of 2 probably that went down. Ratul, wrong-footed, not able to grab that one behind the stumps off Rahat Ali. But then kind of brought Sajid Mia to life. These were the only real bright spots when he was able to whack a 4 and a 6 soon after that. But the whole innings, there were only 2 4s, 2 6s in the whole innings, and that's just a sign things aren't going too well. Vasudevan, he had no problem that time because he didn't have company. And yeah, really golden duck to Ajar Alam, who is a pretty good ball striker, summing it up. And towards the end, it was only Berno that were causing themselves problems in the field because the batters weren't causing them too many. That one went down. It was a leg by 4. But yeah, in the end, I think this kind of is indicative of how things went for the Tigers this morning, as Rakib finds himself running like a crab in handcuffs with a sideways crawl. But
It's like he's lost his right shoe and just started running around in circles.
it was a crawl, wasn't it? In the end, 53 for 7 off the 10 overs. And Berno, well, they might be looking at doing this quickly as well with that kind of battle for the top 4. A big win could boost their net run rate, maybe get them a spot higher. 13 for Sajid Mia, the only player to reach double figures, but he faced 7 balls before he got off the mark. He got dropped on 0. And really, nothing to write home about. General manager went 6 and out early in the piece. 3 for 7, Sengup to grab the figures. Apart from that, Mishra was super tight, wasn't he? 1 for 5 off his 2 overs, 1 for 6 for Vasudevan. Afridi just bowled the 1 over in the end. They didn't have to bring him back. They bowled Shyam at the end, who also kept it super tight. So we'll take a break. Danny, we're back in just a few minutes with a change. 54 will be the victory target for Berno. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning and welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series in Czechia. A match between Berno and Prague Tigers, and Berno in control of this one at the moment. 54 the target set by the Tigers. It was a very good disciplined bowling performance by Berno, and they were very good in the field as well. And they came in with a play and bowled to their field beautifully. And the addition of Dylan Stain has really pumped up this Berno side, who are playing 3 games today, and I know they want a big break between the 2 games just to be fresh for their next clash. They have a very important game a little bit later against Bohemians, who will see next up against Vinerati. So the opening batsman, it is Ratul, as expected. Looks like it's Sengupta at the other end. But Ratul's been in sparkling form, the left-handed keeper, and it will be Ajar Alam to open the bowling. He's been exceptional for the Tigers, pick of their bowlers by a long way. And this is right on the money already from Alam, who got a golden duck in the with the bat. He'll want to make up for that a little bit with the ball. It's a very meagre target to defend for Tigers. Hard to see them doing it, but you never know in cricket. As he comes in, bowling again to Ratul, who just turns it around the corner. Bring Sengupta on strike. So, well, they want to get this fairly comfortably. They want to get a bit of form up again. They haven't played for a few days, have Berno, and these two. In fact, Ratul missed quite a few of the Berno games. He was here early last week, and due to unavailability, didn't feature in the Berno games at the weekend. But he's fresh and looking to score more runs. Yeah, did score 94 for Berno in one of the games. I think it was 94 not out, as Sengupta leaves that one down leg. It's going to go towards the boundary, and it won't reach it. Well, you can see that the ground's slowed up a little bit because of the overnight rain. I'm sure that with the slight breeze we have here, no sunshine, that it will dry out fairly quickly. As you can see, all the sawdust laid for a bowler safety. Just near the bowlers run up the side of the pitch as well, and also for the keeper. So Alam bowling again to the left-handed Ratul, who cuts it back close to his stumps. They'll get a single. So Alam, I think he's been excellent this tournament for the Tigers, where they've probably lacked a little bit of in their bowling. They're a good side, the Tigers, when they can get everyone on the field. They're very competitive. I saw them win a couple of games against Spartans. So just played off the back foot by Sengupta, just a single. The Tigers are missing their main man in Sadat Sagor, who's he can bowl, but he's pretty vital with a bat. Is Sagor for them, and Hassanat missing out pretty much, as did Mia. You know, he scored a few. And this is cracked through the fielder, going towards the boundary, and that's 4 runs. Couldn't keep up with it there. It was hit pretty hard, knocked down by the fielder. Went through him though. So have a look at this. Just, it swung wide. Ratul doesn't miss out on those. The fielder got a good piece of it, but it ran all the way to the boundary. So 9 for no loss. Still 1 ball left in this over. Ratul moves on to 6. Here comes Alam again. It's got quite a bit of swing before. This one's a bit shorter. Called a wide. And Berno, they move on. They're 10 closer to the target of 54, which isn't much at all. Vinny, it's a bit of sting has been taken out of this game with a pretty good first over from Berno.
Yeah, and that will be the end of it. So they get 10, and twice what they needed to get. And still, it's fairly average over for both teams, really. And after one, It's 10 without loss, and it gives us a chance to check in on the golden ball counter. I heard you guys saying yesterday, it's hard to believe it was already up in the 20s. Of course, it includes the matches in Portugal as well, but we had one on the weekend. I think it was Saturday where we saw the Berno team, in fact, winning in a golden ball against United. Yeah, so I think February was very golden. And then it was a while, and then finally we saw golden ball 48 on the 22nd of July. It was on Saturday, and it was a crazy one. Apamanu Singh did not touch his back correctly, had to go back and touch a second time, and because of that, he was run out. Anyway, time for over number 2. And it's going to be Prem Yadav to bowl. Hey, you know how we're talking about silly injuries? I didn't know this one. Dave B said in the chat, he remembers when Phil Edmonds, the English cricketer, lost his 4 small toes, but kept his big toes so he could still bowl when he was swimming under a boat's propeller.
Why would you do that?
I think he was just swimming. Anyway, this is going to run away for 4. It's a thick outside edge from Satya Sengupta, and they get a boundary.
I've got another one for you.
Go on.
Jack Newton.
Right.
Remember Jack Newton? Australian golfer, very good Australian. Just passed away a couple of years ago. He was catching a private flight, and he walked into the propeller of the plane.
No way.
Lost an arm, lost an eye. Continued to play though, and he was
one-armed.
One-armed, not professionally. As this is hit beautifully for 6. Lovely shot there from Sengupta.
Great shot.
But he walked into into the propeller, spinning propeller of a plane. Almost died, but ended up losing an arm and an eye. So you always see him with glasses. I think he won a British Open, Jack Newton, as well at one stage. Not with one arm, not with one arm. So, but I
bet he was pretty good with one arm.
He was, yeah. It was his. That's a nice shot.
Arms. Yeah, Sengupta moves to 15. I've got to say, Danny, I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see Dylan Steyn opening the batting, considering they might not need a lot of batters. Maybe they'll only need the 2 in this chase. Just I thought it was a good opportunity for him to get out there and hit some balls.
I agree with you. Dylan doesn't see himself as a T10 player, and I understand that, right? But again, on this ground, the way that the outfield's playing, you don't need to be a quote T10 player to play on this ground. You don't need to oh, that's a beautiful shot. You just need to do that.
Cracking shot.
Absolute beauty.
Sengupta, he's not a bad option at the top of the order at all. I've seen him doing it, and I've liked it when he's held his shape. That's a really good example. You know, keeps the front shoulder in the equation, just punches through the ball, stays pretty side on. Excellent cricket shot.
Yeah, lovely. So that's what I think that Dylan needs to do, is to have an innings where he realises that all he needs to do is just play his normal game, because he normally scores very quickly. He'll hit the loose balls, and there's quite a few of them. Case in point, but he's very technically sound. He can hit sixes when there's a ball he can hit, and he just watches the ball well. He's such an important part of this Berno setup as well. And you saw how good he was with the field with that run out and the catch.
Dylan just had a bit of a tough trot in T10, but I've seen many good players, technical players, do well in this format. I mean, this is another good shot. This is another ball punch through the covers. And Berno, they're going to do this with heaps of time to spare. A little bit short. Pretty remarkable shot considering he's already on the charge. But yeah, another boundary, and it finishes the over, and the score at the end of 2 is 33 without loss. Let's have a quick look at the table. Vinerati, we'll see them soon, and well, they still have 4 games to play. If they could have 4 brilliant games, they could end on 14 points. Outside chance, that'd be enough. I'd say outside chance, but yeah, we'll see. And they're playing Bohemians in the second game of the day.
Yeah, I said hi to Danny O'Connor. He came past and gave me a bit of a, hey, Danny.
So, yeah, the 2 Dannies.
Looking forward to seeing him bowl again. Shobit's there as well.
Oh, there we go.
Talking about Shobit and Shobit's parents, I bumped into Shobit's dad yesterday at the supermarket. So and he invited me over for dinner.
That's nice.
I'll be away for a while, but he'll be in town until late August, so I might go over to Shobit with his parents for dinner. That'll be fun.
Oh, that sounds like a nice way to spend a night. Here's Ajar Alam. This is going to break away from Ratul, and Sengupta actually just takes off without waiting to see if Ratul was coming. In the end, he's sent back. But, I mean, especially because Dylan Stainham, he's got a T20 International 100. You know, he's not a guy I'd call slow with the bat. He's just got a good technique. He just had a bit of a tough run, okay, leading the ECC, the national team in the ECC last year. It was a tough one, and they didn't have a lot of success. You know, he found it tough going. But that can happen. It's a brutal kind of form of the game to go through a rough trot with the bat because you can't really take too much time to be selfish and get yourself in. So sometimes you're going to have a run where you're making low scores, and it's a tough place to be.
Well, that the 100 he hit was in Malta, and he holds a world record with that 100. I think he scored 17 fours in that 100. So I think that's the still a world record with the most fours in a century. So he's a very correct batsman, and the ground down there in Malta is just got a very quick outfield. It just suits him.
Yeah, and same here. We've seen fours records broken in this tournament already. It was actually Berno that hit the most fours in an innings, 25 fours in an innings. Ratul, who's batting at the moment with Sengupta, he hit the most fours by one batsman in an innings as well. He hit 17 fours. So it would suit Dylan a lot. Okay, still pretty quick considering the overnight rain we've had.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, French cut. This is going to run away. That's Sajid Mia, the keeper, who's going to be after it. Oh, well, a bit of the old Greco-Roman wrestling style about this. Well, get a load of it. Yeah, I mean, Mia's in a better position for this collision because he does still have some padding on. But let's have a look at it. And, yeah, the fielder, oblivious, he gets taken out. And then he's run all that way, and then he just fades in the background, fixes the boundary rope.
Luckily, we haven't seen a major collision yet.
Yeah.
But, as it says, picked up nicely on the boundary. We've seen so many players collide, whether it's batsmen or fielders. It's been a little bit crazy with the collisions in this tournament. I don't know what it is. Have you noticed other tournaments where there's been a lot of collisions?
Yes, I think partly in ECN cricket, with the field being slightly smaller, it just means the fielders are closer together. So high balls and things like that, you're just more likely to get in each other's way. So I think we do see a high proportion ECN in general, and this has certainly been no exception. But we've even seen things that I can't really explain, like batters running into each other when they're running between the wickets, which just should not happen. But it has happened at the highest levels. In fact, we were talking about crazy injuries before as we get to the end of the third over. Berno, 39 without loss. Matthew Elliott,
yes,
Australia in the late 90s, collided with Mark Waugh in the middle of the pitch, running between the wickets. Again, should never happen. You should never...
He didn't have much of a career afterwards, did Elliott?
No,
did he?
It put him out for a long time, and yeah, he wasn't the same. Didn't get a lot of opportunities with Australia after that at all.
He had a great start to his career, if I remember well. Did Elliott, but then that was a weird one. Did he get run out as well?
No. So here's the thing: he did his knee, but then he managed to get himself up and avoid getting run out when they could have chosen to run out either batter. Literally, I think it was Carl Hooper's holding the ball at the stumps and then threw it to the other end to try and get Elliott. Elliott got up on a bung knee and ended up getting in. Otherwise, Australia would have basically had two batters out on the one ball. The general manager gets the ball here in over number 4. Didn't he bat well yesterday? They could have used him to score a few in the first half here.
When he took, I think it might have been even the day before that. It was against Barbarians, and where he took a tree apart, ripped all the branches off, and spat them out. He hit 43 off tree. I think he hit a 50. I think he hit I think he got out for about 50. The general manager, but just went absolutely crazy with the bat.
He's a fun player to watch. We call him the general manager because his name is GM Hazelnut. Of course, GM. Famous abbreviation. Ratul doesn't do too much here. Just knocks away a 1. And so, not too many required now. Yeah, I just would have thought with Dylan probably not having hit too many balls lately, even now, I'd consider getting him out there just to feel bad on ball. But anyway, sticking with these two. This is hit, and it's going to bounce off the fielder for 6. Maximo, it's Kasser Ahmed. That was motoring. And it didn't stop when it hit his hand, put it that way. It still went comfortably over the rope.
It's, he was coming around and never looked like he was going to take it. The guy was trying to tackle it. But I guess he made the effort, but that was absolutely hammered. So this is a beautiful shot, but there's a player out there who tried hard to find it. Rakib Al-Hassan, he batted pretty well the other day as well.
Yeah, for sure.
The Tigers.
They've got a lot of guys that can contribute. It's just they seem to just be so prone to collapses, the Tigers, for some reason. Maybe it's in their approach. I don't know. Couple to come here in the 4th.
Well, that's a bit of rubbish.
Yeah, flicked away, and that will take them past the 50 and the 50 partnership. And the score, 52 without loss, just a couple more required.
And that's going to be 6, actually.
Has it gone all the way, has it?
Gone all the way.
Yeah, well, I didn't think this had what it took to go for 6. Didn't even consider it, to be honest. Well, let's have a look. Yeah. This is the team to come, and Ash McGlynn's in there, but we'll come back to that in a second. Let's have a look firstly at this. Does it go all the way? Yeah, he got a bit more than I thought. And yeah, it has gone for 6. So Maximo, game, set, match. They do it in 3.5 overs. And it's going to be a belting, no other word for it. Yeah, so just having a look, this is the next game coming up in around about 45 minutes. And yeah, Vinerati with Voitahasa in for the first time. Got Michael Lonsborough in there as well. Listed at 3. Ash McGlynn at 4. Eric Walker in at 6 as well. So Showbit, you mentioned him already. He'll be behind the stumps. And Bohemians, obviously, struggling a little bit this end of the tournament with other commitments and availabilities. Looks like they're going to go one short into that game. So, look, it's coming up in 45 minutes. Maybe an opportunity for Vinerati to start something pretty special. But as you can see out there right now, there's only one team smiling after the first game of the day. Tigers were tamed by Berno, who look like they mean business here on day 10 for their last 3 matches in the round robin stage. And they run out easy winners with 37 balls to spare. Let's go through the highlights. Only thing for me, I think they might have missed a trick not batting Dylan Stain just to get him out there, get him hitting a few. I mean, Ratul's already scored a bunch of runs in the series. Sengupta has had a lot of batting as well. But I mean, regardless, these two were pretty systematic, knocking the runs off in very quick time.
I don't think Sengupta's had the best tournament with a bat, but he looked fantastic today. Hitting the ball really nicely and not too hard. So maybe it was the right thing to have Sengupta up, because he was... his stroke making was really good today.
Yeah, I mean, Sengupta, he was listed at 4 on my lineup. Ratul, again, probably you don't gain much by him opening the batting in that situation, because he's a guy high on confidence anyway. Yeah, Satchers look good in the series, and we have seen him opening a bit, like I said. But he's looked good when he's just kept his shape and hasn't tried too hard to be uber aggressive. I think naturally he's pretty aggressive anyway. That was the one that brought it up. And it ended up getting just over the rope. And that was all she wrote. 3.5 overs required by Berno. And like I said, I think that they're trying to build towards something here. You got the 3 matches today and a run through finals Friday. Maybe they can get some revenge on Prague CC. So Sengupta leads the scoring with 33 off just 12. He looked excellent while he was out there. Ratul didn't have to do too much, but did hit the winning runs, flicking them away to fine leg. And Tigers, it's just a game for them to forget. It does completely put them out of the picture now for the 4. 3 bowlers used. No one able to break through. The Ajar Alam, he's a guy, you can always rely on him. Put together a decent couple of overs, taking none for 16. So we'll take a break. It'll be a little bit of a longer break, as well as we'll be back in around about 40 minutes to take you into the second game of the day, match 48. And Vinerati winning the toss and sending in Bohemians. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you after the break with more European Cricket Series.
Hello everyone and welcome to the European Cricket Network. We have a post-match presentation where player of the match is Babette Delater and it's going to be presented from Martin, our standing official.
Very well done, Babette.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you.
Congratulations Babette, and we'll ask you a couple questions. Your highest ever score for the Netherlands in any format, 82 or 42. How do you feel? You must be very proud.
Yeah, I am very proud. I mean, I think it was a beautiful wicket to bat on. Thanks to Hermes for hosting us. The weather hasn't been great, so it was actually pretty. When I looked at it this morning, I felt like, yeah, it's a really good wicket. We want to bat first, and yeah, it did work out.
Just a little bit about your batting. A lot of the viewers were really impressed. I was watching you do no 45. You're playing all the sweep shots. Then you're coming down the wicket, hitting it over and off. You've been working on your batting quite a lot lately. It was a really marvellous innings.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been to South Africa to work at the Gary Kirsten Academy and play for Western Province. So I've been busy the whole winter. So I think it's definitely working out, paying off now.
Yeah, it was a beautiful innings. Well done. And also to do it as captain. Must feel really good. Captain of the Dutch. I know Heather Seegers is out injured. So captain's innings, how does that feel for you? You must be super proud to do it with the C on the badge.
Yeah, I am very proud. I think being captain adds a little bit more pressure, but yeah, I think it's good to it worked out pretty well, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the games.
Well done, Babette. Congratulations. Hopefully good luck for the rest of the 3 games.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that was our post-match presentation. Thank you very much. We'll be back with 3 live games starting tomorrow at 11 a.m. Thanks for now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. Great to have your company. Action really hotting up, even though the weather isn't too hot today. It's quite a mild day here in Czechia, but now it's time for the second match of the day, match 48, and Vinerati, they've arrived. So have Bohemians, and that's their opponents here in match 48. Let's get ready for the coin toss. The Sheriff, Charles Croucher, is with two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call. Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We're gonna bowl first.
Vinerati win the toss, elect to bowl, and back to you, Vinny and Danny.
So Adnan of Vinerati has won the toss and he has elected to bowl first. We certainly saw that to be quite an effective strategy this morning for Berno. Although his field is drying out a little bit with the wind, but still it's nowhere near as fast as we've seen it in the tournament to this date. So it's a bit of a game changer as we head towards the finals. Vinerati, well, they're 3-7. They haven't had too much to shout about. They have had some bright moments. I think mathematically they might have a chance to make the four still, but they'd have to be perfect, including winning this game over a Bohemian side who have 7 wins to their name already, and they'll be hoping to consolidate their spot in finals. But yeah, they've been a little bit of a hit and miss kind of contender as well. So Sahil Grover for them is always really important at the top of the order, and we'll get to see him, I think, because the Bohemians have been sent in. Let's get ready for some action, and Danny Hudacek will take you to the first ball, the news from the toss in match 48. Vinerati winning the toss and bowling. So over to you, let's get ready for some cricket.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to Prague here for the European Cricket Series in Czechia. This is match number 48 between Vinerati and Bohemians. Should be an interesting one. Bohemians look, they've named a very strong squad. They're really pressing for that top 4. Vinerati, got to say they're got a bit of a bits and pieces side with 4 new players coming into the side. Some we've seen before, and a couple we probably haven't. But Vinerati, they won the toss, elected to bowl. We've got well, Danny O'Connor's in the side. Sid Gowd will bowl. Joe Cope will bowl the first over as per normal. Then not really sure where the other overs are coming from. Eric Walker is in the side, the West Indian from Guyana. He might roll his arm over. It's been around in the Prague scene for quite a while. We've had a bit of rain, and might be a little bit coming down now as well. So slippery conditions for the fielders, and the ball won't be swinging. The ball, once it gets a little bit wet, might be harder to catch, but also it might get a little bit heavier for the batsman. But it will be Big Joe Cope to open the bowling, and looks like Sahil Grover. Actually, it's not. Zahid Mahmood will face the first ball. Sahil Grover will be at the non-striker's end. They've both been pretty good this in this tournament, especially Grover. But Zahid, he had one off day. Apart from that, it's been pretty good from him. Good to see Vojta Hasa back. Actually, Vojta and also Ashen McGlynn, the pie man, own the Down Under, where we get getting our food from, our pies and such, all tournament. So good to see them. That is causing us a bit of an issue, because we're wondering who's going to deliver our pies today with the 2 main men out here and playing cricket. So the umpire's just holding Joe Cope back. It's going to be slippery conditions. There was a shower between games and it was pretty heavy. So it's made the outfield pretty slick, but also the bowlers run up pretty slick. So hopefully no one falls over. But it'll be an interesting game. To be good, Vinerati to beat a very, very hot Bohemian side. This one, bit of a swing and a miss there by Zahid Mahmood. But Vinerati, if they can get a few wickets, just to rock with the confidence of the Bohemians. That's when they tend to falter a bit. Got Martin Verndl in the side, also Sajid Bhuyan, and quite a bit of bowling as well. Do the Bohemians as Cope comes in again, and it's hit straight to point to avoid Hasso. He's a good fielder. Probably see him on the boundary a little bit later. Picked up by Danny O'Connor, who brings it in, throws it into Shobit Bhatia, who's has taken the gloves for Vinerati today. So Joe Cope is for Sahil Grover. It's I think it's a skipper, admin long on position for Grover, and it's a bit short. It's put away and it's caught. Gone first ball. A really nice catch there. Tried to hook it, got too close to him, and that's a golden derrick there for Sahil Grover. Big wicket for Vinerati. Just got a bit close to him. Got around the corner. A fantastic low catch. I think that's Abdul Muiz out there. Really, really good catch. And that's a big wicket. And a golden derrick for Sahil Grover, who's been so good this week. And he can't quite believe it. Can Sahil? Well, Joe Cope. He's a very attacking bowler. Often gets a wicket first in the first innings. First innings, in the first over. And Sajid Bhuyan, who's still got that calf injury, will be coming in. So that's a great catch low down. And he's a big man there. Is the fielder. It's Abdul Muiz out there. It's just backward square leg. Couldn't have picked him out much better. Had a lot to do with the fielder. It's a big wicket for Vinerati. So Joe Cope is bowling to Sajid Bhuyan. Comes in and hits him on the pad. A bit of an appeal. And I think it was pitched outside leg there from Cope. Bhuyan has just got one off the two. 1 for 1 Bohemians. Not the start they would have liked. So it's this side's a bit of a mix of the Rossos and the Biancos. Come back to that in a moment. This is whipped around the corner and it's stopped by the fielder again. They'll look for 2. Actually, Bhuyan looks like he's running okay. Maybe he's a little over that injury. But there are 2 teams in the competition in the 20 over competition. They have the Rossos, which are the top team, and then Biancos, which are the second division team. And so it's a bit of a mixture of both. Michael Lonsborough, another one who's the chairman of the ChamKS, the board here. Got him! Joe Cope gets another one. It's a big one. It is Sajid Bhuyan straight through him. Well, Joe Cope, he's got a fantastic in-swinging Yorker, and he shows it again, straight through the gate. Bhuyan can't quite believe it. And that's 2 of the big guns out already for Bohemians in the first over by Cope. Great shape, and isn't he happy, the big man? And Shobit Bhatia there shows the jaw on his face. And that's a fantastic start here for Vinerati. In what is pretty much a full-strength Bohemians lineup. Martin Verndl, the new batsman, I'm sure he'll bring some stability to this, but it's been chaos in the first over, brought by some fine bowling by Joe Cope. So it'll be 14-year-old Danny O'Connor will take up the attack. He'll be bowling to Zahid Mahmood. As we see that the 2 lineups here. You can see Vinerati 3 and 7. They need wins. Bohemians 7 and 5. So they need a couple of wins to assure their place in the in the semi-finals. They're pretty much there though, Bohemians. But as you can see here, there are quite a few new names there for Vinerati. And average runs for 107 Vinerati, 119 for Bohemians. And then pretty much the inverse with the average runs again. So Bohemians are the firm favourites. Oh, Danny goes down. Hope he's okay. So as you can see, it is a little bit slippery underfoot, and see his right foot just gives way. And joined back here by Vinny Sandu. Let's see a replay of that.
Now it looked a bit scary for a second. I think he's all right. Some bowlers tend to land more on the side of that back foot, and I think one of them, Danny O'Connor there, and that's when he just didn't get the traction.
He's coming for a short run. Good ball first up.
I think that's also smart in these conditions. I think we've seen it all year. When the field's wet, you have to be able to adapt. So you don't necessarily want to be hitting the crease at a lot of pace. Let your arms do the work. And I think just not trying to bowl too fast. Just be accurate. Ball is swinging.
It's going down leg side. And I mean it's with that rain. It's a little bit of a soft outfield, and well, not as soft as what we've seen in the past. It's still it's been baked over a month or so.
But what about that shower we had? And it's probably lucky the last game finished so early, because I think it would have forced. I know it would have forced them off the field. It was one of those showers that by the time the covers came out and when they were on, the rain had pretty much stopped.
It's Danny O'Connor bowling around the wicket to Martin Vernal. Big check. He's really grown into this tournament, has Vernal.
Bohemians, I'm just looking at their record, 7-5. And they've got a tricky run home. They've got this one against Vinerati, who look hungry to me. And they've got Berno later in the day. So they could, if they don't get a win today, they're 7-7. Depending on how much they win, they could even be caught by teams like Vinerati, who their run home is Bohemian Tigers, Barbarians Tigers. So I still think this is a huge game. Spots up for grabs. Then once you make the 4, then you're 2 games away from the trophy. There's Ash McGlynn. See him in the side. The pie man. And I echo your thoughts early when you said if a lot of the supply chain of the pies are out there for Vinerati, then who's going to bring us our lunch?
Yeah, that's the most important part of the day. So Danny comes in again and hit down the ground, and that's 4 runs. Got past Big Joe Cope, and he clamped down on it pretty late, did Zaid Mahmood. Let's have a look at this.
Joe was thinking about the big dive here, but then last moment he says, it's not really worth me doing myself an injury or something to stop this one. So he lets that one scream to the boundary. First 4 from Mahmood.
Yeah, looking pretty good here. As you hear the call, what a fielding.
Yeah, I love water fielding. But I've got to say, Venki, who was in the commentary yesterday, he got heard by a lot of people then. He's being heard by a lot of people right now because he's out with that wrist injury, but he's being very vocal from the sidelines.
Is a very good fielder at point, Voitahasa, and they didn't run specifically because I think it went to him. He's got a really good arm. You'll see him in the outfield as well. He's got a good pair of hands. Slides everywhere as well.
Yeah, good experienced guy to come in. Decent bat as well. Michael Londesborough is another one that comes in. An experienced player, good player. Yeah, Connor, certainly I think that slip first up has just affected his confidence when he's hitting the crease. Understandably so. Still, not the worst over. Ends up going for 10. And Bohemians, after being sent in by Vinerati, they're 13 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, good start for Vinerati. And 2 big wickets in Grover and Buyan. Let's just see the table here. Vinerati, they're at 7th. They've won 3 games, lost 7. Bohemians, if they win this game, they're definitely in the 4.
So here's the thing: if Bohemians lose the last 2, which they're not
Tough,
easy games. Yeah, they're tough games.
Yeah.
And Vinerati win their last 4. You imagine the Vinerati with 4 wins would have probably increased their net run rate by enough to go past Bohemians. It depends on margins. It depends. At the moment, Bohemians plus 0.35, Vinerati minus 1.21. So 1.5 points to make up. But in 4 games, it could be super tight actually.
Well, Vinerati are playing Tigers, who are pretty much out of the competition now.
Tigers had a bit of a shocker this morning, didn't they?
did.
Here's Cope again.
It's a nice shot down the ground by Verndl. Just showed the full face, didn't hit it too hard. And, well, Sid Gowd will be the man enough to chase that.
That's a brilliant shot by Martin. Now, Martin's a guy, I couldn't believe it. He only took up cricket in his early 20s. He played a lot of golf. He's Czech born, Czech
Actually, a little bit earlier than that. He was 16 when he first started to play.
Oh, is that right?
Played with Bohemians, got to be friends with Saba, and then went to England to Bristol to be coached in cricket.
Right.
And he got stuck in England because of COVID. Pretty much stuck. He could have gone back, but decided to stay, and now he's a bit of a false shot.
Yeah, well, I thought that he didn't. Yeah, I mean, maybe when he first started playing seriously, he told me that he was fully grown up.
When
By the time he started playing.
Well, he started playing. He played here for Bohemians a few years ago, and then when he went to England, he's playing in the Bristol area. He plays for Bristol Cricket Club. This is nicely hit into the point area. No run, but he plays for 3 different clubs. He plays for Bristol on Saturdays, then he plays another league on Sundays, and then plays 20 over league on Tuesdays.
Right.
So he's very keen on cricket. He in fact, his job at the moment is a groundsman.
Makes sense.
So he loves cricket, and he loves the whole concept of it and what's going on. And he's going to stay in England for a while. It's just called wide.
That straight drive, though, that was a proper shot against the swinging ball. It just surprises me that he's technically so good for a guy that's taken it up so late in life.
Yep.
He's obviously a very good sportsman. I mean,
Well, he played tennis and golf before, so the hand-eye comes from tennis, but he plays golf right-handed. All right.
Yeah, he told me that as well.
But this is a lovely shot, beautiful. Just land on it, square, and that's a great shot from Verndl.
I'm sorry, you got to get this guy in the national setup sooner rather than later. I mean, he's still in his 20s. Just have a look at how he's dealing with the swinging ball here. Very good fielder as well.
Yep.
And he's a great advertisement for Czech cricket as well. The fact that he's Czech.
Yep.
He told me he's actually got an Austrian father, but was born here to a Czech mother in the Czech Republic. So, yeah, he's kind of worked it out now. I think the T10 as well. I think he's probably trying a bit too hard earlier on, but now he's just batting.
Yep. Look, I think it'd be perfect for the T20 setup for the national side. I totally agree, and I think Charles Crouchers might have had a chat to him already about his availability, and he'd be proud to play for the Czech Republic. Jack Cope comes in again, and it's down leg side. Might have got a bit of pad.
Yeah. So I know we'll have to get him to sort that out. He's given us 2 different stories. He told me he was, I think, 21, 22. Go before. I think he's got the bug though, regardless of when he took it up.
Oh yeah.
But you can see he just got a very good, uncomplicated technique, and he played. He learnt about left-handed because he didn't want it messing with his golf, or he didn't want his golf messing with his cricket, because they're slightly different techniques.
Yeah.
I can tell you that as quite an average golfer. Anyway, this is going to be 2, I imagine. Or
just 1 actually.
Yeah, should have been 2 really.
The other thing is though that again it's very similar to a lot of the stories with the Czech kids that come up and pick the bat up left-handed, even though they're right-handed.
Yeah. Is
that he's he played hockey. Actually, there's a bit of a slip there. He played hockey and floorball. So he said it was very natural, and then we're having his dominant hand up top. It really helps his technique. As you see here, a 3, then a pair of 10s. So 2 wickets on the first over, a bit of a fight back from Bohemians, and at the end of the power play, they are 23 for 2. But, these two, they want to get a little bit of a partnership together. It's starting. Verndl looking really good. Mumwood is 5 off 5. And it'll be Sid Gowd to bowl. And there's a very experienced bowler, Sid Gowd. Good man to bowl up here, I think. Tony O'Connor's got 1 more. Not sure where the other overs are coming from, to be fair. Michael Lonsborough might have a bowl. Voiter also, but he can go for a few. He's just been dragged across to the leg side, picked up by the skipper.
Now, one thing he didn't mention to me, and Kasi has said it in the chat, Martin, from being an American football player, has reduced a lot of weight and changed his body type. I didn't know that he played in
never told me
American football. Yeah, maybe he's quite a shy, humble kind of guy. Martin, maybe he's.
We're
he's
talking
got other
the
strings to his bow.
same Martin. It must be.
Doesn't strike me as a big linebacker.
He didn't mention it to us. We both had a chat to him. He didn't mention it that he was an American footballer. Well, fair enough. He's a good cricketer. That's for sure.
Bit of a man of mystery, isn't he? International man of mystery, Martin Berno. Right now, though, it's Mahmood. Swings around this one, but it's called wide. Sit guard. Super important for Vinerati. He's got a lot of responsibility with the bat and the ball.
He has, I think, especially with this side. As I mentioned, it's a bit of a mixture of the Rossos and Bianco squads, the First Division, Second Division side. Mainly due to availability. It's really tough for players.
And, well, the pie man ends up with pie in his face, unfortunately. This time he gets down to his left, does everything right except take the ball with him. And in the end, he's hoping he does enough to stop the ball from rolling to the rope, but it just dribbles in. And that one's going to end up 4 runs.
I like his slide. Very debonair.
Going, and gone.
He's trying to reach it now. Comes Goud again. Just dab down again. And a lot of work there to do out in the boundary. Good work.
Well, there we go. The science is in. Foot fielding is better. Because that's in the same area of the ground. And they changed the fielder. But anyway, that one is stopped.
It's a nice shot there from him. Just glided it down with the angle.
Yeah, see now, McLean's been moving in the infield. And it's Abdul Muiz back there. He says, I'll show you how to do it. And just hoofs it back into play.
Comes sit again. It's a bit full. Hit hard through the offside. And it's Voida Haas out there. They're not going to run his arm.
I like the idea, though. Just getting down, just trying to smother the ball. You can see it is going to skid onto you. It's going to be difficult in a slightly different way in the outfield. Even though it has been difficult because of the pace the ball's been coming. But this is more just the unpredictability, the skittishness. And you can see Haas was keen to get down, get everything behind it.
And Voida was a national team captain for quite a long time. Also the national team manager. This is a bit of an appeal there.
No, he's a long way down and got outside the off stump as well, I think. Last ball, the over coming up. Guard's gone for 9. Did include that misfield that went for 4, so it hasn't been too bad of an over. Yeah, so Vinerati have to treat every game like it's a final now.
Yeah.
In theory, they win 6 in a row from here, and they can win the trophy.
Well, they've got competitive games along the way against the Tigers, and also, this could be gone. Thick he's gone.
Super close. Runouts have just been such a pain. Randall can't believe what's gone on here. It was Zahid's idea, you see.
Yeah.
Vernal's saying, yeah, okay, you're going, are you? And then last moment, let's see, here we go.
Oh, he's back in. I think he's okay.
So I thought he might have just been in live, but that can be a bit deceiving. We'll try and check it out one more time.
I think he's okay. Let's have a look. So he goes, and then a bit of a slip. Throws a little wide, and the throw comes in, and he is
still out there. Next one.
He's in. Where does the bail get dislodged? So close.
For me, because I can see a break in the white line there, I think you've got to give that in. But yeah, Martin, he's in
close.
by the barest of margins.
Close.
Yeah, to be honest, that would have been on Mahmood that ran out, I think,
yeah.
because he calls yes and then changes his mind.
He's been run out a couple of times, I think, as Vernal.
Yeah, he has.
Saji Bouyan's been the main culprit.
Probably thinks with Bouyan back in the pavilion that he's safe, but not so much. Anyway, start of a new over, and it's going to be outdone to Mohammed to bowl. He's been a bit of a Swiss Army knife himself. With the keeping bits, taking over the captaincy now with Venki Margashayam out with that broken wrist.
It's yeah, definitely is. I mean, I think he's led the side pretty well, and difficult circumstances. with the Mugashine being out. And, oh, good ball. Really good ball to the left-hander.
Yeah, he cramped in for room, didn't he? Just going round the wicket, just sliding the ball in to Martin Verndl.
Michel Mane's in the chat. Has played very well for Barbarians during this tournament. I'm sure we'll see them again soon.
Hello, Vishal. Good to see you.
So this is down leg side and put away. That's a nice shot for 6 out into the weeds, or the wildflowers. Sorry, the wildflowers.
It's a terrible time to go searching for the ball in there as well, because you're going to come back soaking. Reminds me of in Austria, there was a little jig that the Yellow Jackets would have to do when they came out to try and get the to try and keep their trousers dry. But what a shot! They're just cashing it on a bowler error. Yeah, Verndl just continues to get better and better as this series rolls along.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing also, there are a lot of ticks in the Czech Republic at the moment. So I think they'd have to check for ticks. As this is turned around the corner, didn't get all of it. And it looks like Voitahasa who's there to pick it up and throw it back in. Yeah, there's been a lot of Lyme disease and lots of warnings early on. In fact, Oki got a tick the other day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She got a tick collar. Both of the dogs have a tick collar, and they've worked well over the last couple of years. These tick collars, and yeah, she got one that was about the size of a fingernail.
Oh, wow!
It had eaten quite a bit of my dog. This is in the air and safe. Good effort on the boundary, but unable to keep it in.
Yeah, it ends up in a bit of a muddle here, Sid. You watch, he actually ends up going outside the field. And so, yeah, from this point, as soon as he touches it's 4, even if he got it back in. As it is, he didn't anyway, but yeah, pretty good strike that by Mahmood. So last ball in the first half coming up.
That's a better ball from Sid. Good line and length, and that angle as well. Beats Mahmood. Nice take by Shobet Bacha. So, after 5, they are, Bohemians are 44 for 2. It's pretty even contest at the moment. Probably would have liked a bit of a higher run rate, the Bohemians. And after a fine start with 2 wickets in the first over, I'd like a couple more. As we see what's coming up here, the ECI's here at the weekend. Looking forward to that. The Czech Republic with Cyprus and Greece. Then also Corey Rutgers in Portugal at the moment at night with the night series. Then ECS and ECI's in Switzerland and in Dresden. And then women's tournaments coming up in Romania and in the Netherlands.
Yeah, so the Continental Cup, there's women's and there's men's in August. So they're 3-day tournaments each. Yeah, that's going to be great. Just, so much cricket happening at the moment. A lot of formats. I think I mentioned we're heading for north of 1,700 matches. So it's absolutely crazy at the moment.
Sid comes in again. Bowling to Mahmood. And sit down the ground. Hit well, and that'll be 4. It's coming straight towards us.
Perfect placement. And the long on had gone fairly wide there.
G'day, Joe.
Yeah, Joe's here. We could have got a quick interview with Joe because he was doing some pretty special things early on, but this game's taken on a slightly different feel now as his partnership has grown.
Absolutely. So Mark Smart in the chat talking about ticks. This is hard to. The skipper, just a single, said the village dogs get covered in ticks. Most dangerous thing about going to the cottage after alcohol poisoning.
Is that right?
That's definitely right. Especially down in Moravia with the amount of Slivovitz are drunk down there. It's always grandfather's Slivovitz, which is the best, which is normally what's this? Down leg side. It's normally served to you in one of those 2-litre orange juice containers.
Yeah, I saw somebody at the tram stop last night with an undisclosed liquid in a 2-litre soft drink bottle, and I thought, okay.
There was a problem here a few years ago and it was caused a major issue in the Czech Republic. So this is a good ball straight through. Cheap methanol instead of ethanol, and selling it to pubs really cheap, and also selling it to individuals. Quite a few people died. Quite a few people went blind here. And they took all alcohol over 20% off the shelves.
Really?
Yep. You couldn't sell anything that was opened in or that was in a bar.
Wow.
Had to be taken off the shelf as well and destroyed. Of course, it was destroyed in a creative way. As this is full toss, hit down the ground, just be a single. But yeah, of course, a whole lot of issues here, and they found the guys, but they were selling like big containers, I think 4-litre containers of methanol rather than ethanol.
Wow.
And it caused a lot of issues here a few years ago.
Reminds me of during Prohibition in the US in the 20s. It's been given okay.
Ooh.
It's all about the angle here. Joe Foster's trying to decide where does it pass the pop increase. And
Yeah, it's all right.
yeah, maybe.
Tough one, though.
It's a tough one to judge. But anyway, Gard gets away with it. Probably line ball that one. And it's 52 for 2 at the end of 6. But yeah, I think the government was found to have deliberately tainted a lot of the illicit alcohol. So they banned alcohol completely, alcohol consumption. So of course all these kind of illicit operations were popping up, but they actually deliberately poisoned. I think something like 10,000 people died or something.
Wow.
Because of it, but that's pretty extreme.
Well, the other thing is that the bathtub gin was so bad. That's where mixed drinks started. So things like screwdrivers, where you mix it with orange juice and different mixes. Otherwise, it was always drunk straight. And as new bowler will come into Martin Vernal, hits that nicely, and that'll be 6, I think. Vinny.
Great shot. One thing I really like about Martin's technique is he stays super still. So it actually reminds me a little bit of Sean Marsh from Australia, who, he's retired now, but he doesn't have any unnecessary movement. He keeps his head very, very still. So I suppose with Martin, he was a blank canvas to work with as far as cricket. But yeah, see their head's really still. He never seems that rushed, does he? In a time where a lot of players have some big flourishes, and everyone's got their own style, don't get me wrong, or pre-movements or triggers. He just stays really still, sees it, hits it.
And he shows the full face of the bat. He's not really slicing across it. It's always hit with a full face. And I do like his technique, and I think he'd be a very handy asset to the Czech national team if he. I'm sure he'll accept the offer if it comes. But I think in a T20 format would suit him a lot better than their T10. It's just been hammered through the leg side by Mahmood for 4. Just a bit short there from the bowler Saini. And it's a very nice shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. Both batters have been brutal on anything short. That one bangs in the stronger together sign. Yeah, the covers that are drying out. I think we might have had our first appearance of the sun for the day as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more of it.
Yeah,
there is a bit of blue sky.
I realised that I left my beanie and my scarf, my ECN beanie and my ECN scarf at home, not thinking it was going to be required.
It's a similar direction. No chance for the fielder out there.
Yeah, Stanley O'Connor down there, and once again just too short. Got to pitch it up, got to challenge them straight. Mahmood turns on it. Bohemians have recovered very well from those early wickets. They were 3 for 2, don't forget, after 1 over.
Well, this over's gone for 15 already, so it's a bit of a loose one from Saini. You just got to wonder where the other overs are going to come from Vinerati. Danny O'Connor's got 1 more, and there's Michael Lonza can bowl, Voido Haas can bowl, Eric Walker as well, who's out there, but it's kind of second string. This is in the air. Could be a collision again, but really good catch there by the skipper, Adnan Mohammed, who called for it. And even though Sid Goud rushed towards it, he held his ground. And that's the end of Zaid Mahmood. After a couple of boundaries there, he was starting to look good. And then scooped that up. Really well judged catch and comfortable in the end.
I think Goud was just hovering in case there was a rebound. But I think that And Mohammed knew that it was his catch and he was going to be given the opportunity to take it. I think always an easy catch coming in from the outfield. Breaks the partnership of 64 though, as Bohemians have turned things around right now. Game's in the balance, 67 for 3.
Yeah, Saklan Mukhtar, the new batsman, and you're right, it is in the balance. They'll want to keep them under that 10 run rate at the moment. It's just hovering around that point. Martin Werner looking pretty good, and he can accelerate from here, but he does tend to. He plays the ball on its merit, does Verndl, and if they can keep the overs tight, it's going to be difficult for them to get over that 100 mark. So Saklan Mukhtar, as we hear Venki again with encouragement, and well, I got him first ball apparently, because he's walking, so he's on a hat trick. Is Saini, after being absolutely hammered in the first 4 balls, is taken 2 in 2. Let's have another look at this.
Yeah, little edge, just a feather, and not really even bothering to turn around. That's how confident Anil Saini was. So things turning around very quickly. It's been wickets in 2 so far. They lose 2 early. They lose 2 in a row now to finish the 7th. And Bohemians 67 for 4. What an over by Saini.
Well, there's been 2 overs in the first over. There's 2 overs in that last over. The rest has been a bit of an arm wrestle, to be honest. But as we see the sides, Czechia, Cyprus and Greece, there's a big squad there for Czechia, the local team, and they'll try out new personnel. There's quite a few there who we're looking forward to probably seeing. I think Vaishak has really made a good claim for it.
Yeah, he has.
Divi Singh.
He's probably on the cusp before that. So they've got down to 20. That's because Margashayam is ruled out with that wrist injury. But Grover, who we saw briefly in this innings, he's in there. You've got players like Rahat Ali, who's kind of been in and out lately. Some newbies as well, particularly the United guys. I think it's their first opportunity with
Ayush Sharma and Ruturaj Magare.
Ayush, and then you've got Pramod Bagoli and Peer Singh Bagel. But these guys aren't all guaranteed a game,
no.
Just to be clear. So that there's 20 in that squad at the moment.
What it does, though, it gives recognition to just good cricket, which I think is really good from the selectors. So it'll be Danny O'Connor bowling around the wicket to Martin Verndl, and just pushes it out of the covers for a single. I think Verndl plays each ball on its merit. If it's a good ball, he'll respect it. If you can scale it up, he'll actually, let's have a look at this.
Yeah, I'm just going to look at the run rate. So yesterday, 12.4 was the highest run rate we've seen since day 2. But yeah, 11.6. I wouldn't be surprised if that comes down a bit today because of the slower outfield. Just going to sneak. Well, Joe has called this a what? So what Joe's saying here is the whole ball isn't inside the blue line. He says it gets a little bit of it. Maybe 0.1%.
Oh, I think Danny's got an opinion about that.
True. I suppose Sid Gard got the other end of the coin now. He's going to be a no ball.
Yeah.
Because it's too high and it's well placed as well. So Kunga gets off the mark as the sun comes out to play. We've got a free hit on our hands. This is just way too full from Danny O'Connor.
Yeah, absolutely. Not been the greatest start of the over for Danny. Maybe that first one he got a bit unlucky, but that one just was too high. Put away by Kunga, who can bat. Kunga was, I think he batted number 3 in the first game for the Bohemians. This is the free hit. And it's straight. Joe Cope will have to do well to stop it.
Great
He does well. Big Joe Cope.
Loses the strides, but it's all in the name of saving runs. That's a fantastic stop by Joe Cope because that felt like it was accelerating off the turf. Have a look at this. Good result, although Joe going to go priority to fielding the ball rather than pulling the trousers back up, but that's fair enough.
So, Danny O'Connor bowling again to Martin Verndl and just pushed out into the covers. And really good bowling there from Danny O'Connor. Just a single. I think they're probably having a conversation in Czech, to be honest. Danny O'Connor's Czech he's Czech.
Yeah.
So he was born here. His dad's from Liverpool. Steve O'Connor.
Yeah, Steve.
He's a nice guy who. Well, I've got to say I know where Danny gets his mouthy tendencies from. No offence, Steve.
Important part of the game.
It is. Can be. Hawk ball.
That one definitely comes back enough. That was a really good swing. And yeah, he looks a little bit more confident now underfoot as well, Danny O'Connor. Just that natural movement. That's his natural ball, the in-swinger. Was making a big point when I had a chat to him that he can swing it both ways, though.
Yeah. Oh, he's a very confident cricketer, and he'll probably just field that one. He's a very confident cricketer, and I think for many, many years he's going to be a top-line player here in the Czech Republic, and hopefully for the Czech national team, because I don't know, he really wants to focus on his cricket.
He loves it. He's got the most important thing, apart from all his skills, he loves it. He loves playing. That's really key.
Was his turned quite strangely around the corner by Verndl.
What a shot. Yeah, so he gets so far across, I was worried he was going to get bowled, but then he didn't have to worry because it doesn't his swing. Would have been a big wide, but ends up getting plenty of the bat on it, and it's going to go one bounce 4. So, yeah, isn't it nice to see Czech-born bowler to a Czech-born batter and having a genuine contest here? As it is, it's Verndl that gets the points in the end, 81 for 4 after 8.
I'm sure they'll have a chat. There's quite a few Czech speakers, or Vojta Haas Czech as well.
Yeah.
Grew up in Townsville, but was born here. As we can see the worm. So 2 wickets in the first, 2 wickets in the second, and a bit of a barren landscape as far as wicket goes for the rest of it. But they're going at about 10 and over. It's going to be a competitive target. See if they can accelerate over the next couple. So Danny goes for 24 off 2.
Yeah, just found it a bit difficult, I think. We talked about the conditions being a bit less friendly to the batters, with the outfield being slower, slightly slower. But also, you can see it certainly affects the bowlers as well, with the slight difficulties of bowling with a wet approach. So 4 minutes to bowl this last over. They should be okay with that. And Muiz, but they haven't.
He went for quite a few. He says he's on a wraparound hat-trick. There's another player.
But he's on a hat-trick now. So
yeah, true.
Get him out there.
He might bowl the last one. I don't think so, though.
Probably not. Team game anyway.
That's a good start there from Muiz.
Well, yeah, Muiz is being used as a 6th bowler. So he hasn't been used yet at all. Now he's kind of getting the program that he needs to semi-rush through this over.
That's a good start. Bowling to Kunga. And the second ball's not bad either.
It's good shape. So they could go back to either Saini or Adnan Mohammed, or try someone new.
Yeah.
Adnan Mohammed's the captain, so
I think he might take the responsibility. But there are a couple of other bowlers. Lons bowls, Vojta as well, and Eric Walker. But to be honest, those guys are just new to the tournament. I think it's probably the best way to have.
I think they'll
players.
They'll stick with someone that's bowled already, and I think you go new 9th and new 10th.
Yeah, I agree. This is nicely picked up by Vojta Haas. There, you don't normally run on his arm, especially from the outfield.
But
that looks like Danny. I think it's Danny O'Connor out there.
Yeah, it is at point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this tournament, 11.6 run rate, average run rate, compared to last year 8.8, year before 8.4. Back in 2020, it was actually slightly higher. It was 9.1. That was just games played on this ground that we counted. So included the Czech Super Series and the ECS, which I think was just a 2-day affair.
Yeah, it was.
Back in, I think it was October in 20.
Oh yes.
Is it October or September?
Yeah.
I imagine it would have been a little bit chilly by then.
It was okay, I think. I think it was like we get sometimes we get Indian summers here in the Czech Republic. I don't think it was October. I think it was maybe late September.
I'll tell you right now. After this ball from Muiz.
It's a good ball, good over this so far.
Yeah, it's been excellent. And he won't get the opportunity to get a second, obviously, because he's bowling the 9th. No, it was October. It was the 5th, and actually it went on for 5 days. So it wasn't a 2-day series. It was the 5th to the 9th of October. But obviously it wasn't too bad. And Vinerati made the final when they went down to Prague CC. I think it's the second time that's happened.
This is it to Joe Cope, who just gets behind it, just a single. And bring Verndl back on strike. This has been a really good over here from Muiz. If he can keep it tight in this last ball, then it's really reduced that run rate. But as I mentioned, Vernal, he does tend to play the ball on its merit, apart from that improvised shot in the over before. This one is tucked around the corner, and nice shot. Got across the, just got the leg across so he could free the leg side. Have a look at that. Good footwork, and manufactured a beautiful sweep shot. Well,
really impressed at how he's able to catch up with those balls outside his legs and outside the line of his body. So end of the over, and it's 88 for 4 after 9. Cope was excellent up front, swinging the ball prodigiously. 2 for 13, his figures. Saini is on a hat trick, and guess what? He's still going to be on a hat trick, because it isn't going to be Saini to come back. It's going to be Adnan Mohammed to bowl the 10th over.
I can't remember who else is on a wraparound hat trick. Probably someone who didn't get a wraparound hat trick. But yeah, it doesn't.
This is the hard thing, because we kind of clear the cache of the hard drive of our minds after a game often, and so carrying things over is not always easy.
I did get someone come up to me and say, I got a wraparound hat trick, and I have no idea who it was. This was, I think, in Milan, or maybe in the last year.
Good start. Yeah. Vendor's been good here. I mean, I think he provides a bit of stability with hitters and kind of all-out hitters all around him. But he still scored at a pretty good strike rate in this innings.
Yeah,
40 off 26. And he just seems to be taking risks a bit his own way. You know, getting across the stumps and flicking to leg can be slightly risky, but he plays the shot really well.
I think they're calculated risks. Oh, that's another good ball there from the skipper. And Conga has to get off strike. Vernal has to have a chat with him. And maybe, I don't know. It's not really in the, I mean, this is very general. It's not really in the Czech mentality to confront people. And maybe Vernal's just not confident enough to go up and tell Conga to get to the other end.
Strike 3.
But I think it comes with a bit of experience. He really needs to chat to his batting partner. But he is kind of a guest in this team.
Yeah, that's the thing, yeah.
He played with them a few years ago, but at the same time, he's not a regular member of the team. So going up and
taking control is a bit awkward. There's 4 in a row.
Oh, this is a great over. And a great finish to this innings here by Vinerati.
Again, Bohemians just need 1 win out of their last 2 games to lock up a spot. Otherwise, they still might hold on, but they might not. And, yeah, this becomes super crucial. 4 swings in a row. Make that 4.5. Because this, it's dropped. As McGlynn. And we almost had a collision there. But I suppose it does keep it in the infield, so it'll just be a single with 1 to come.
Well, that would have been an interesting catch. If he'd taken it, that would have taken Vernal off strike as well. He got a good mitt on it and puts it down like a hot pie. And this has been a really good over here from the skipper, Adnan Mohammed. He's got 1 ball left. He'll be bowling to Vernal, who'll want to try to get as much as he can out of it. But 89 for 4. And it's tried to manufacture that shot again. Didn't get away with it. And that's it.
That's that. So 1 single off the last over. That's it. And Verna went back to his favourite little flick shot. This time he did miss it. Rare miss. And Bohemians, they just cannot get going with the bat. They're going to finish 89 for 4 off their 10 overs. Victory target of 90 for Vinos.
That's very much within their reach as well. It was a great start to this innings for Vinerati with 2 big wickets in the first over. Vernal's innings had kind of kept it together, and Zahid Mahmood as well. Let's have a look at this. This is first one, turned around the corner. Sahil drove a fantastic catch there from Abdul Muiz, who was very happy with that. And then straight through Buyan in the same over. Joe Cope, he often gets 2 wickets in the first over. And that's through a very typical Joe Cope delivery. Let's have another look. Sazib, he's not really happy. He's no mug, he just bowled either. And Danny O'Connor came on. That was a nice shot down the ground. I thought he bowled okay, O'Connor for the most part. That was a really nice shot from Martin Vernal down the ground. Who you can see his quality. That was an excellent shot. Shot of the day for me so far, that square drive. And then it was Zaid Mahmood and also Vernal who who brought this total up with just good batting. Saban Wood in pretty good touch. And as you see, good foot fielding out there on the boundary. And also Verndl was hitting the ball nicely. Again, given the full face, this was the almost run out. It was very close, but just in was the big check. And whipped away on the leg side for 6. So I thought he batted pretty well, did Martin Verndl. And as Zaid Mahmood picked up a few boundaries, but he did fall a little bit after that. It was another one that went through, but it was a catch here by Adnan Mohammed on the boundary, and it just got new batsmen in who couldn't quite get going, especially Saklane Mukhtar, who went the next ball. So Saini is on a hat-trick. He went for 15 before that in the over. This was a no ball from young Danny. And again, some good hitting. Great stop there from Joe Cope. That really picks up your team. And a bit of improvisation there from Verndl. But it was a good last couple of overs. Again, nice shot. But from Abdul Muiz, the last one, as McGlynn puts that down, but also from Anil Saini, who went for very few off his over. Let's have a look at the batting card in a moment. So Zaid Bin Wood 29-16, batted pretty well. Martin Verndl also 40 off 27, did the bulk of the scoring. Rohit Kungar 9 off 13, but yeah, nothing at all for Grover, who went for first ball. Sazid Bhuyan bowled beautifully again by Joe Cope, and then 2 golden derricks. Saklane Mukhtar, and the also went for nothing. But the bowling figures will be interesting. Joe Cope up top, 2 for 13. The pick of the bowlers, fantastic. Anil Saini with 2 for 15. He's on a wraparound hat-trick. He's expensive of his 1 over, but picked up 2 off these last 2 balls. But Adnan Mohammed and Abdul Muiz going for the economy rate, and also Sid Goud with a pretty good effort there, just 9 off each of his overs. So in match 48 here from the European Cricket Series in Prague, Vinerati have done pretty well with a fantastic start, those 2 big wickets early, and have made themselves very competitive in this game. Vinerati need 90 runs for victory against Bohemians, who didn't have it all their own way. They've got probably their full strength lineup Bohemians as well. Martin Verndl there with 40, but Joe Cope 2 for 13 really took 2 big batsmen out of the equation for Vinerati. The Bohemians, they'll have to bowl very, very well to defend this total. And we're back in a few minutes' time to see if they can do that, or if Vinerati can get the 90 runs they need to win. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to Prague. This European Cricket Series here from Czechia. Match number 48 between Vinerati and Bohemians, and it's a really good effort in the field from Vinerati, taking a couple of big wickets early and restricting the Bohemians down to 89. It's a very achievable total, but Bohemians are at full strength, and they've got some very, very good bowling. So the Barbarians will have to bat well to get there. And it looks like, oh, interesting. Voitahasa is at the non-strikers end. He's been in pretty good form for Vinerati throughout the season. He's a pretty big hitting batsman is Voita, but it is his first game of the tournament, and it will be Abdul Muiz to open, the left-hander. So this will be an interesting contest. Sid Gowd, the obvious batsman in the lineup. Shobit Bhatia might get a bit of promotion, but they are a bit light on batting. I think, well, they're light on troops are Vinerati. They've drawn in a couple of the Bianco's players, the second division side, to fill in gaps. So Javed Iqbal is the bowler. He's bowling to Abdul Muiz. Comes Javed with the first ball, and it's right on line from the Warhorse. I think it'll be a really good contest between the bat and the ball. Zashi Nazim has been really good for Bohemians. Also, Abdul Fahas in the lineup. Sazib Bhuyan as another bowler. Saklan Mukhtar. It's going to be a really tough ask for the Vinerati batsmen, especially if they lose early wickets. As Javed comes in again. He's hit past him. In fact, they'll get one. It's well run. Voita is fast and he dives. He sort of bounces, if anything. The throw was high, and Voita's actually pretty quick. Let's have another look at this. And it was a yes, no, and he goes. And when he dives, he sort of bounces. So we'll bring him on strike. They're having a bit of a chat, but probably was one on. Then I think it was Muiz's call. So Voitahasa, as I said, former national team captain. He's a bit of a dashing batsman, and he's been in good form this season, but hasn't played a game in this tournament, so it might take him a little bit of time to get to the pace of things, especially with such an experienced bowler like Javed Iqbal bowling. He comes in, and it's to Kamal, who takes a catch. Well, he's gone for a golden derrick as Voita, and he's hit it to a former teammate. In fact, it's not a former teammate at all. It's Zishan Azim, who doesn't drop them. It's just a very simple catch, and that's a golden derrick there for Voitahasa, which is a shame because he's really fun to watch when he gets going. First wicket down in the first over, and that's not the start they want. The Vinerati side, they are 1 for 1. So Sid Gowd is the new batsman. If Vinerati are going to get towards this total, they'll need Sid Gowd to be in there for the majority of this innings. He batted beautifully earlier in the tournament, but then his last 2 innings, I think he got a run out twice for ducks, in fact, including a diamond duck. So he hasn't had much batting time, but it hasn't been through it's been through the fault of somebody, but not through the fault of Sid's batting. So Iqbal comes in, bowling to Sid Gowd, and hits it straight down the ground. Lovely shot, and that gets to the boundary past the fielder. And just straight hit. Let's have a look at this. There's that pitched up. Just didn't get all of it. Did Sid? Got enough of it though. Nicely timed. And 4 runs. Well, so Gowd's in the mood, it seems, but as I said, he really needs to stay in, just play proper cricket shots, and to get at least close to this total. Let some of the other batsmen help him, but really need to build an innings around Gowd. As Javed comes in again. And he pulls that one. There's no man back. West there is, in fact, it is Zishan Azim. And just a single there to Gowd. As Kroom says, a free golden duck. Indeed. So Iqbal bowling to left-handed Abdul Muiz again. And Vinny's back in the marshmallow, I just noticed.
Back. Yeah, I'm back, and unlucky for him. He probably didn't have to go for the very first ball. It wasn't really there to hit either. It wasn't full enough to drive. Would have been a great shot if he pulled it off. There's that ball where Javed Iqbal bowls from behind the stumps, essentially. It'll just go off the leg for a leg by. It's the end of the over 7-for-1. Just have a look at where this foot comes down. You know, it treats the back line like it's the front line, basically, and that's just try and create a bit of variation, maybe try and fool the batter because you feel it should reach you before it does. Anyway, it's the end of the first over, and the ball, and the last ball with that leg by goes for 1, and it's 7-for-1 after 1 over. 28 matches since the golden ball. It does come around really quick. And I'd love to have one more before we leave.
This could be a good shout for golden ball, Vinny.
Is 90 the new 120?
Maybe.
That's my question. I thought of it this way. It's probably 1 ball and over on average, which would have been 4 yesterday or day before. Now it's 1. So there's 3 runs and over. 3 times 10.
That's not what I mean, though. I mean that the Vinerati are down on batting strength, I think. That's definitely not out because he dropped it and he's hurt himself as Zaid Mahmood. Looks like it might have got him in the ribs. Let's have another look at this. And
can't really tell if it's nicked or not, but he tries to clutch it to his body.
Maybe it's one of those fake football injuries when you you fall over and do something silly and then point at your hamstring. So Sazi Bhuyan, the bowler, hits it pretty firmly. Chance for a run out. Gets him. Hits the top of the bails, and I think he is gone. I don't think the batsman thinks he's gone, but the bat is not down. That's out. Well, it's a big wicket and a great piece of fielding there.
Yeah, very top corner of the stumps, wasn't it? But yeah, that's very, very well done. And so Muiz is going to be run out for just 2. Vinerati having a horrendous start here. That makes it 7 for 2 in the second over.
It's very similar to the Bohemians start, isn't it? And I've lost Muiz, who was looking pretty good. Hasn't really scored big runs in this tournament, but looking very capable. Sid Gowd at the other end. He'll have to take responsibility. If they get Gowd, it's looking a bit iffy as to who is going to be getting the runs here for Vinerati.
Yeah, and he takes a slightly indirect route. Like he gets off the artificial. I think today I'd be running on the surface. But yeah, look at that. Just blows the bail off. And he probably even feels at the time that he gets home. But yeah, that guy Zishan Azim, he's just incredible, isn't he, at the moment? Takes a catch. Now the run out of Muiz, so he's responsible for both openers disappearing.
And El Saini is the new batsman. They also have Adnan Mohammed, but he's not been in great form. This is a beautiful shot there from Sid. And there's Javed Iqbal out there, but he's lifted it over the covers for 6.
That is a cracking shot of the day for me. Just comes out, just all about balance, timing. And before you knew it, that was 6. Maximal. Sid once again holds the key, I think, in this chase.
No, I think you're definitely right there, Vinny. As comes Sazib again. This is hit. A bit looser that time, just over the infield. It'll be safe. They'll just get the 1.
So that's the ball that yesterday or a couple of days ago probably runs away for 4. That's probably an example. So yeah, 89 was looking like a pretty terrible score earlier in the week. Now, I wouldn't say it's par, but close to.
I still think they're short of runs, are Bohemians. Just that Vinerati are short of batsmen, I think. So this is just clamped down on by Saini. Adam Mohammed, I think, needs to step up as well. He's got some starts in the tournament, but it has no fluidity in his batting. And Saini here is just prodded that down. So Zib come in again. And well, he goes for that one. There's a man out there, won't get there. That's a nice shot from Saini. It wasn't a gift from the bowler. It was a little bit pitched up. And he just opened up his stance and smashed it through that long on region.
Yeah, what a shot. So yeah, both batters getting some in the second over. It's 18 for 2. As we'll have a little peek at the ladder. Maybe before we do, I say quick hello to Rob Lever, who's watching from Romania, and he was playing for Transylvania in the Romanian ECS. And Rob's a lovely guy. Actually was living in Romania, originally from England. He runs a place called T10 Social, which was a great, actually you would love it. It's a place where they do quizzes, they do music quizzes, they do kind of music nights and open mic kind of nights.
Sounds great.
Yeah, and get a good blend of kind of locals and internationals in there as well. Here's Jarvid getting a second over, and this has been crunched. 1 bounce, 4 runs, and Sid looks on at the moment. He's still got an over in the power play to work with.
That's a lovely shot, just lifted it over the top, and that's what you need to do against Bohemians. If they start infighting, then as I think Sazib had a bit of a go at the bowler, David Iqbal.
He's in a yellow jacket. That was Charles Croucher that came out and said, yeah, thank you very much. The Sheriff running the show in the officials' tent.
Oh, it's another great shot there by Sid. This one's gone all the way, and he's hitting straight and he's hitting long. It's a good fielder he's taking on out there in Zishan Azim.
It's another long ball that he bowls. It's not really, it's a long ball because he makes the pitch longer. But yeah, I think just gives the batter longer to see it as well. You know, I wonder about it as a tactic, if I'm honest. It's something you can do. Whether you should do it regularly, I'm not so sure.
I mean, I'm assuming he's doing it on purpose.
Yeah, no, he definitely does, because the rest of the time he's right up at the front line. But yeah, it's just confirmation that's a 6. I think they want to look at it one more time, but it was pretty comfortable.
We're bringing Sazib Bhuyan right onto the boundary straight, so they've got 2 men straight. So he goes square. That's a lovely shot again by Sid. I think it might have gone all the way too, and it has. So Sid Gowd, he's on the rampage, and he knows it's his responsibility. And to be honest, I think this quick scoring in the power play, even though it's risky, lays a really good platform for Vinerati, because with the batsmen they have, they can they're capable of holding a bat and getting runs, but they just 4 of them haven't played this tournament, and so if Gowd can get as many as he can in the first few overs, there's a lot. It's a good platform to build on.
It takes the pressure off a lot, doesn't it? And you can just cruise and pick him up where you like. Still 3 balls left in this power play. Here's Iqbal.
Just be played to the square leg just for a single.
So it's just finishing on that. Yeah, so rock cricket in Romania. He did play in England, then realised through ECN that there was cricket in Romania, and it's been growing steadily to the point that we had an 11-team series there before. Then we only ever had a 5-team ECS. So yeah, Transylvania.
That's a great
cool
team.
name.
I'd love to play for Transylvania.
Well, yeah, well, that's the thing. Good Yorker. That people were saying, you know, because they were playing day 2, that they should turn up with fangs and, you know, and the like.
Were they wearing black capes?
No, they weren't. I was a bit disappointed that the colour scheme wasn't a bit more vampire-y. But actually, Rob, I promised Rob that I'd go and visit T10 Social in Bucharest because he made himself known to me on social media. And despite sleeping on the airport floor in Stockholm the night before and going straight to the ground, still made sure I got there and had a thoroughly great night.
Just in the chat, Vishnu Meena, remember the name, Sandeep Gaud. Well, his name's
well, don't remember that name.
Siddharth. So it might be a Sandeep as well. I don't know if he's got a brother.
End of the power play, and the score's 35 for 2 after 3. Quickly want to say hello to Mohammed Nabil as well, who's not on the side today, but hello to you. Sure, he's cheering on Finos from home, and yeah, loving the loving the interaction the community we've got going at the moment. How about that last over? Only one run. That was dramatic, wasn't it? And when you bowl yourself ahead of a guy who's on a hat trick, you better do a good job. And then Muhammad did do a good job. To the point that there was only one single in that last over.
To be fair, he got spanked on the first 4 balls of that over. Did Saini went for 15, and he thought, "Oh, what's the rest going to bring?" And then he gets 2 wickets. So Saqlain Mukhtar is the new bowler.
Let's see the slow attack now, though. No Kamal in the side for Bohemians today.
Oh, it's been launched. Great shot again there. And it goes over the boundary, hits the covers that are drying out there. And, well, just a bit short there from Saqlain. Look at this. Too easy. They do still have Fahad in the bowling lineup, do Bohemians, to add a bit more pace. I'm sure we'll see him probably next. And but it's the Sid Gowd show at the moment. He's 35 off 9.
35 out of 41 runs for the team.
And he's slightly mishit that, but it's a good mishit because it's just over the bowler.
That's the bit of luck you need. You know, that could easily be out. You know, he hits it slightly better, goes straight to the outfield, or maybe hits it straight up in the air. You need that bit of luck. It's very hard without it. Gowd survives, moves to 36.
It's not a bad effort there from Saini. Hits it down the ground. Sahil picks up the ball very slowly. He's not very happy as Sahil. He got a first baller. Now we're seeing Sid Gowd taking his bowling attack apart. The captain. This one's been hit straight. Just be a single. And Sazi Bhuyan is he's almost a straight hit. Is Bhuyan. So they've got 3 men back straight. But he's dangerous all around the ground is Sid Gowd. Saini just prods that down. It'll be a single. Thought about throwing. He did have backup. But after being launched from the that first ball, the short one, it's been a pretty good comeback here from Mukhtar. 10 from it so far, but that's above the run rate. And wow, that's a big. Oh, I thought it bowled him.
No, it missed, and the keeper missed it too because I think he was expecting to bowl him as well.
I thought it looked for all money like he'd played it back on, and Sid was looking at the stumps.
I think it's nothing. Yeah,
I think you're right.
Look, it just goes straight.
I was completely fooled by that.
Body and the stumps.
I thought it had crashed into the stumps, and that's where the ball. So big relief there for me, and for all Vinerati fans out there, and also Sid Gowd. So as you see here, they're well above the run rate. They're going at 11 and over. They only need about 9, so it's looking pretty good. Even though they did lose those 2 wickets, it's looking pretty good at the moment for Vinerati. They're about halfway there after 4 overs. Hi to Terry in the chat.
Yeah, Terry's there. Hello, Terry. Hopefully you're well. And I'm sworn to secrecy, but I've heard that he might have a big recruit in the Estonian side. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else. We're not going to talk about it. But anyway, Terry, hopefully you're well. And always happy to see you in the chat. Terry O'Connor, of course. Very, very important in the development of Czech cricket.
Whoa.
Wow, he might have survived the last one, but he doesn't survive this one. Zishan Azim comes on, goes straight through the gate. Oh, Sid. And I should remember the name. Zishan Azim will want to remember that ball because Gowd is on his way for 37 and the score 46 for 3.
Yeah, well, as I said before, that Sid Gowd needed to really be there towards the end of the innings. He's built a good platform. It's still just 4 overs gone, but Bohemians have got probably their best lineup. It was definitely with the bowling. Zishan Azim's been really good with the ball, and they still haven't bowled Fahad, so it's not going to be easy here for Vinerati. They have got a lot of time to get there. It will be the captain in Adnan Mohammed who'll be the next in. But it's going to be a tight one, I think, Vinny.
Yeah, when you've had one batter dominate to the degree that Sid did while he was there, it's going to be when he's dismissed. But has got his team pretty much over halfway there already in only 4 overs. Yeah, so Terry O'Connor in the chat. Every time I hear the name Danny O'Connor, who's playing for Vinerati, I think it's like if we did a mashup of you and Terry, because you and Terry, Danny Hudacek and Terry O'Connor, did so much commentary back in the 2020
We
Czech
all
Super
look
Series.
so much alike as well. Terry's quite tall. And,
But Danny O'Connor seems like just mushed you two together.
it's a nice shot going around towards the boundary. Verndl's back there and makes no mistake. He's a very reliable, good fielder, is Martin Verndl.
Vishnu feels like this will go to the last over now. Maybe. I mean, they're ahead of where they need to be. Keep an eye on that required run rate. Staying in the sevens with wickets in hand, I think you're fairly comfortable with that.
You look, one boundary and over.
Yeah, one boundary.
She's hit down to back down to the bowler. It's been a really good over so far from Zishan Azim, who's he's very impressive. He's come from Poland as Azim to play for this for the Bohemians in this tournament, and he's just been a good, solid player, really good bowler, safe pair of hands as well. Don't know how many he's taken down there at long on.
Good player.
Oh, bit of a charge there, a little unnecessary from the batsman.
Sainy's definitely come out to hit, and we saw that even when Gowd was there, so he's not changing his approach. Obviously, they like him in this situation to keep it aggressive. You've got the captain at the other end who's just joined Adnan, but yeah, I don't necessarily mind Saini going after it a bit.
Yeah, maybe. He's got to be lucky though, and well, that's no luck there. It's a big swing, and that's 4 runs. Takes it from outside off stump. But you're right, it's a big swing. Let's have a look.
If that's his role, then he's doing it. You know, I think
it's low percentage, especially on this pitch. So, because I mean, you've seen some batsmen get away with it, and again, if he gets away with it, it's going to bring Vinerati a lot closer, a lot quicker. But you've seen a lot of correct batsmen getting runs on this wicket.
Yeah, that's true as well. Last ball of the over.
Whoa. Took off a little bit.
Sure did. End of the 5th, and Vinerati have reached the 50 now. You heard it applauded a moment ago. It's 51 for 3 after 5. Here Vishnu saying Joe Cope must be promoted. I mean, Joe's a funny one. He's a bit hit and miss as well in this series.
He's a good batsman though.
Let's just have a quick look at what's coming up tonight. Porto Wanderers, well, they lost both of their matches in the doubleheader a couple of nights ago to Friendship, but they're back on tonight against the Lisbon Capitals. So both those teams, I think they can afford to have the points. And that's the ESSN, or the ECSN, I should say. Still getting the hang of that. Corey Rucker's standing by, and it starts 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. And if you think that one took off, Danny, last ball of that last over, you should have seen the second ball last night in Portugal. It took off like something crazy. Entertaining night last night. We saw Marlowe get over Friendship twice, but yeah, always fun to see some cricket under lights. Although the lights only come over probably for the second innings of the second match. But anyway, I'm going to get back to the action. Arif Javed, didn't he have a good day the other day?
He did have a good day, and he's a cagey, wily bowler. Arif Javed, and he'll be bowling to the captain, Adnan Mohammed, who'll want to stay in a little bit, play a supporting role maybe for Saini. And it's a nice shot off his legs, going towards the boundary, and nice stop out there. Looks like it was...
I reckon that just my spider senses tell me that he kicks the rope here.
Well, he's looking around. I think he might have got a word from his fielder as well.
Have a look here. This is the trailing foot, so that's fine. But then watch that back foot.
Whoa.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
There. 4 runs.
Yeah, all over it. And I actually think that Kirill spotted that up in the tower. So it will be 4 runs in the end. And a bit of a bonus for Vinerati. A bit of a bonus for us as well, because despite most of the supply chain being in the 11 for Vinerati, we have got the pies. I think I've got the Melbourne.
I've got a butter chicken, not a butter chicken pie, but a butter chicken. As well, it was Shobit Bachi who recommended it. Said it's the best butter chicken he's ever tasted. So, Shobit, if it's not,
yeah, got some answering to do. Oh, that's a bit of luck. That boundary earlier in the over, isn't it?
It's
How good are our crew though? I mean, Kirill's you can see that even the camera work, when the ball came in, he actually put the camera back on the rope and said, you know what? I think that's 4. And he was exactly right.
It's called a wide there. Saini's on 10 from 10. He's going okay. Adam Mohammed, 6 off 3. Vinerati, they're getting closer to this target. The run rate's really good. They've lost 3 wickets. They've lost the big wicket of Sid Gowd, but these two are taking the responsibility. As Javid comes in again. This is hit a long way. It's a massive 6. Out onto the Banks field. Uses his feet well. And that's a lovely shot. Have a look at this again.
That's giant. Picks it up. That kind of in-swinging, in-slanting action straight into the wheelhouse of Anil Saini. He's having a really good game here. And yeah, that's his natural game. That's what he's playing.
Javid coming in again. And it's just been hit over the bowler.
So I want to say a quick hello to Ken, KG1 in the chat. Good to have you in there. Terry said that my mention of a new signing for Estonia will get those out there who saw me with Graham Smith 2 weeks ago and Brett Lee and his son Preston playing for the Talon Hippos. Very excited. Well, I will say, think bigger. Maybe not bigger name, but bigger size. That's all I'm going to say. But anyway, I'm not going to say anything, Terry. I'm going to keep it on the down low. But we're quite excited. With the kind of squad you might be able to put together for the ECC, and even I know you've got some cricket planned before that. It's well done by the bowler. This will be the end of the over, and the score is 64 for 3.
He's brought it back really well as Javid in the last couple of balls, but a lot of damage done. 13 off the over, 64 now for 3. Vinerati, again, they're keeping around just over that 10 runs and over figure. So that's it's good going.
27 to 4. So what's that? 6.5 and over required. But you know, not over till it's over.
So they've got a bit of a bits and pieces side to the Vinerati. They've got four batsmen who haven't played at all in this tournament, and Shobit Bhatia is still listed at coming in at number 10. He opened the batting for Vinerati in the very first game, got a first bowler, and they've just gone, not your 10 for the rest of the series. And this is a good bowler coming on in Farhad. Abul Farhad is he's best when he's bowling quick.
Yeah, it hasn't quite been himself so far. It's actually a pretty good take on the second bounce by Zahid Mahmood there.
I had a chat to Abul to Farhad earlier, and he's been travelling a lot for the last 4 weeks. He does runs as well as a restaurant. He runs an import-export business, and he's been travelling all around the place. So he hasn't had much cricket in him. So I think it's a good run out for him today as he comes in again, bowling to Saini, who gets him away square. It's well run there by Adnan Mohammed.
It's the power of not hesitating. This single. Adnan goes straight away. It's pretty much straight to the fielder, but gets there fairly easily, even with a clean pick up and throw.
Yeah, really good, well taken run. I'll bring the skipper on to face Farhad. We saw him, I think it was yesterday, just ramp up the pace a little bit after a couple of deliveries. And he's looking like the old Farhad as this is going to go to the boundary, and that's 4 runs. Sahil Grover's in front of me here, in front of the marshmallow with his head down. He's now got his arms folded. Things not going right for the Bohemians.
This field's not slow though, is it?
No.
I mean, for the amount of rain we had overnight, he's put it back to what I'd call average, but still quick. And the sun's going to come out, it's going to bake it, it's going to be fast again.
There's no grass on it to stop it.
Yeah.
It's just that, I mean, it's a little bit softer because of the rain, but it's still going to play fast, I think, for the finals. Here comes Farhad again. And just pushed out to point for no run.
And with a loss here, Bohemians, suddenly they're in jeopardy. And with Berno looked at a new side today, just with the injection of energy from Dylan Stain, for example.
Yep.
You know, you got a Freedy, he's back in the side after missing a couple of games. Yeah, they look with Ratul having had a few days to recover from his injury hassles. And that's who Bohemians are going to play in their 14th and last group match later on today.
That's another nice shot. Got through the fielder, and he did enough to pat it down.
Cracked it actually, and Javid ends up getting hands to it, taking the sting out of it, but they still are able to get a run.
This is a good game. Still on for Bohemians, but still need a 30-odd to Vinerati. Looking pretty good at the moment, but that game, and I saw it yesterday, I was here with Venki, that's the one we pointed to, the Bohemians Berno game, match number 4. And it says hit a long way, bit of a slower ball there from Fahad, and another 6 towards the total. Another big hit there from Saini. Well, we were wondering who's gonna take up the attack after the dismissal of Sid Gowd. He gave him a good platform, and it's given the confidence to these two, Anil Saini and also the skipper Adnan, to score some runs. As we see, this is the next game coming up. It's Vinerati again against the Prague Tigers. This should also be a really good game. Ollie Dennis into the lineup for Vinerati. So this it'll be coming up after this one.
Team news on the Tigers, still no Sahadat Sagor work commitments, but you got the general manager up there. So Jameer listed to open. So we'll see what they go with there at the Tigers. Pretty bold decision to bat first, considering how badly they batted first up this morning. Maybe slightly different conditions, slightly different time of the day, but yeah, that match is coming up in about 35 minutes time.
So Sazi Buyan is the bowler. He'll take up the attack. Bowling to Adnan, who tucks that one away. That'll be 4 runs. Bit short there from Sazib. And it's not going the Bohemians' way at all in this game.
They should do this in a dawdle. Now, here's where it's important. Net run rate. Let's say that Vinerati are able to win all their games from here and they're all winnable games. Let's say Bohemians don't beat Berno later. Margins matter.
Yeah.
And so if Vinerati can do this quickly, that'll be a big bonus for them. And Bohemians will just be hoping to drag this out as long as possible, because it could be net run rate that separates these two at the end of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. How important is that point United got yesterday also?
Yeah, for sure.
With the abandoned game against PCC.
It wasn't looking too good for him in the first 6 overs.
No. But it's looking pretty good here for Vinerati, who have showing a lot of fight in this game.
Well, maybe that's the universe helping United out, who you could have argued should have had 2 points in the Golden Ball match.
True.
But didn't, because Abimanyu didn't touch his bat correctly. So, yeah, they do get a point. The only team to take a point of Prague CC so far.
They're a good side, and with, I'm sure Pramod Bagoli will come back as well. Oh, he's got him. Well, that's one too many there from Saini. And no real celebration from Bohemians. I think they think this game is gone, but they still need to get the runs to Vinerati.
Yeah, they're not happy, because I think they know they're on a sinking ship. But Buyan gets this right, full straight. But Saini, he's 24, pretty useful. He's live by the sword, die by the sword kind of stuff. And he is the 4th player to be dismissed with Vinerati, 81 for 4. And this will bring Joe Cope to the crease.
I think it's a good time for Joe Cope to come in here. He doesn't need to play big shots. He can is technically a very good batsman. All he needs to do is really just find the loose delivery and turn the strike over. Same with Adnan as well. They're in a good position. So going to be Sazib bowling around the wicket. And not many needed here for Vinerati. Still got a bit of time, still in the 8th over. But they'd want to keep these 2 batsmen in. They don't want to put too much pressure on players who haven't played a game in the series. Sazib bowls to Joe Cope, wanting revenge. This one's hit down the ground to Sahil. Pick it up, just a single. And they need 9 or 14. They can comfortably do it in singles, Vinerati, and that's probably the plan, I'd say, Vinny.
Yeah, see, I'd be going for it. You know, I've just seen so many. I don't think you can mess this up. No. If it was in the mess-upable category, then it maybe would be a bit more careful. But anyway, let's see how they go about it. As it gets to the end of the 8th over now, the score is 82 for 4.
I don't think even run rate is entering the Vinerati mind at the moment. The captain's out there. They need the 2 points.
Yeah.
And you can talk about run rate all you like. If they don't get the 2 points, if they miss out by some miracle that Bohemians come back and get on top, then the run rate's irrelevant.
Yeah, I suppose from here I'm looking at from, I suppose, a bit more of an objective point of view as those in the middle who are feeling it. They're probably just thinking, 8 runs to get. Let's not do anything crazy. Let's make sure we get the win.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they can mess this up. But having said that, I haven't seen it mess up from this point before. It's just I'd hate for them to look back if they just miss out by 0.1 on net run rate or something like that. But yeah, it's
if the ball's there to hit, they'll hit it.
Don't be too conservative. I'd say bat normally.
Have a look at the field set by Bohemians.
Yeah, extra infielders.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so Cope can't catch up with the first ball. How many outfielders they got? So they've basically got a power play field here. They've got maybe 3 out, so almost a power play field. They've got a third man out as well as a deep forward square leg and kind of floating deep extra cover.
I think it's a good move. This game's really not over yet, Vinny.
I agree.
There's good bowling from Bohemians. The pressure's on Vinerati at the moment in some sense. And this one is, that's going to relieve the pressure a bit. 4 runs, thick outside edge from Joe Cope. And, the bowler and his skipper have both got their hands on their heads. It wasn't a bad ball. Got a thick outside edge, could have gone anywhere, and it went to the boundary.
Yeah, some of the Berno players waiting for their games later in the day, doing the fielding there. So now 4 to win. It wasn't super convincing. To be honest, one of the few men they had on the boundary was a third man. So it just was a bit too wide of him. 4 to win now for Vinerati.
And comes Azim. Sounds hit towards that area. Bit of foot fielding there. Just a single. Bring the skipper back on strike. And so 3 to win. 9 balls.
Ken in the chat, KG1, saying square leg umpire nearly got trodden on there. And I think he's talking about maybe the dismissal. It's a common joke we have when we see batters backing away. Anyway, Adnan's been good here. He can finish it off. 3 runs required to win. Azim trying to keep Bohemians alive.
Hits it down the ground. Well, it was a chance for a catch. In fact, I think it might have caught him on the end of the finger there, the bowler.
Yeah, it did. In his follow through, and he was kind of falling that way as well. So a player as good as Azim, he would have expected to take this, but it's misjudged the speed, basically. That was the issue.
So Adnan 16 off 12, 3 runs to win for Vinerati, and goes for it. It's going to be caught.
Oh, wow. This is going to, if it goes to the last over, then anything can happen. And they've already brought the field up, which I think is a brilliant move. I think something they'll do even more in the last over, perhaps. But yeah, trying to go over the top. And Abul Shahaz Farhad, he just takes a couple of steps to his left and says thanks very much. So Adnan was there for a while. He ends up going for 16. And it's all happening in the 9th, 87 for 5.
It is all happening in the 9th. And, Big Joe Cope, I think, has to face a few of these. The new batsman is Michael Lonsborough, who's a bit of a test match specialist. I'm sure he'll try to get the runs. He's a competent batsman, is Lonsborough.
So let's see what the field is here. I've got to say, a lot of times I don't see captains doing this when they should. In fact, we saw Malta with the scores tied in a T20 national have people right back on the ring and bleed the last single against Luxembourg. So yeah, I like this captaincy. Still 3 to win though.
Oh, well,
it's knocked him over.
Gone. So he gets a diamond derrick, and there's still a bit of life in this game. And it's really good bowling here from Azim.
What a seed to get first up. I mean, my word. Look at it come back, cracks the top of middle and off, and Azim out of nowhere has gone bang, bang. and maybe we do have some drama. You know, what was I thinking, getting ahead of myself, talking about run rate? Just get the runs, Vinerati,
That's
otherwise
exactly
you've
what I was
sunk
saying,
yourself.
Vin.
But you're that's spoken like a nervous Vinerati supporter. I'm being a little bit more neutral here. Anyway, Michael probably wonders where that one came from, and he's got every right to question it because that was a proper seed to get first ball, had his name on it. 87 for 6 after 9.
That's another player on a wraparound hat-trick also. And, well, Farhad will bowl the last over. He can bowl the odd wide, can Farhad, and it's not the right time to bowl wides. As we see the golden balls.
He hasn't been himself, really, Farhad. But, yeah, well, we've had 11 golden balls, including that one. The 11th of the year, golden ball 48 on Saturday. Berno versus United. And, yeah, we've had...
Surely not, Vinny.
We've had 48 of them so far. You can see 29 won by the bowlers. And that was after the first 5 all went to the bats. Everyone was like, oh, it's not very fair. Batters, too easy for the batters. Well, that would show you. Not so easy.
So Suckling Mukhtar is the bowler. Interesting.
I was going to say they had the option of Mukhtar or Arif Javed or Farhad or going for someone new. All right. I like this. Put the squeeze on.
Yeah.
I mean, one shot wins this for Cope, but will he go over the top? Will he take that risk?
Nice. Hits it straight. They take a single. That's a good run. There.
Look who it is with him. It's the pie man, Ash McGlynn.
Go, Ash.
Hit and run. I think you're going, you've got 4 wickets in hand. Even if you hit to the field, I think you're running.
He's got to have a swing at it. It is at the infield's right in. If he gets it through, it's going to go towards the boundary and hits it pretty hard. And they've run it, and that's a good run there. And was it a good run?
I think he's in.
Oh, I'm not 100% convinced.
But my point is, it's still a good run, even if he's out.
Yeah,
you know, you got these run-outs to play with.
Brings Cope on strike, and he's home.
Safe. Yeah, see, you got to run on impact. So, wow, this has gotten real tight.
So scores are tied, right?
Scores are tied, and
4 balls to a golden ball.
Joe Cope has 4 chances to win the game for Vinerati. Again, I think you go on impact, make the play. You got 4 chances. You got 4 wickets in hand.
Look at the field, right in close.
That's good field.
Joe gets a dodgy edge. It's going to be a victory for Vinerati. And, well, Sahil Grover, he had his hands on his head. Now he's got his hands on his hips. Can't quite believe what's happened. And Vinerati, it's a good victory for them. Keeps them in the tournament. And, well, Big Joe Cope gets a dodgy, thick edge to win the game.
Yeah, and bat on ball was the key there. Couldn't miss balls. They didn't. McGlynn, I think, he hit the one that he needed to. And Vinerati, like, hey, keep their tournament alive with that win over Bohemians, who now have a pretty tricky one against Berno later in the day. But who knows, we'll see them straight away in the next match. But, let's have a look at some highlights. Voita was almost out without facing a ball as he had to slide in. It was airmailed over the keeper. But anyway, he found a way to get out, or almost get out twice in 1 ball fake. Again to their lineup today. But I like the energy about them. They seem fairly focused. And they do just enough, although that was a pretty good piece of fielding by Zishan Azim to get Moyes just millimetres short of his crease. But Goud, I mean, how important was his innings when you look at the 37 that he scored early on as they just scraped home in the end?
Well, we all knew that Sid Goud is the main man for Vinerati, and he scored his runs very quickly and laid that platform. But he only got 37. He'd like to have been there for a lot longer. But he batted beautifully. That was his wicket there. Really good bowling from Zishan Azim. And he thought at that stage that, well, they were ahead of the run rate. They just needed someone to attack. Anil Saini was the man to attack the bowling. And there's a couple of good innings there. Also, the skipper, Adam Mohammed, who batted really well.
Hey, how about that one where the foot touched the line, where that really should have just been 1. It turned out to be 4. Farhad again just doesn't quite have that zip at the moment that we saw from him a couple of years ago when he first burst onto the scene. Buyan again, you know, he seems to be playing through that injury. Came up with the goods there. And then this just set a little bit of a chain reaction in place, didn't it? As wickets started to fall, that was the end of Anil Saini, but he had a pretty good game for Vinerati. And then there was this streaky four from Joe Coe. And just when we thought that it was all over Red Rover, it was 2 wickets in 2 balls. Ishan Azim, he's another guy who's on a wraparound hat trick. This was a tight one, but I think tactically it was on. Just hit it, run, take your chances, back your teammates if they have to come in. But then Cope got a bit of a leading edge once again. As soon as that hit the turf, you knew that they were home. Vinerati to improve to 4 and 7 now, heading into the Tigers with a 3 and 8 record. And yeah, Vinerati, well, this again becomes a must-win for them. And with Tigers, we know that they're enigmatic the way that they play their cricket. They've got some good players in there, so Vinerati going to have to work pretty hard to get the points there. Tigers winning the toss, electing to bat. So interesting one for me. After their batting fell apart this morning, and that match is coming up, starting in about 20 minutes time. Ollie Dennis comes in for Vinerati.
Yeah, look, here's the batting lineup, and Ruiz and Haas are missing out, but Sid Gowd with 37 off 13 laid a really good platform. Good innings from Anil Saini, really took it to the Bohemians bowlers, and then it was held together pretty much by the captain, Adnan Mohammed, with contributions from Joe Cope and also Ash McGlynn with his one where he just made it home.
I tell you what, just 1 wide in the whole innings though, kept Bohemians in the contest. They were pretty disciplined with the ball. 3 for 10 Azim, having a very good tournament. Apart from that, wickets for Iqbal up front and Sazib Bhuyan. And yeah, Mukhtar tried his best to keep them in the contest, but they went down with 3 balls to spare. So we will take a break. Back in about 15 minutes, taking you into the middle game of the day. And the Tigers, they'll be hoping to bounce back after a disappointing performance this morning. Vinos are hoping to ride their wave into back-to-back wins. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. With that, Danny Hudacek. Take a quick break, then join us back here in Prague for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to the European Cricket Series here live in Czechia. We are in Prague, loving the weather at the moment. Hopefully it stays this way, but right now it is time for match 49. It is a clash between Vinerati, who are taking on the Prague Tigers. Don't forget though, once we're done in Prague tonight, there's more cricket. We have the night series in Portugal as well with Corey Rutgers standing by. So it's Vinos versus the Tigers. Charles Crouch and the Sheriff has the two captains and the coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Maybe your call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a head.
We're gonna bet first.
So the coin toss has been won by the Tigers in match 49 and they have elected to bat first. Well, that's pretty gutsy when you consider how it went this morning when they had to bat first. Slightly different conditions. It was pretty wet at that stage, but they were completely rolled and barely made 50 in the end. That was chased down very easily by Berno, who they'll play a little bit later on as well. But the Tigers obviously backing their ability to get a score on the board and defend it. We know that they do have the best ever defence. They defended 60 in their first ever European Cricket Series, and we've never seen anything better than that. For Vinos though, they seem a bit of a different proposition today, don't they? They are feeling like, you know, this is their last chance basically over the next couple of days to press their claims, and so I'm sure that they'll be bringing the intensity. They'll be wanting early wickets. I think Joe Cope bowled very well with his left arm swingers, and he'll be a bit of a threat to the Tigers opening batters. No Sagor yet, though we might see him later on for the Tigers. So the general manager, I think he's got some responsibility. GM hasn't up. Anyway, let's get ready for the first ball. Danny Hudacek will take you there. The news from the toss in match 49 is that the Tigers, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to Prague. This European Cricket Series Czechia match number 49, almost to the end of the round stage between Vinerati and Tigers. I see the line-ups here. Hassanat and Mia, they will, I think, are the two batsmen who'll do most of the damage for the Tigers, but they, Hassanat especially went very early against Berno. It's a different kettle of fish here. Vinerati, they've got well, a bit of a bits and pieces side, part of the first and second division sides. The Rossos and Biancos are here. The big change though, Ollie Dennis is in, but Sid Gowd is out due to work commitments. So that's a big loss for Vinerati. He'll have to bowl well, and definitely be Big Joe Cope who'll bowl the first couple of overs. The batsman they need gone as soon as possible. Hassanat, who can be destructive, and also Sobjib Mia, who's a bit hit and miss. Samuel Alam has missed out the last couple of innings as well, and he's also a very, very good batsman. So, as I mentioned, Big Joe Cope, he'll be opening the bowling. He'll be bowling to Amin Hussain, who's going to be opening actually with Samuel Alam. Samuel Alam earlier in the tournament was hitting the ball beautifully, but just hasn't got going. Had a bit of a bad luck. Amin Hussain, he's leading from the front. He's not had the greatest tournament with the bat either. So they'll want a good start here, Vinerati. They had a very good victory against Bohemians in the previous game, who will have to have a good think about their next match. Got one left against Berno, and that's going to be a difficult one for them. So Joe Cope will be bowling the first ball to Amin Hussain. Just about to get underway. And umpire Pete Vincent waves Joe Cope through, who gets one outside off stump. It's called a wide. He does a really good in-swinging Yorker, does Joe Cope, as he gives the umpire a nod. He's a good guy, as Joe Cope. Loves his cricket. Comes in again, bowling to Hussain, and that's well, going to be a single. Almost went back onto the stumps. Put a hand down at the big fast bowler. And single to the skipper, Amin Hussain. He got that late in-swing. It was just full though. Almost got that in-swing in Yorker. He's got so many wickets there. Bowling to Samuel Alam. And it's just poked out. They've taken the single. Danny O'Connor doesn't pick it up cleanly. He charged at it. Did all the right things there, except for picked the ball up. Did Danny. As I see it again, he's it's actually pretty well played. It's quite pitched up, bit of late in swing. Have to be careful, these batsmen. He's picked up some big wickets throughout the tournament in that same way as he comes in again. Bowling to Bin Hussain. Got up on him pretty big and just be a single. Very well run there. Just got quite big on him, hit the gloves, just turn it around the corner, and just didn't hit it quite well enough to get it to the fielder. Comes Cope again, and this is in the air, but it's got past the field, and that's 4 runs down to third man. Not very controlled that shot, but effective. Let's have another look. He tried to play it over the cover region, and just got it towards the bottom of the bat. 4 runs. It's not often Cope doesn't get a wicket in his first over. He's got a couple of balls left here. Samuel Alam. He's, as I said, he looked pretty good at the start of the campaign. Gone off the boil a bit. I think he got run out a couple of times as well. Did Alam. But Tigers, they'll want a victory here. And Vinerati, the undermanned Vinerati side, with 4 new faces in the team sheet today as Cope bowls it too short. That's hooked away. It's a lovely shot there from Alam, and it's a really positive start from the Tigers. 4 runs. Tries the bouncer, and just didn't get up high enough. Really nice, well-controlled pull shot there. That's at the end of the over. And a really good start here from the Tigers. Very positive. They are 12 for no loss. And Joe Cope, he's the frontline bowler here for the Vinerati side. Another one of their frontline bowlers is 14-year-old Danny O'Connor. And as you hear, the Pie Man, Ash McGlynn, in the block hole, Danny, in the block hole. That's another man who is very talkative on the field. There's always been someone in the lineup for Vinerati who's up for the chatter as O'Connor comes in. And called a wide. He prides himself on his bowling, does Danny. Bowls a really good in-swing, but does have an outswinger as well. Let's have a look at this one. And fair call there. Bowled a good ball in the last innings that the batsman left, and it swung in very, very late. He comes in again, and this is another wide. Well, I know one person will have a bit of a chat to him after the game about this, or maybe later on this evening. That's his dad, Steve. So he's quick to praise his son for good bowling, but also equally quick to say you need to bowl a bit better than that, son. Danny O'Connor comes in again. And this is tucked away down towards the leg side, and there's a man in the shed in a yellow jacket that comes out to fetch it, but it is actually a Berno player sitting on the Scott Page bench actually there. They're getting a really good view of the game from there. I'll be up a little bit later. Will Berno, their last game of the tournament. It's a bright start here from the Tigers. 20 off the first 1.1 overs. Danny comes in again. It's a better ball, just squeezed out towards square leg. Picked up. Just for a single there. It's Anil Saini. It'll be very important with the bat for Vinerati with Sid Gowd out of this game. Danny O'Connor doing it again. Picked up a wicket with his second delivery in this tournament. It's a good ball there. Just punched out to point for a single. Yeah, it was a big wicket too, that of Subborn Devisi, who was apparently very nervous going in and facing Danny because in his words, he didn't want to get out to a kid. And, well, he did get out to a kid, but very good bowler as well. And he comes in again. And, chance there. He's got him. He's picked up another wicket. LBW. That was a good bowling, and he's happy with that. And so Vinerati. And that's the skipper, Amin Hussain, who's gone. Let's have a look at this. And I think that's a really good decision. It was, he was just played back a little bit. It looked like he hit him in line with the off stump. And height, no problem. Very good decision there from the umpire. And that's the first wicket down for Vinerati. Let's have a look at this. It wasn't missing the stumps at all. So, big wicket there. Shobit Bhatia gets one on the jaw from one of his fielders. And that's the first wicket for Vinerati. First wicket down for the Tigers. It's the skipper, Amin Hussain. And even though it's a bright start, that wicket will buoy Vinerati. But very dangerous batsman to come out here in the general manager, Hassanat. Samuel Alam was also going very well from the other end. So Hassanat is, well, he's coming into face. He destroyed tree the other day, Jaburi Kanyalal. As Danny O'Connor comes in, bowling to the general manager. They want to see the back of him as quickly as possible. So just bringing the third man up and bringing the so Michael Lonsborough coming back on the boundary here at long on. Danny comes in again and flicked down the leg side, called a wide. Looked like he got a bit of pad, but didn't. Let's have a look at this. Big in-swing there. Just got his direction slightly wrong, did Danny, but he's getting really good in-swing. There's a bit of protection on the leg side. There's a man at deep square leg. There's also a short fine leg and a backward square leg. And really good ball again. Just pushed out to point. And even though the stumps were taken, that was a well-run single. It'll bring Samuel Alam back on strike. Still one ball left in this over. It's been a pretty good one. A couple of wides though from Danny. Want to tighten that up a little bit. But big wicket out of the skipper, Amin Hussain. And he'll be bowling to Samuel Alam. As the stumps get fixed there by Pistol Pete Vincent. And again, last ball of the over, last ball of the second, and it's down leg side, and won't be a run, just hit the pad. And at the end of the over, the Prague Tigers are 24 for 1. That was, well, just going over the top. There was no appeal from anyone. It was really good. Good over, good wicket, I should say, in that over. As we see the Prague Tigers there, the bottom of the ladder at the moment. Vinerati, they've won 4, lost 7. They still have an outside chance of getting into that final 4. They'll have to play the Tigers again. I think their final game might be against Berno. That's going to be a difficult one. Prague Spartans out of the running as well. As a new bowler will be Anil Saini, who. Well, I think he's on a wraparound hat-trick. Vinny,
Yes,
am I
you're
correct?
exactly right. Nothing wrong with your memory. He got yanked, and it wasn't because he didn't have the opportunity. Well, I suppose he did have the opportunity, but his captain didn't allow it to him. Anyway, wraparound hat-trick opportunity for Siney.
And it was right on line, just played down the track by Hassanat. Wasn't a bad ball. It's a low full toss.
Got to love a general manager that plays with a straight bat. Although that one was slightly angled. Now I looked at it a second time. But yeah, Tigers cannot get anything going this morning. Captain sent himself up to open and whack a 6, but it was LBW to Danny O'Connor. That's the story so far.
Vinny, I'm a bit envious. I would love a coffee right now, but you just got one hand delivered.
Yeah. Don't know what to tell you. Actually, I was going to finish it before I came back in the box. I think there was a spare going around.
Oh,
And it might have been a little bit of bribery from Riaz Afridi, actually. But I'll tell you, it wasn't particularly hot by the time I got it.
Yeah,
so
fair enough.
Don't be too jealous.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd be holding on to it for
I'm
warmth.
stingy for a coffee, Vinny.
Well, Shoba gets a glove on this. This is probably going to go for 5 wides. Asani gets it wrong, and the Tigers get a gift. It's a gift they sorely need.
Yeah, that's well, it's yeah, you're right. A gift there from Siney. Shobit trying as much as he could. There was a man at short square leg, or sorry, short fine leg who couldn't get there either. Just well placed wide by Siney.
Yeah, exactly. Well placed for Tigers fans. Probably mentioned it already, but Sid Gowd not in the lineup for this game.
It's a big out for Vinerati. It's looked like he was going to absolutely hammer that.
Just didn't time it, did he? That's Samuel Alarm out there. He was run out without facing a ball in the earlier game. So anything's an improvement for him. But I want to say a big hello to all of you out there, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. If you do want to drop something into the live chat, we always appreciate it. ECN European Cricket Network.
Comes Siney again.
Oh, sort of a massive wide. He needed the Q extender for this one, but it's off the end of the bat. And there's Ollie Dennis. He is into the side.
Yeah, I might see him with the ball. And it would have been a massive wide, wouldn't it? But yeah, we might see Ollie Dennis with the ball. Sid Gowd is such an important player for this Vinerati side. He's a leader on the field as well as being their best batsman, but also a pretty good bowler. Siney comes in again.
Probably is a wide straight over the tram line. That's Pistol Pete. Who's out there? Pete Vincent. Probably the most experienced umpire here in Czechia. I think Pete's really great for someone his age. You won't mind me saying this. Because not all experienced umpires can handle the pace of the game in ECN 10 over cricket. Because so much happens. Even very experienced umpires sometimes have struggled. The use of technology, the amount of decisions you're having to make. Some things that are a little bit different. But I think Pete, to his credit, he hasn't missed a beat this series. And he's done a lot of games as well.
Yeah, he's done a lot of games.
Right, into the bat job this time. This is going to run away for a boundary. So Alarm getting moving, and I suppose something for everyone in the power play. Bit of an even power play for me. 37 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, I think Tigers have got the better of it, to be honest. I mean, Samuel Alam, we saw him, as I said, early in the tournament, looking really good with the bat, but he's been unlucky, and as he said, he was run out without facing in the previous game. So he's due for runs. Sobjib Mia's there. I think it's lined up pretty well for him as well. Sobjib Mia and Hassanat. He hasn't really got going so far in this innings, but he's dangerous. Rakib Al Hassan was also a decent bat in this lineup for the Tigers.
So sticking with Danny O'Connor here. He does have the only wicket so far. 4th overtime. Field goes back. Pitched up, and this one has been moosed through the covers. The general manager says, step into my office, and he puts that one into the bushes, 4 runs.
I'll tell you what, with Danny O'Connor, it'll be fun to see his ECN journey grow up
100%.
every year, because I'm sure he'll be in this Vinerati side for many years to come, and just to see just the maturity, the strength coming in. He's got a bit of pace about him, as Danny. We saw him get a wicket with a bouncer as well.
Yeah, he's not afraid to bowl that either.
It's a good ball again.
Good comeback ball that time from Danny. They make him work for it. They do get a single. Yeah, but I like the confidence. You know, he's a boy playing against men, basically, but he's not going to be intimidated. When I think about most kids his age or even slightly older, quite often you'll see that they have a slight lack of confidence at the level, but he doesn't. He's super confident and gets this one to bend back in nicely as well.
No lack of confidence from Danny O'Connor, that's for sure. And oh, look at that. Great bowling.
Cricket's a confidence game, so wherever it comes from, you know, same as when we see batters making runs. When they've been making runs, it seems they can score runs with ease. If it's been a while, they've made some low scores, you see the confidence go, it looks impossible. So as much as he can keep that confidence up, I think he's going to have a good time.
That could be close, you know.
Just missing for me.
Maybe.
Because you've seen how much he's swinging the ball, and this one goes late. And for me, I think with the natural angle there, it's going to go down the leg side. Just watch this one go late.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vinny. Hit him in line, but in line with maybe middle and leg.
Yeah.
And so definitely missing the stumps. Good call by the umpire.
Abdullah Al Mahmood, the umpire, gets that one spot on.
He's getting a lot of in-swing, though.
Yeah. 2 to come. In the air, and it's going to be over the fielder. That's going to be another 4. So Alam counter-attacking. And a good contest here in match 49. This is the risk, I suppose, because it allows the batter to free his arms. It's probably just the length a couple of times. It's a half volley length. Okay, that's also the kind of length that if the batter mishits it, maybe it goes to cover and it's a catch. But Alam had it covered.
Yeah, it was a bit uppish. Just picked that gap though. The bouncer didn't get away with it. It was a high bouncer. Probably would have been called a wide if he hadn't hit it.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit of an experience with the decision making here, because you're getting the ball to swing. He's just a bit impatient. He knows he's got one ball left, and so rather than a surprise option, I think I would have liked to have seen, you know, the kind of ball that's pitched up and might swing and might actually take a wicket. Samuel Alam smacks it away for another boundary, and it's the end of the 4th over. 50's up as well for the Tigers, 50 for 1.
Yeah, definitely on top at the moment, the Tigers, and it's come from some pretty good batting from these two, especially Samuel Alam. The general manager hasn't really gotten going yet. It will be Abdul Muiz will be taking up the attack.
Tigers now ahead in this game. You know, I think early it was kind of 50-50. But they've had really consistent scoring, 12-12, 13-13.
I think part of the difference is that's squeezed out on the leg side. Part of the difference is Joe Cope didn't get 2 wickets because he often gets a wicket or 2 in his first over, and we didn't see that. And I think it's something like 13 off his first over. And this is going to be called a no ball, and it will be fielded.
Oh no, that's going to be 4.
Lons, what are you doing?
To be honest, I think Vojta calls this, but yeah, there's no doubt that Lons was not expecting to have to field this, so he kind of steps away, and yeah, it's an easy call really.
Definitely should have been Vojta's ball, and he's the.
And I don't think they've realised until now it was 4, because he picked it up, you know, without falling back or anything. Here's the only problem is that he's actually off the field before he even fields it. Look, he's already off.
I don't know if he got the call, if Vojta got the call, but Lons was already on the other side of the rope before he picked it up. And but Vojta's an excellent fielder, has been for many years. He'll slide around the field. He'll take catches deep. Lons, no disrespect. I mean, it was probably his ball.
As well, so it was well fielded. He was off the field, and yeah, just too many cooks situation, I think. Anyway, Vojta will get to field this one. We'll say it's been drying out now a little bit after we had a fairly heavy shower between first and second matches this morning. I think it'll get quick. It'll be a bit easier to field as the day goes on.
Well, surface dries really quickly here because of the breeze. I mean, it's noted for its breeze. Sometimes it's gale force breeze. Well, this is 2 full, and it's an easy 4 runs there for the batsman.
Yeah, once again, I think it's an attempted Yorker gone wrong. Just gets a little bit of bat on it. The general manager will make sure that's another 4 to the total. So Vinerati, yeah, the concern would be where the run's going to come from with no Goud in the lineup. The Tigers have a bit of a habit of collapsing though. So if you can get one, maybe you can turn it into something more here.
They do have a, oh, it's a good ball. They do have a good batting lineup with Subject Mir to come. But somewhat Alam, we just haven't seen the best of him, I think. I think he's a good batsman. Of course, Sagor's out. Hassanat, 13 off 10. He can get going. He's a big hitter of the ball, but Voida takes a catch.
Yeah, great catch by Voita. He just crept in a little bit, then had to readjust himself, had to be strong above his head. And as a guy who grew up in Australia, he'd appreciate a good mark, a good overhead mark. And yeah, that one was headed to the boundary or over, except for Voita getting in the way. So there is the breakthrough, and it breaks that partnership, which had been looking dangerous. In the end, it was worth 39. And that's 2 wickets down now, 61 for 2.
Yeah, well, Vinerati definitely need to get these two. Samuel Alam's batting pretty well. He's 28 off 14. Subject Mir, he's been hit or miss. It depends on which Subject Mir turns up. Sometimes he's slamming it all over the ground, and other times he's struggled a bit. But after that, Rakib Al Hassan, as I said, is a decent bat. I mean, Hussain hasn't had the greatest tournament with a bat. And Prem Yadav as well, he's been a bit hit or miss.
Yeah, they've got heaps of guys that can do it. It's just they tend to all fail at once, which isn't great. That's better length from Moyes in the block hole. Hence his over. 12 come off it, but there is a wicket. And we're halfway through the first innings, and the Tigers 62 for 2 after winning the toss and electing to bat. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a day that is brightening up. 61 days to go, you can see now, until the European Cricket Championship. And yeah, no, that's a tournament that you have attended in the past, Danny, in 2021, I think that was.
I think so, yeah.
To watch the Czech national team. As you know, it's a festival of cricket, and it's even bigger. When you attended in 2021, it was 15 teams. This year, 31.
That's amazing, and it's going to be some great cricket all up. Looking forward to this tournament again. It was great seeing it live. So if you can get out there down to Cardamom for a holiday, you'll see more cricket from different teams because of the format. And there's night games as well, I think.
That's true. Yeah, it's under lights now as well, with the temporary lights being installed. So that's another dimension. But you're right about the teams turning over quickly. So even if you can come for 1 week, you're going to see 10 teams. If you come in week 1, week 2, or week 3, and you're going to see 2 finals days, not just 1 finals day. So it is crazy how quick it comes around. This is Adnan bowling the next over. Edged onto the body, and Shobit's in there pretty quickly. Yeah, it was a pretty weird sensation the first time we did it. It was Group A. Hornchurch ended up coming from 4th. This is in the ECL earlier in the year, but with this format. He's super quick through his overs here, Adnan, in the air. And finds the gap, and...
Oh, great work, I think, from Joe Cope.
I think so. Yeah, he pulls it back from the beyond. So as long as he hasn't touched the rope or gone over the rope when he slaps it, this will be fine. Let's try and have a look at it, because he does slap it back into the ground, but the right side of the line. Let's have a look. So far, so good.
Yeah. Great work.
Excellent work. As long as that didn't hit his foot, which I don't think it did. But I think, yeah, it's going to be fine.
Adnan Mohammed, the skipper, ran back after getting that ball back from Shobit. Not quite sure why.
I think he's just hustling through the overs, and it might work because this is in the air, and it's been called for, and it's been caught. Second time around by Anil Saini, who's having a pretty good morning, and he's remembered that one of my rules of catching, if you're going to drop it upwards. He gets the second opportunity and takes it. Tigers lose the third, 64 for 3.
It's a very important wicket there. And as I said, they've got a fantastic start, the Tigers, but how much batting do they have? And it's a big wicket in the context of this game, I think. So it'll be a new one to come out. It will be Rakib Al Hassan who can bat. He's pretty decent. Is Rakib. Stuck around quite a long time in one of the earlier games, but that's a big wicket. That was the Samuel Alam, who was the man most likely to score big, who has gotten most of the runs for the Tigers. He is out. Sobjib Mia, also a very good batsman, will be joined by Al Hassan. And the skipper has got 1 for 2. Oh, and another good delivery. It's been a really good over this, Vinny.
Yeah, you can see the approach there from Rashid. Now Wayne has spotted, and we've got our worker back in the background. He's just behind Pete there, but he's always shoveling sand. Anyway, this is a full toss, and I think it'll be 1. I just want to have a look at this for height, because it's around, he's not the tallest. I think it's right. Just okay in the end, and I think that'll also be the end of the over. Yeah, so see that one probably just going below. And so it is the end of 6, and the score 65 for 3. Yeah, but that guy in the background, he's been a tireless worker. And Wayne is noticing the little things about this ground in Vinaj, and that's one of them. And yeah, he never takes a break. He should be noticed for that. He doesn't know we're watching, but we're watching.
One thing that's missing from past years is the construction site. Well, not the construction site, but basically there was a site where all the construction vehicles and the hatches were because they were still building this golf course, and that's gone finally because the golf course is open.
Saini just took that catch where he double dipped. He's coming on to bowl the next over. I wonder if we can see that guy again. I wonder with Abdullah at square leg if we get a better view.
Oh, this is going to be called a wide again.
All right, let's see. Shobit does a good job down leg side. Yeah, there he is. We've got a few people blocking him, but he's right. There he is. He's sitting down watching, having a break for the first time ever. But all those sandhills in the background, that gives a false idea of how close that is, by the way, on that camera.
Yeah, it does.
That's a good, from the banner to there is probably like 150 metres.
Yeah.
Something like that?
I'd say so. That'd be about right. You've got getting your distances better.
Getting better.
It says hit straight. Lons will do the fielding, I think. He'll get down and back up from Hassa, who wasn't quite sure. But good stop and return there from Michael Lonsborough, who's the chairman, I think, of the ChamKS, the main governing body of Czech cricket.
This is pitched up and it's going to disappear. And to be honest, I reckon Ollie Dennis had a shot at that if he just stayed put on the rope, but he came in thinking it was a miss hit, but it wasn't really a miss hit. Have a look at where he ends up here. I mean, maybe it's still over his head anyway, but we'll never know. He certainly is tall enough to be able to make a play. And now they've just swapped him out for a shorter field. Zadnan relieves him of his duties.
What's a good ball?
A good comeback. So Mark Smart with a very good question. Is the golf pub open?
Yes.
I haven't been over there, but the information is, yes, it is.
They don't, not...
Is it a pub or more of like a cafe?
It's a 19th hole, as far as I know.
Enough said. Anyway, this is around the corner, and it's going to be another boundary sign. He doesn't quite get it right. And Venki, with that broken wrist, running a few drinks, he's got to be careful. So this one isn't fielded by a yellow jacket, but a blue jacket.
He's doing laps, isn't he, Venki? He was right in front of us when the wicket went down.
He'd hate being injured as well because he's full of energy. You heard him supporting his team from the sidelines earlier. This is probably wide over the tram line. Hey, I haven't mentioned this yet. Do you know what I'm doing tonight? I'm going to open mic stand-up comedy here in Prague in English.
So Vinny Sandu will be performing open mic stand-up comedy tonight. If you're in Zhizkov.
I will not. Anyway, this is going to be for Asmir. Wouldn't it be good if he could get going for the Tigers? He's just gone missing lately. Doesn't try too hard here. Just flicks it off the hip. Nice wrists from Surjeev. Another boundary. Quanto got out of Mas.
Just out of reach of the fielder as well. Good placement.
No, so one of my favourite, this is a little bit of peeling back the curtain. One of my favourite things to do, no matter which country I'm in. I love stand-up comedy because it's amazing. You know, it's fun. End of the over. It's 83 for 3 after 7, and well, I won't go further right now because I want to tell you a little bit about what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. And of course, we've got 2 series in motion at the moment. We've got the day series here in Czechia. We've got the night series in Portugal. Corey's standing by, and then we'll be in Switzerland on Monday. Super excited there. First time we've been in Switzerland since 2020. And I know they've got 11 teams there ready to go. Also some T20 international cricket, both men's and women's, coming up through August. The ECS will head to Germany for 4 weeks, first in Dresden, then Krefeld. And yeah, also we'll have our ECIW back. That's women's T10 internationals, featuring Netherlands and Jersey. They'll play 3 games on the 22nd of August before the next one in the list is actually their T20 series.
With the Continental Cup, you said it's the men's and the women's.
So women's is first, and the men's is, I think, 2 weeks later.
Why didn't anyone tell me? It
Well.
says it's hit straight, because it does say women's, which is great.
Yeah, so women's, so that's chronological. So the men's, I think, is 18th, but because of so many events, it's not in the next 7 events, which we
Oh,
normally
you're not covering the
No, we'll be covering it.
Ah, good.
It's just after. Yeah, stay tuned. That'll be updated soon. So, yeah, looking forward to that immensely.
It's Joe Cope back in the end of the attack. I think it's a really good time to bring him in. A couple off the first 2 balls, but they need wickets here, Vinerati. They need these 2 wickets, especially the one of Sobjib Mia, who can go big in the last couple of overs. Comes Cope. This is hit straight. The skipper will just pick it up.
So yeah, I think because that's been organised now. So I think you'll see that on the list fairly shortly.
Okay,
is what I'm saying.
I gotcha.
And yeah, by the weekend that should show up. All right, hit high, but how far? That's the question. Right back to the wall, but he can't get there. Maximo. Pretty good effort from Adnan Mohammed, who organised himself. He knew where he was on the field. He knew what he had to do. But Cope, you don't see this very often, gets hit back over his head. Got a modern shot, the front foot out the way. Good club selection in the end, just talking in golf. Gets it just across the line.
You're going back to that golf club in a minute. Oh, it's a nice shot over the top, but there's a fielder there. Ollie Dennis drops it. Unlucky, couldn't hang on to it, make good ground to it.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the Tigers camp, they're happy about that because Sajid Mia chases a wide here. We know how destructive he can be. A little bit of the crocodile style in that technique from Dennis. Down it goes. Last ball of the over. Well, gets another opportunity as he runs to his left, and he won't stop this. So Tigers running away with it at the moment. 97 for 3 after 8.
That was a big over. Joe Cope, he's a good bowler, but they really had a go at him. Went for quite a few in his first, and then quite a few in this one as well. So the Tigers, you can see they're such an enigmatic side. The Tigers, you'll see them get. Well, they had a terrible day earlier in the day against Berno, who were pretty hot, to be fair. And then now they're launching an attack.
They've got another game against Berno. They should have Sakor back, who's their star batter at the end of the day as well. So just going back to what I was saying, the open mic stand-up comedy, I have no interest in doing it myself, although I would like to MC it once. I think that would be
Just
fun.
coming to Prague and go, I want to MC this.
I have visited a couple of times already.
Yeah, fair enough.
But watching people just maybe doing it for the first time, it's very entertaining. End of the bat, and won't quite carry. And this has been fielded by Danny O'Connor in the end. It's a bit like what Tribero Canyalal did the other day when he did some sort of weird show jumping maneuver. In the end, O'Connor just tries to block it with his body however he can. And he gets a little bit of the boot on it that slows it down.
It would have been it was a tough effort. This is a nice shot over the top.
Well, you've done it to him again because it was another catching opportunity, and it's going to be 6. It's tapped over the top by Anil Saini. And so this time he drops it up, but he'll never get a second opportunity. More runs to the Tigers. Maximo, 6 of the best.
Yeah, just getting over the boundary. So luck really running for the Tigers, but it's pretty good batting.
100's up, 10 to come, and this will be another boundary. Just cannot stop the momentum at the moment. Vinerati, Tigers are out of the cage.
Yeah, they're just swinging at things. Which, I mean, it's their second last over, I guess. They really need to swing at things. But as I see, Sobjit Mia, this is how he batted early in the tournament. 36 off 15, and it'll get them a pretty decent total. Probably be around about that 125 mark, if not a little bit more. Here comes Moores again.
So will be a wide, and Mia. It's the Jekyll, not the Hyde at the moment. I mean, he's 36 off 15 and motoring. He's fearless out there. 7 wickets in hand with 9 balls remaining. They can really go for it here, Tigers.
So yeah, we'll talk about this stand-up comedy in just a moment, Vinny. Because you actually enjoy watching people die on stage.
Now look, I hate to see people fail, but if you're going to stand-up comedy, you're there to laugh.
Yeah.
And sometimes when it's proper amateurs, sometimes it's funny when no one laughs at the jokes. That in itself is funny. I know it's very meta.
So you're a big fan of funniest home videos, weren't you? People getting hit in the in the nether regions and falling off trucks.
Funny's funny.
Yeah.
I don't see anyone genuinely get hurt or anything like that.
No,
but,
no.
But yeah, I mean, I think the evidence would say that I enjoy a little bit of slapstick. Anyway, into the over 111 for 3. That's why, nowadays there's more. You get compilations on YouTube, for example, best fails of the week and stuff like that.
I've watched a couple.
Yeah, just like kind of blenders exploding and things like that, or there's a lot with kids.
You know what
Kids do
Phil
silly
G, Phil G likes? Talking about not Phil G liking kids, but Phil G likes watching kids fall over.
Yeah, again, as long as they're not actually hurt. Oh, they're going to go
could
for
be
2.
out.
But
I can't take it.
That's strategic. That was to get Mia back on strike.
Yeah, it's real
So I think
run.
number 1, I would have gone to the keeper's end. You see, he's read the situation, and Rakib's willing to be sacrificed. Yeah, so Rakib even stops and says, "Yeah, come on, you get back to this end. You're the one hitting it." Well, so 2 more to the total. I had to try it again here. Again, I think you'd probably take it on, and they actually might get a genuine 2 here. They do.
Again, good feeling by Danny O'Connor, just sliding across the outfield. As I said, I'm looking forward to seeing his journey in cricket. We can be well documented here on the European Cricket Network as well.
Yeah, what an opportunity. All right, right now though, Vinerati are on the defensive.
Oh, that's... Oh.
Well, the thing is, he's saying, you keep stealing 2s on me.
Yeah, true.
You keep stealing 2s. Well, actually, this won't be out though.
Because he rolled his arm over.
Yeah, because his arm actually comes over the top. So once your arm goes over the top, it can't be out. So it'll just be a dead ball. See here, the arm goes over the top. Now, once that happens, you then can't go back and do it.
So is that a warning? It didn't really appeal, I don't think, either.
Yeah.
It might have appealed.
I mean, a warning's a warning. You don't need to do anything to a warning. You can just go, hey, you're warned.
Well, let's see what Al Hassan does here. See if he does the same thing.
I don't think he's leaving that early, but maybe a little bit. But also, I think he's just conscious. He's just sick of bowling at Mia because they're getting two every ball at the moment.
It's got past Shobit. It's going to go to the boundary. It rolled along the ground pretty much, though.
Yeah, it did. It's just tough. You look at where he's keeping there. Although it does take the second bounce still on the turf, on the artificial turf. So, yeah, I don't know. There's one that he would have hoped he could have blocked, but it got away. And what's worse, it went to the boundary. So an unhit for 119 with 3 balls to come. Now a skied ball. You've got to run this hard as well in case he drops it. In fact, it drops by itself. Now they're gonna. Wow, that.
What was that throw? Who was that to? That was the third man.
Yeah, it was. I thought, you're going at the keeper here to try and get him out going for the second. Yeah, but you're right. This throw comes in with pace. Have a look at it. It's almost taking the bowler's head off. All right, we're back to the action. And this is more work for the fielder. Does really well. He wants to find a way to get two. Now they will get two. Yeah, that's not really reading the game because Mia, he was looking to kind of even go suicidal too, but they thought Hassan couldn't get back at all that time. And then on the overthrow, they'll get a couple. The wheels are falling off Vinerati's side at the moment.
Not sure why he went for that. The bowler.
It's not even saving a run, that's the thing. All right, last ball. We're on. Big swing and a miss. That doesn't hurt him too much. And that'll do it. So the final score for the Tigers, 123 for 3 off the 10 overs. Maybe a handful above what is par for the series. You feel with the outfield slowing down a touch today, it's probably a bit above par, a bit more above par. But Vinerati, they're going to have to find some runs from somewhere. But they do have the opportunity. 124 will be their victory target.
Yeah, look, I think it's a really good effort from the Tigers, and I think this is the over that got them going. Joe Cope normally has a really tight over first over. That one's a bit short. Put away 13 off it. Normally gets a couple of wickets, and I think it was not the greatest start there for Vinerati, even though Danny O'Connor there took another wicket. The LBW was a big wicket also.
Yeah, I mean, it's borderline about whether it hits him in line or maybe slightly outside. But he was satisfied him in line. It was going on to hit the stumps. With the amount he moves, it probably has to hit him on off if he's going to get an LBW. Danny O'Connor has a few issues behind the stumps for Bhatia, who had his hands full. A fair few of those balls not really on target, and the ones that were often bouncing unpredictably. But this was a pretty handy partnership that just got them back on track. After they lost the first wicket, there were 39 put on for the second. And O'Connor, he probably just showing a little bit of experience there. I think sometimes trying a bit too much. I think his stop ball was actually working pretty well. And so yeah, this was the period where things started going off the boil. Lawrence Brothers lost his bearings and fielded the ball, but gave away 4. And the boundaries just kept on coming. They needed something to happen, and then something did happen with a couple of wickets around the halfway point for Vinerati. You saw Hassa taking that one on the deep wicket boundary. That was great work by Go-Go Gadget Joe Cope. And then we had this one, get a bit of a teaser for Adnan Mohammed. But yeah, when it came down to it, they got 3 wickets. That's all they would get, as Tigers then put the foot down in the second half to put a pretty healthy 120 plus score on the board.
Yeah, it was really good batting from the Tigers. They might have had a little bit of luck, just dropping over the boundary, but you make your own luck in this game, and the Tigers certainly did that. Good feeling there from Danny O'Connor to cut off the boundary. There was one really good over from Adnan Mohammed, the skipper, which restricted things, and you thought that maybe Vinerati could keep the run rate down, but not to be. 123 is a pretty good score on this ground. And, as Vinny said, it's slowed down a little bit because of overnight rain. Look at the batting card here. And Amin Hussain was the early wicket there to Danny O'Connor. But really good batting from Samal Alam. Also, the general manager not getting going, but Sobjit Mia batted like we've seen him bat before, and we'd love to see him bat and hit big. Sobjit Mia, and well backed up there by Rakib Al Hassan right towards the end. 20 extras also, quite a few went through, and 15 wides is too many for Vinerati. So see the bowling. Joe Cope uncharacteristically not getting any wickets. One for O'Connor, for Muiz, and for Adnan Mohammed, who bowled really well. Just 11 off his 2 overs, including a wicket. So, in match 49 here of the European Cricket Series, it's going to be a chase for Vinerati to get the 124 they need. And again, with a couple of their star batsmen out. It was a bit of a bits and pieces victory earlier against Bohemians, a really good win. But they've got it's going to be a tough task getting 124 against a Tigers team that, well, at the bottom of the table at the moment, they'd want to win, and they've got some good bowling. So it's going to be, as I said, a tough task for Vinerati. They're capable, And we'll be back in a few minutes' time to see if they can reach that 124 they need for victory, or whether the Tigers can defend this total. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
So welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series check-out match between the Vinerati and also the Prague Tigers. And it's a very good performance in the field. With the bat for the Prague Tigers. The good total, 124 to win for Vinerati. And looks like it will be the left-handed Abdel Muiz and also Vojta Hasa who will open. Muiz looked pretty good. Vojta got a first baller. I want to improve on that. Doesn't have to hit the ball very hard. Does Hasa on this field. And these two will be instrumental in trying to get close to this total. Hasa especially is a very aggressive batsman. It will be Akil Vijayan to open the bowling. He's bowling at right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Muiz. Here we go with a run chase. And it's going to be called a wide. So Akil Vijayan, we saw him come into the team a few days ago for the Tigers. I don't think he had the best day with the ball, did Vijayan. They'll want to bring that back. He's been entrusted with a new ball. And Alam is being held back a little bit. He's the quality bowler in this Tigers lineup. So comes Vijayan again. Bowling to Abdul Muiz. That's going to be called a wide again. Oh. This could be a long over if he continues like this. He's holding his shoulder. This one's short. Cut a long way off the seam as well. So a little unlucky. Might have been a pretty decent bouncer if it had not cut in as much. That's a bowler again. And it's down leg side. I don't think it's called a wide. Umpire's calling it a leg by. Let's hit the pad. And there's a little appeal there. I think it was missing leg. Interesting. So the umpire not interested at all. I'll bring Vojta Hasa on to strike. Obviously Vijayan's having a chat to him about the bowler. But Hasa, see the first few onto the bat, I think. He can hit the ball a long way, can Vojta Hasa. And he's coming around the wicket is Vijayan to the right-hander. And this one's 4 runs. Well, it's just a little bit short. Turned around the corner. And it's 4 runs to Hasa. He'll be happy to get off the mark in this series. Into good position. Didn't time it too well. Just got enough of it. You can hear the encouragement there from Vinerati. There's quite a few big characters in this side. They'll make a lot of noise every time there's a boundary. That's Vijayan. Come in again. 7 off the over so far. They need just over 12 and over to Vinerati. And I know that Hasa will want to score at that rate. Comes in again. So hit straight and hit long, and that's 6. Nice shot there from Hasa. He's been in fine form in the local domestic league. And just a bit over pitch there. Saw it well, hit it straight. 6 runs. So it'll give Vijayan something to think about. Only 3 balls gone in this over with those wides. 13 on the board at the moment. And another wide. Not really getting it together. It's Vijayan. And Dan Zilla's in the chat. Quite the shrug from umpire Vincent. Indeed, I saw it as well. again. And hit more carefully there by Hasa. Just to the man at mid-off who cops it on the knee. Seems a lot of shin and knee fielding in this this tournament. A lot of foot fielding as well. This ground's pretty flat, but it can get a bit bobbly. And we saw one Tortuga yesterday that almost took someone's head off. And it's just down leg side. Wide again. I make that with the 6 and the 4. I think the rest of the runs have been wides. There was a leg by as well. So there's been quite a few extras so far. It's his 4th wide for Jayan. And this one's hit straight down the ground. Again, no run. And a pretty good over so far for Vinerati. 14 from it. That's what they need. 15 from it, in fact. With the leg by. That's what they need, but really not a great over from Vijayan. Be interesting to see if they use him as a bowler further down the track in this game. Oh, this has been hammered onto the Banksfield by Voita Hasa. Got right onto it. And that's another 6 and a fantastic start for Vinerati. 21 off the first over. And Vijayan just put it right in the slot. And Voita absolutely smashed it. So, welcome back, Vinny. You missed a very good first over.
Wow, a lot of action. And so, well, 29 matches since the Golden Ball. I wouldn't put this one off the table at the moment, Danny. But yeah, Voita is back, and he's back with a bang. A guy who basically got out first ball and almost got out before he even faced the ball this morning. He's come out and he's cracked a couple of big 6s. First over goes magical. There were 4 wides in it. It's not a great start at all. We were wondering where the runs were going to come from for Vinerati. Well, I think Hasa is signalling his intentions.
Well, they're coming from Vijayan, that's for sure, with those wides. And here's going to be a very good matchup. Anja Alam, his 2 overs I think are vital for the Tigers because he's their best bowler. And it's questions asked, they'll look for a leg by, and as Hasa calls him through. And this will be an interesting contest. If Anja Alam is going to be a real threat to Voita Hasa. He's a clever bowler, has bowled well, as I said, throughout this tournament. And Hasa, he won't want to play a loose shot. He won't want to miss a straight one. He's 16 off 5. Got given a few gifts there from the bowler earlier.
More strike he gets in the power play, the better as well. You know, he does like to go aerial.
True, but I mean, if he takes on Alam and wins, then it's a big win for Vinerati.
Yeah, Alam's a good bowler.
He is a really good bowler.
Fastest of the Tigers bowlers. It's one of the quick ones going around, actually. Yeah, for a guy that doesn't look like he's putting a lot into it, he's just slippery. So I want to welcome all of our viewers from around the world. I'm getting messages from everywhere, actually, at the moment. People saying they're enjoying this tournament. Man, just not giving him anything to work with. But I've got to say, I just spent some time over with the kids from the Cricketova Academia, the Cricket Academy, with Chris Pearce, and watch out for them, because I think I'm planning to include them in the introduction for the next game between Berno and Bohemians. In the air, but into the gap, and that's going to be 4. So, yeah, cracked away, and Shobit, not with the pads on, probably a sign he's not going to bat too high. But, yeah, that's a good shot, isn't it? Kind of took his life into his own hands a little bit. It was catchable height, but he did find the gap, and he finds the boundary.
Yeah, it's well timed, and it's a good contest between these two. Alam comes in again.
Pitched up, and this is going to squeeze away for a boundary as well. So makes his own luck. And this is a sign the field hasn't slowed down too much. Alam gets him what I would call pretty much the perfect Yorker. But Hasa jams down on it and gets another boundary.
Oh, it's always the fastest part of the ground here. It goes slightly downhill. And to that shed, we had a laugh with Stefan Gooch yesterday, because there is a man in the shed who just popped out just at the right time to pick the ball up. But it's actually, I think it's a tactic. He's standing in the doorway, and every time the ball comes down there, he pops out and does the fielding.
Yeah, like a cuckoo clock.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is going to be missed, and that's going to run away for 4. So just nothing going right at the moment. And so, I mean, that's one that really should be stopped. Almost joins us here in the marshmallow. Maybe a slight Tortuga, but the effort wasn't really there from the fielder. And Vinerati get another decent over, 34 without loss after 2.
That was a good over in the end. And as we see the table here, the Tigers are down the bottom of the table. They'd love a win here. And as would Vinerati, who has still got an outside chance of getting in that top 4. It's going to be really tricky, though. But they had a good win earlier against the Bohemians, and they'd love to get another victory here against the Tigers.
Berno Bohemians, big game coming up as well, because both those teams 7-5 record. Whoever wins that, I think they're a lock in the finals. Whoever doesn't win it, they'll have some nervous moments ahead.
I saw Riaz Afridi came past a little earlier, and had a bit of a chat to him, and he said that this morning, because it's cold, it's the first game of the day, and it was also the slightly slick run-ups. He didn't want to bowl too quick, but he said he couldn't sleep last night because he couldn't stop thinking of this Bohemians game. So I think he might see a few fireworks from Riaz.
In the air, and that's going to get away as well. Muiz gets off the mark. He's been the silent partner so far, but still, they're willing to play his shots. Gets a bit of width here. This is Akhtar Zaman who comes into the attack, and he disappears to the boundary as well. He's not the only one.
Yeah, it's a nice shot there. Very safe. Still the power play, but he went through the infield. As soon as he gets past this infield, though, it's normally a boundary here in Prague at this lovely Vinod field.
It's a great start for Vinerati, but it's only a start. We saw how things fell away when they lost Gowd, who was the man up and going for them last time. This one is lost down the leg side, just wide. But hello to everyone in the chat. And I've got to say, the kids, they're a lot of fun over there. They've been working hard on their cricket. And during the finals day on Friday, we'll actually get to see them out in the middle. We're going to play a bit of a game in the break. So that's wonderful.
Call another wide. Last time there was a kids game in a break.
I remember.
I don't know if it's been shown again.
I don't think we can show it because it's not
PG.
It's not PG. But Terry, he's up in Estonia now. He was commentating, and basically the wind picked up, and the tent imploded around him. And he said a word which we're not allowed to say on the air.
It wasn't even a tent. It was just a.
What was
it was just a bench. But the whole there was one of those benches.
Where were you when this happened?
I was out getting a pie, Vinny.
Okay.
Oki was here.
Yeah.
And she liked the pie man as well because she was getting sausage rolls every so often. Not that Ash should listen to this, but at the time. He took a liking to my dog, Oki, who was fantastic as a commentary dog.
Oki, the commentary dog.
Yeah, she was great. And and then on my way back, I just see there's a bit of a kerfuffle. The wind really did pick up. But then Terry's he's getting treatment and all sorts of things. So found out what happened later.
His last words were, "Please turn the microphone off." But anyway, that's one that you won't find unless you run into me in person. I do have the video on my phone, and I am willing to show it.
It basically flipped the whole table up onto Terry, who fell
while he was commentating.
While he was commentating a kids game, and I'll tell you about what the kid did as well. Because anyway, the table completely flipped onto Terry. All the equipment went onto him. I think it cut his hand as well.
Yeah, he cut his fingers.
And and he was trapped under the table. And but if you look at, because the coverage continued of the kids game, as he's hit onto the leg side, straight to the fielder, no run. The kid, he turned around, he saw that something had happened, and he looked at it for a couple of seconds, and then turned around and just started bowling again. I think Lons might have been Michael Lonsborough might have been the umpire at the time as well.
Yeah, because he turned around. Anyway, that's a powerful strike, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo Muiz. Well, I'm going to tell you, this will be 6. Yep, gets up, gets over the top, and carries the line. So, yeah, he's been pretty useful there. Hasn't wasted too many. Already with a 4 and a 6. What a good opening partnership this is for Vinerati. A bit of a loose shot to finish the power play, but still a very good one. 48 without loss.
Vinny, don't put the mockers on it. We want this to continue as a Vinerati supporter, and I guess a member of the club. I do kind of want Vinerati to do well. 48 off the power play.
How consistent was that scoring in the first half by the Tigers, though? They just kept pumping out the double-digit overs. There was just that one over from Adnan Mohammed that he hustled through in the 6th. They went for 3, but every other over went for 12. So there were these 2 outlier overs, 3 and 18, and they were actually back-to-back overs. But every other over went for 12, 13 or 14.
Yeah.
That's freakish.
So the new bowler will be Prem Yadav. Yeah. He's a good bowler, Prem Yadav. He's so good he only uses one arm in his action.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no front arm at all. Hello to Ralph Clark, who's saying this is some enjoyable cricket, watching from France. Hello, Ralph. Where are you watching from in France? You know, we're really looking forward to going to France for an ECS next year. That's the plan anyway. It's something we planned for a couple of years.
I'm looking forward to it as well. I'm
going to try and get you on that one, Danny, if I can.
I think I deserve to be on that one, Vinny. What about deserve?
Your French is very good.
Thank you. I am French.
Yeah, well, that's one good reason that we want to have you on it. Have to work in with your busy schedule though as well.
True, it is a little bit tight for me to do these events.
I'll try it. Once we've got an idea of when it is, I'm looking to put together the roster for next year.
Cool.
But you have to do it in advance.
Yeah.
I'm already planning for 2024, and we're probably only just into the second half of the season this year, but it's because there's so much in the works.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff we haven't heard about as well. Oh, good bowling.
Yeah, there's a few things that we're looking at. I mean, every year there's some sort of bombshells, and late in 2022 it was that we'd be going to 5 matches a day in the ECS rather than 4. Also that we wouldn't be taking the Sunday off, or Sundays off.
Well, it's called a wide. It's pretty tiring going, but it's great fun.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm looking forward. In some ways, I'm looking forward to to Sunday evening when I can get back to normality. Because
it's a whirlwind.
Yeah, it is a whirlwind.
50's up on a dubious wide call there. As the next ball is worked away to leg side, it's fielded.
I mean, the dogs kind of look at disbelief when I walk through the door. I need to do some washing. I've got a day off tomorrow, so
you were saying, you come home, you feed the dogs. You know, you got to water a couple of plants at home.
Yeah.
And then that's it.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Boita gets a bit carried away with this one. Gets nothing but fresh air. But yeah, the struggle is real. Even things like washing your clothes and stuff like that. When you're doing this job 7 days a week, these things require immense organisation. Hasa gets a ball well outside the tram line. This will be a wide.
Ralph Clark, who looks like a Derby County supporter, is on a trip around Anjou.
Oh, beautiful.
Which is a nice region around the Loire, I think. And they're noted for what they call, I think it's vin anglais. As this has been hammered hard, right in the gap, 6 runs.
Yeah, what a shot. That was flat. That never really got too high, but it was just a laser beam from Hasa. Watch this. And it still carries all the way. That was hit hard, and I mean hard. Maximal, 6 more to Vinerati.
Really good shot there from Boita Hasa.
Yeah, so would you say vin anglais?
So I think they call it vin anglais. It's basically, there's a rosé, rosé d'Anjou, I think they call it. It says hit high again. Player under it. Won't get there. 6. Yeah. Another 6 there for Hasa. Brings him on to 42.
I think the wind is assisting this one slightly. Normally it does fly a bit further to that side of the field. So Hasa go to town here. It's the end of the 4th over. 64 without loss after 4. And Hasa has raced up to 42.
Yeah, he's batting pretty well at the moment. Let's have a look at this. It was a good scoring from the Tigers, but...
look how consistent the scoring is, though.
Yeah.
I've never seen such a flat line. It had a little dip, but then they caught straight back up with their biggest over in the next. Yeah, it's crazy.
Good contest, this. So it's basically, it's a rosé, but it's sweet. And so the French don't really do sweet wine, apart from the dessert wines, which are amazing.
Yeah.
But they apparently they export a lot of it to Britain, and it's I think it's called Rosé d'Anjou. It's I think from what I remember, but it's definitely they call it vin anglais.
All right, thanks for the background there. Actor Zaman comes back, starts with a wide. That's been a bit of a hassle. I think they're going to struggle with time. It's early, I know, but
well, that first over took
forever. I suppose they don't have a bunch of guys with really long run-ups. So with the clock you see on the screen, you need to deliver the last ball of the 9th over before that clock runs out. Otherwise, it's 5 penalty runs. Miss hit, but still, despite it going off his foot, gets past the bowler for a single to bring Hassa back on strike. Yeah, so the last time I was in France, it was actually when I drove back with ECN founder Dan Weston from the ECC last year. We drove back from Spain all the way to Munich, and yeah, then passed through France on the way, and yeah, just made a few pit stops.
You would have gone to a few nice regions down in southern France.
Hit up a few bakeries while we were there. They're famous for that, aren't they, as well, the French?
I did a round trip with. I did a round trip of France, mainly. We missed a bit of the north with my mum a few years ago, which was a great trip, and we went to lots of different regions. But everywhere you go, you see vineyards, and and it's a famous wine growing, like the different famous wine growing regions. I mean, we went past Châteauneuf-du-Pape, which is in near the Rhône. We just in Bordeaux as well. We went through there. I think there's something like 9,000 wine producing chateaus in Bordeaux alone. So it's pretty intense with the wine growing, and they're not even the biggest producers.
Is that right?
So I think Spain are the biggest producers of wine in the world.
Is that right?
From memory.
I did not know that.
Maybe I'm wrong. No, but I'm pretty sure it is Spain that are the biggest producers. Again, you can look it up if you want. It's just one of those trivial things I think I know.
France, Italy, Spain, and the United States produce more than half the wine in the world.
Yep.
Interesting.
We produce a lot in Australia as well,
all right.
And it's really good wine, but a lot of it doesn't get exported. It stays. A bit
you're on the right track, but you're wrong.
Is it Italy?
Italy.
Yeah.
Italy produces more wine than anyone.
I think Spain produces the most. Oh, this could be out and gone. Big wicket. That's the end of Hassa, who goes for 43 off 17. Really good innings there from Vojta Hassa. And
yeah, it was a good innings, but this is one that he just doesn't get it out of the middle at all. It was well taken by Samuel Alarm. Excellent impact innings, and it was kind of similar to the innings that Goud played in the first run chase that Vinerati were able to pull off this morning. But as it is, it's a great start, but it's only a start. They need someone to come and take the game forward. Vinerati, as they lose their first wicket, it's 68 for 1.
Looking at it, 124 there. It's not quite halfway through the innings. We've got just over half the runs, but it's a big but. Anil Saini is a new batsman. And
you know what he's going to be doing? Yeah. He's going to be swinging. We saw that last game. He just kind of only knows one way. Yeah, so Spain was third. So it goes Italy, France, Spain, USA. They're the 4 main producers. And then between 4th and 5th, there's a bit of a gap. Argentina's actually 5th. And Argentina, though, is about half of the production of the US, who are in 4th. So it kind of drops away reasonably quickly. Just by volume we're talking, right?
Ralph is talking more wine talk. Sauternes, the French sweet wine from the region of the same name, the Grave section in Bordeaux. Not my favourite though. Well, I tell you what, if you have a good one, they're absolutely delicious, the Sauternes. They wait on for the grapes. Actually, we'll come back to that in a moment.
I'm just going to talk about this quickly because I want to get back to wine talk. But Porto Wanderers versus the Lisbon Capitals tonight in Portugal. Coy Ruckers is ready to go. There he will be in around about, about 4 hours' time. It'll be time for match 19. And yeah, the Wanderers have been struggling at the moment, and yeah, I think they need to get some wins sooner rather than later. Capitals, they haven't been perfect either, and That match will start at 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe. It's 10 p.m. in India. Stay tuned for that night series, which still has about 6 nights to go. Finals night is actually Monday night there in Portugal. Okay.
So,
Yadav's back, by
there's a
the
couple of
way.
things in we started wine talk in the chat, but the Sauternes, I think it's called botrytis. It's like a fungal growth. It's hit in the air just short of the fielder, I think.
And he does pretty well to adjust, actually, Rashid Bouyan.
So I think it's botrytis, it's called, and it's like a fungal growth that makes the grapes sweeter. And if you get a good one, they're delicious. They're a dessert wine. You don't drink them with dinner, but as a dessert wine, they're absolutely spectacular. But the good ones.
Yeah, it's not often I get to go to a new country for ECN. Switzerland is one of them, actually. Switzerland I have been to a fair bit. I've actually played in Switzerland a little bit. And the cricket on ice, which is a whole other story. But yeah, France is a country I haven't been to for ECN. I have taken a couple of trips there before, but I'm looking forward to it.
It's a beautiful country, France, and lots of different regions and different areas. It's got 2 coastlines. It's got the Atlantic coast and also the Mediterranean coast. So
yeah,
and the French basically take 2 months off over over this period and go on holiday. So the infrastructure kind of just is decimated because of holidays around these 2 months, except for the industry around the coast.
It's going to be called a wide. You're thinking about it for a little bit, but I think this grabs some of the line on the way through. Yeah, I think that's a good call.
I've met Skippy quite a few times. I've known him for years. I never thought he'd be a wine guy. he's there talking about Italian wines and Moravian wines.
I wasn't a wine guy until last few years actually. I've kind of grown into it, and so I'm not saying I'm not a beer guy anymore, because I actually because I wasn't really a wine guy. I used to kind of try beers like people try wines, you know. As this is in the air, is it going to carry? No, it's into the gap. And now we've got another too many cook situation. As the gap closed, they were both there, but they weren't sure if they were meant to go for it. They were both a bit worried about crashing into each other as well. We'll step into the general manager's office because he's got a couple of things to say. And that'll be 4 more to Vinerati, who just need something to go their way now. They've just lost a bit of traction at the end of the 6th over at 79 for 1. Yeah, so with craft beer taking off, I love trying new beers and things like that. But also, I found myself, really getting into wine, and not too many opportunities to enjoy it with this schedule. But I think I mentioned the place that down the road from where you live, that you pour your own wine.
Yeah, that's great.
And then you just write down how many you've had, and that's a good way to try a few different ones. It is also highly dangerous. You have to enjoy it in moderation. Anyway, here's the captain, Amin Hussain. Low full toss driven for 1. So we could have a finish here, 44 required off the last 23.
It's pretty close at the moment. Going back to wine just quickly, I'm half French and half Czech. Yeah, Australian, but half French and half Czech. So I've got the best of both worlds. Great beer, great wine. But living in the Czech Republic, my issue is with wine is I drink it like beer. So the first glass goes down within seconds. It just evaporates. So it's been muscled through the leg side. There's a player out there. Just be a single. But so it is a bit dangerous. But I do like wine. Australian wines are pretty good, actually. I like there's a good range, and they're well made.
I grew up not too far from the Margaret River region in Western Australia, which is pretty well known.
Great white wines in the Margaret River region. I do like that area.
Nice part of the country. But there's also other big wine growing regions: Mornington Peninsula in Victoria, Barossa Valley in South Australia. Australia comes in at number 6 on the volume chart. Swing and a miss, and he's gone. So, well, I'd say that Saini seemed too convinced. Pete, he must have heard something. You see a finger started to go, then he just checked himself for a second, and he said, okay, yeah, I do believe that's out. So, I mean, obviously it's pretty hard to tell one way or the other. But Pete certainly seemed interested early in the appeal, kind of checked himself, thought about it a second, third time, and then He gave the batter his marching orders. So that's the second wicket down now. It's 82 for 2.
Yeah, it's, well, he's not happy with it, Siny, but obviously the Tigers hurt an edge, and so did Pistol Pete, and he'll have to go. So to bring a new batsman in, and it will be the skipper, Adnan Mohammed, who batted pretty well in the last game, and he'll have to bat like a captain's role, I think, Vinny. But it's still within a possibility here for for Vinerati.
They're pretty much bang on the rate at the moment.
Yeah.
They're 12 and over. They need 12 and over.
But I mean, they can't afford to lose too many more batsmen. Muiz is still there. He's been looking pretty good. And but Adnan Mohammed, I think this is the partnership for me that if they can get it close, I think they might have a really good chance. And, well, that's not going to help. That's another wicket. First ball, golden duck. And now Tigers, you'd have to say they're ahead.
Yeah, this has not gone to plan, to say the least, for Adnan. He just goes after the first one he sees. He skies. It's a simple catch. So Jim Mia could have probably taken it with his hands tied behind his back. As Derek goes golden, and he follows off the Vinerati stand-in skipper. And so Vinerati just losing their way in this chase. Muiz is still there. He's been there since the start. But now that's 3 wickets down, 82 for 3.
Yeah, it's Joe Cope to come in. And, so it's 2 left-handers out there. And Joe Cope, we've seen him hit the ball a long way. And we just haven't seen him go on with an innings, Joe Cope. And I think he's important here again. So, if, as we mentioned, this is the...
Yeah, we had one as well, didn't we? This is our hat-tricks for the year. We're on to page 2. Uma Tariq started the year with 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings. That was absolutely nuts. Anyway, Piyush Kumar took one for Barbarians in match 36. But, yeah, the question is, will we have a 23rd hat-trick? Will we have it right here? I don't think so. But let's see. Hat-trick ball. Oh, just missing. Oh, no, could be in a run-out, though. Cope doesn't really take off too quickly. He'll get away with a leg bite.
Well, they need all the runs they can get.
Yeah, so that one, I think with the angle, going to be heading down the leg side. All right, last ball, the over. That rate's just starting to creep out. Required rate. Oh, good leave. A bit matrixy, but it gets inside it, so it will be a wide element saying, why couldn't that have hit you? You know, one thing I will say, I love our wide regulations. I know they're harsh, but everyone knows. Everyone knows that's a wide. There's no kind of guesswork. This is like something's a wide. Well, that's cracked down the ground. It's hit so hard by Muiz. So maybe the lefties can provide a little bit of a rear guard action for Vinerati. This will end the over. And 7 overs down, Vinerati, 88 for 3.
Well, it's a good point, Vinny. The 2 left-handers there. It's going to throw out the lines of the bowlers a bit. Not that they're changing, as we see. This is going to be an absolute cracking game coming up between Berno and Bohemians.
Yeah, well, they both have 7 wins. This is Bohemians' last opportunity to get points. This is their last game in the round robin stages. Berno, they do play 2 more tonight. They'll play. Obviously, this one against Bohemians. They'll play the Tigers in match 51. But time to raise the bat. 50 matches in this ECS. And already, with this game, actually, it's the most matches we've had in ECS in Czechia.
I think both sides are pretty much at full force as well, like the team-wise, team selection. And it's, looking forward to that one. Coming after this, there's still plenty of life in this one, though. Vinerati, they're fighting to get to the 124 they need, and Tigers, they want the win as well. And it's a good bowler who's coming back, and it's Anja Alam. And he went for 12 off his first. I think Hassa took a bit of liking to his bowling. He's bowling to a big Joe Cope.
So exactly 12 and over required. So let's have a look. 100 would be on the pace after this over for Vinerati. Let's see if they get above or below that. Cope gets cramped for room and top ball first up. He'll be frustrated there. Just couldn't quite get the hands out in front.
It's a good contest every ball. So Alam, of course, wants to either get the wicket or get dot ball. So it's the first victory to Alam. Let's have a look at the next one.
Yeah, No fine leg either. So he gets a little tickle. That'll be 4. Gets one full and straight. Gets it past the bowler. Well handled down there by the captain, Amin Hussain. So just a single so far, so good for the Tigers here in the 8th.
So singles are fine for the Tigers. Dot balls are better. I'll bring Muiz on to strike. Alam. It's Anja Alam who's bowling. Comes in again.
This is in the air, and I think it does actually carry. He's forced to go one-handed in the end. Now they get 2. Will they get a 3rd? I think they will. Yeah, so there's 2 half opportunities there. But Muiz is going to end up with a rare 3. It was a pretty good effort. Field is still down, so hopefully there's no damage here. See, he actually slides in, maybe on his knee there, Samuel Alam. And then this one, would this have been out? I think probably, judging by this, yeah, he was gone comfortably, but he missed one stump from about 2 metres, and maybe it's just cramp for Samuel Alam. He's still getting some attention out there.
That wasn't 2 metres, Vinny.
How much was it? Less?
30 centimetres maybe. I think he was definitely within the range of the pitch as Venky goes out for drinks for the boys. Oh, look at this. He's here, and then he runs in, and he lets it go.
I'm going to go
the edge of the pitch.
1.8 metres.
How wide's the pitch? Because it was right at the edge of the pitch.
Yeah.
He could have just
about
run.
1 point. Yeah. Pitch is about.
I think it's. I think this is probably about 3 metres wide, so
yeah.
1.5 metres. Because pitches vary, and it's his. I don't think. Is it the? I'll have a look. It's going to be in yards, isn't it?
I think the width is a bit more. It probably is in yards. Anyway, yeah, 3.05 metres. It's meant to be width for turf pitch.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I think he might have just released it when he was off the pitch. 2 was close-ish.
Yeah.
No.
They're going. He's going to be gone. Here is he. Good dive, and he's in.
One of the all-time great runs by Muiz. Just watch him put his head down and leg it. Just watch this. And there's some confusion about whether there's 2 or not. But look at 22. Abdul Muiz. He says, look, if you're coming, I'm not convinced. But if you're coming, he tries to stop. He says, right, I'm going for it. And he actually gets there in the end.
He's pretty quick, Muiz, for a big man.
Now they're going to go for 2. Another suicidal run.
This could be out, I think.
I've got him just out, eyeballing it from a long way away. Cope flashes the thumbs up like he's fine. So let's see if he is or not. These 2 just getting a bit too crazy with the running, considering that they've got something good going here. Let's have a look at it.
And
just out.
Just
out.
out.
Yeah, my eyes didn't deceive me from 85 yards. But Cope feels like he's in, but he's about to get a rude surprise.
Yeah, he hasn't got the message yet, has he? Let's have another look. Well, there's that communication there between the umpires. You see the walkie-talkie?
Yeah. I mean, I think this got called for regardless. He'll get the information. Yeah, and there he is. He gets the message. And so Cope runs himself out. Yeah, those 2 had a death wish with the running between the wickets, really. And so it's 95 for 4. You know, yeah, Cope was one guy I thought could get them a little bit closer. In the end, it's one thing to be aggressive with the running between the wickets, but they were almost running like it was the 10th over.
Yeah.
And just probably wasn't that necessary at that stage. But the 4th wicket goes down. It's Joe Cope run out.
Well, it'll be a new batsman coming in. The thing is, I think with now for Vinerati is that I think they have to give the set batsman Abdul Muiz as much strike as they can. It'll be Michael Hornsborough who got a golden duck in the last game.
Well, he's due for some good luck, isn't he, Michael?
Oh, he got a beauty.
Got an absolute peach. And hey, it was last ball the over then. It's last ball the over now. He's probably got some deja vu thoughts going through his head.
Against the best bowler in the team.
Got 4 minutes at the moment. They still got to get through one more over after this.
Yeah, that might do it.
Should be okay, but it's close. Oh, no, he's gone. Oh, I tell you what, I thought he flicked his pad with his bat, and it's a pair, a king pair for Michael. But you see, you could see.
I didn't think he was anywhere near that. But, you know, let's have another look.
Yeah, so I actually think the noise is, look, watch his bat hit his pad. See?
Mm.
His bat hit his pad as he goes through. I reckon he misses it by miles. And, yeah, this will kind of show it, I think.
I think he was really late on it. The ball was past him before he...
He's been diddled by the noise.
Yeah.
So I just think that's one of those that yeah, I suppose the more we look at it, the more we're convinced. But the umpire gets one look at it. I just was looking in the background here if Pete hears a noise.
He's definitely hit his pad, hasn't he?
Yeah, and yeah, it's one of those ones that, as a batter, it's super frustrating. But anyway, if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. It doesn't waste any balls, just the one, I guess. 95 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It was a lot more convincing the last time he went to bat when he lost all his stumps. But that one, I think, a little bit unlucky.
I think so.
But, I mean, the umpire only gets one view of it.
That's true.
And there was a definite noise because he
they
did
have been
hit his pad.
The umpires have been excellent the whole trip.
It's, I think Alam's limping quite badly. Not sure if it's cramp or what it is.
So 100 to be on the pace. They're 95 after 8. They're going to make those up now. So it's close to 15 and over required now. And Muiz, who's gone through a whole bunch of partners. He might lose another one here because it's another run out. Oh. And it's going to be the pie man who's going to have to go without facing a ball.
It's a diamond duck there for the pie man. Didn't he get similar in the last game?
Yeah, he got one off
one. He got one off one.
It was a crucial one. But you can see slight fumble. And yeah, Ash, again, he tries to leg it out, but he's gone by about a quarter of a pitch, to be honest. And so, well, he doesn't mind the bling bling, Ash McGlynn, but he's got a diamond Derek to his name. And Vinerati kind of butchering this chase at the moment. There's 96 for 6 in the 9th.
On a positive note, they did get a run out of that.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, this could be interesting.
Right. Muiz, he wants to strike back, but I don't think he wants to sacrifice another player. Now we might have another run out with the throw. York's the bowler. Well, Danny O'Connor might be not quite 15 years old, but he knows how to say no. I think that Muiz was keen on it. Danny's saying, I saw what happened last time.
That's another left-hander out there. And Danny O'Connor's a good batsman. He probably doesn't have the power yet, but he doesn't need the power of this field. Just needs to guide it and just leave the wides, because there's going to be a few from Vijayan. Oh, it's a good ball, though. And it'll bring Muiz back on strike. It could have been a run out again.
Yeah. I think Muiz has to step up now. He's batting with number 8. And like you say, Danny's a decent bat for where he's at in his career, but
I don't think he'll hit one out of the park, but he can get a few 4s, I think. Muiz, though, is the man most likely. Slow ball, hit in the air, and this could be out.
Well, it's been caught. They're going to check this for height.
Yeah, I think it's...
So, big moment in the game. To me, I thought it's borderline, to be honest, but I think it was a slight slower ball. It is pretty tall.
Oh, that's pretty close. I think it's okay.
Yeah, so I suppose he is tall. And, yeah, I think he's got the message that it is going to be out. So
from front on, it looks worse than what it does.
Yeah, because he's slightly outside his crease. So from front on, it seems a little bit higher. I mean, it is on the border, I think, given our regulations, which say if it is waist high, it's going to be...
Vinny, it's another left-hand. How many left-handers have they got?
They got a few.
It's
They'd like him to stick around a bit longer at the moment, I think. Shobit Barcher coming out at number 9.
Can Shobit be the hero?
It'd be a great opportunity for him. A great opportunity. He's a guy, like you said, we have seen him opening the batting before for Vinerati.
He's a good bat, is Shobit. He's I think he scored a lot of runs with the Spartans. Not too many with Vinerati lately. Not at least with the these tournaments.
Had a bit of an LBW problem last year, where he just kept getting his pads blown off. Anyway, here we go. 2 balls left in the 9th. It's a good shot. First up, but just a single.
It's been a much better over here from Vijayan with the older ball. The first one he couldn't control it, bowled a lot of wides, got hammered over the boundary, and that's been a really, really good over here from Vijayan.
So with Muiz going, they need a hero. They need one quickly because it's the last ball of the 9th over coming up.
It's tucked around the corner. There's a man back there. Nice shot.
Yeah, I think they just got a bit too crazy with the running, and it's just completely derailed things. It's the end of the over, and they sneak in with 15 seconds to spare. It's 100 for 7 after 9, so you need 24 off the last. Vinerati for any chance to make the 4. Need to have a magical over here.
Those penalty runs could have helped them. They were 19 off the last. There's still a long way to go, especially then as they get the batsmen that are here. I mean, they can score some runs. 24. I mean, I've got to say, Tigers are over the line here. Unfortunately, they have made the 100 though, Vinerati, but it was a big wicket that of Voida Hasa, and also a really big wicket there of Abdul Muiz.
So you need a big one, and yeah, there's no sense not going for it, I suppose. O'Connor, or he could be an action hero if he could pull this off. Just needs to score something off this first ball. 24 to win off the last. So he decides to get the one, get out of the way, and leave it to Bhatia.
It's a good, I mean, well, again, this ground's so quick. Danny O'Connor, I think, probably should have backed himself with a bat. But obviously they've chatted, and Shobit's the one who's taken the responsibility.
Yeah, I don't mind that. He needs to go quickly. Tries, and it's off the fingertips. They should get 2 here. They'll try. Shobit's not the quickest. It's a decent-ish throw, but he'll get back for 2.
Yeah, I think he's safe here. So another look.
Yeah, so that helps a little bit. 21 off 4 though. Now we're talking kind of 6-4, 6-4 to tie.
Pretty well hit, and is this
still shoveling sound in the background. Enjoy that.
It's going to take a long time for Shobit to get there.
Yeah, he's in.
He's in. It's a good slide of the bat too.
It's a great opportunity to see the guy shoveling sound in the background in slow motion. I appreciated that while they were out of the picture shot. Vinerati will rue this, because I just think the part of that collapse was self-inflicted.
Well, too many runs as well, I think. It was good batting from the Tigers as Bhatia tries to play across the line and goes.
Yeah, had to do that though, didn't he? It was now or never. It was pretty well bowled by Hussain. Bhatia tries to lift him over the leg side and gets castled. So yeah, you can't really criticise Shobit there at all. But you've got to say, well done to the bowler. When it came down to the crunch, he was on line. And Vinerati fall further away. It's 103 for 8.
Yeah, so it's only a couple of batsmen left there. Ollie Dennis is one, and we'll see Ollie Dennis there. Just trying. Oh, Eric Walker hasn't batted.
No Eric yet. I'm just going to say, we haven't seen a boundary since the start of the 8th over. So we've gone 15 balls without a boundary. And yeah, this collapsed pretty dramatic.
Well, we knew they were short of batsmen, but I mean, especially the first baller from Adnan Mohammed. I think that's a big blow, because he's a good batsman and the captain. And well,
oh, another one. Oh, can you believe it? I was going to say they've lost 7 for 22. Make that 8 for 22 now, as Dennis is the next to go. This rebounds off his pad onto the stump. And thanks for coming. It's a golden for Ollie. And Vinerati, now we'll be down to Eric Walker, because they've lost 9 wickets. That's 103 for 9.
Eric Walker, see the golden Eric escorting Ollie Dennis back to the dugout. Eric Walker was involved in a hat trick for a long time ago when we were playing for Barbarians. It was the 2 Barbarians teams playing. Nick Taylor was a bowler, and he got 2, and then there was one of them was Eric. Actually, I think Eric was the second one. One of them was the skipper of the other team, who'd advanced about 3 meters down the pitch, and it was Hugo Banks, who was the
Hugo Banks,
who
the
Banksfield, who gave him out straight away, even though there's apart from the fact that it rolled, there's no way you could give him LBW. This is the hat-trick ball.
Here it is. Shot. Uh-oh. Bad.
Oh.
And so it's all over. And I suppose only a couple of balls to go anyway. But it's kind of a hat-trick. And the bowler does it. Hussain was bowling for his 5-for and a hat-trick. In the end, he finds himself with the ball and he looks around. Didn't have to throw it. But he goes kind of little dart style there, and he ends it. So things fell away in dramatic fashion. They end up losing their last 9 wickets for just 21 in the end. So 9 for 21 actually is the collapse. And Vinerati see their finals hopes evaporate in real time as they go down by 20 runs in this one. The final score, Prague Tigers 123, Vinerati 103.
It was a bright start. Voida Hasa was smashing it to all parts, and it was this man here, who actually bowled really well towards the end. The left-hander, also the opening bowler for the Tigers. That was Ikil Vijayan, but look at this. Voida's got away with that one a little bit, but he hit a couple of massive shots and got them off to a flyer, Vinerati.
It's funny because Tigers, we talk about as one of the most inconsistent teams, and they probably are, but in this match, it was actually the consistency of their overs in the first innings that sees them across the line, because Vinerati certainly had a cracking start. They were 69 in the first half. They'd only put 34 on in the second. And when Hasa was going, he was looking really good. But again, a bit like some of Gowd's innings at the top of the order. When they lost the key man, it would be hard going from there on in.
It was just a bit of a lackadaisical. No, a lack of depth in the batting department for Vinerati.
A couple of these caught behinds though. I suppose the jury's out on those. That was one of them. It was the end of Anil Saini. This one was no doubt.
That was a big wicket, I think, that of Adnan, because he needed a captain's knock at that stage after getting a really good start, and then it just didn't really happen for him at all with the first bowler. And this was a...
honestly, I love the way he put his head down and said, right, I'm running, you know, and did everything he could. He got there, but then, the wheels fell off as far as the running between the wickets, and these weren't particularly necessary. I think, Cope gets run out here, not by much, but by enough. And then McGlynn went soon after, and eventually when Wiz went, it was completely a lost cause. Shobit tried hard, but the task was too big. He tried to lift that one over leg side, and had his stumps removed. And then Ollie Dennis, he got a golden as well. So then we had Alamin on a hat trick.
And a fifer also.
Yeah, and a fifer. He kind of gets it, but he won't get credit for it. And the Tigers, they are such an unpredictable side. And they'll take on Berno later, but they will have Sahadat Sagor back. That's the information I'm getting. But Vinerati, again, it's just not to be. Although they've had some bright spots in this ECS, I think we can confirm now that they won't be featuring on Finals Friday. Just watch the Ducks there getting collected. There were 4 of them along the way. All about the openers. 30 for Muiz, but 43 for Hasa got them moving in quick time. And despite the 15 extras, and there were a lot of wides that kind of plagued the Tigers in that innings, they still hold on by 20 runs. Disappointing from the middle order, I suppose, from someone like Under Muhammad to go first ball. To Cope, he ran himself out unnecessarily. Lonsboro's had a bit of a shocker. Got a feel for him. He makes a king pair, and not sold on that one just yet. But the bowlers, they all did a good job, didn't they? But Amin Hussain stole the show late in the piece with 4 for 11.
Yeah, really well bowled by Amin Hussain right at the end. He gives himself, he takes a lot of responsibility, especially I've seen a lot of the times with the death overs here for the Tigers. Vijayan was expensive up top, but came back with a really good over. Anja Alam, of course, takes a wicket. Really good bowler there. But 100 for Vinerati, considering the squad they have, which is really under strength. It's not too bad an effort. I think they just gave away too many runs in the field, but it's on the back of some good batting, especially from Sobjid Mia up top with 45 to 23. Samuel Alam also finally getting some runs, but then 43 from 17 from Voita Hasa, Abdul Muiz 30 from 20, but then it shows where it fell apart for Vinerati with the batting, where the third high scorer was Anil Saini with 5.
Yeah, it's good start, but then fell apart for Vinos. But we'll see them again tomorrow. They have 2 more matches to close out their ECS campaign here in 2023. We'll take a break, back in about 10 minutes with the next match. Time to raise the bat for match number 50. And tune in nice and early because we'll get to see the Cricket Over Academia. The Cricket Academy kids will feature in the introduction. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. With Danny Hudacek, we'll see you after the break for more European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. Great to have your company. It is day 10 here in the European Cricket Series, and I've got the team here from the Cricketova Akademia, which is basically the cricket academy here. Chris Pearce, who we know really well from cricket here in Prague. He is now running this and getting some help along the way. These kids training every day. Now I've got to ask you guys, are you enjoying playing cricket? Yeah! They love playing cricket. Well, we love cricket too right now. It's time to raise the bat. Can I have that bat? It's time to raise the bat. You know why? Because it's match number 50. And it's going to be Berno who are taking on Bohemians. Out in the middle, we have Charles Croucher with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Your call.
Yep. Tail.
Tails is the call, and it's a tail.
We're gonna bat first.
Berno won the toss and elected to bat. Over to you, Vinny and Danny.
So the news from the toss is that Berno have won the toss. They've elected to bat. Both these teams, Berno and Bohemians, they have a 7-5 record with 2 games to play. So whoever wins this game locks themselves up in the finals, and whoever doesn't, they'll have a little bit of a nervous finish because they'll still have 1 game to get a win. If they don't, then perhaps we'll have a bit of a logjam. Perhaps net run rate will come into it. So Dylan Stain back today for Berno. We didn't see him bat in the first game. I wonder if they're thinking of opening with him in this game. Berno earlier, they absolutely mauled the Tigers in the first match of the day. Well, you guys, you've been so well behaved. I'm so proud of you for your interest in cricket and the skills that you're developing. But right now, let's have some fun. Game number 50, let's go! And let's go to Danny Hudacek in the commentary box.
Thanks, Vinny, and great to see the kids there from the Cricket Academy having a fun time out on the Banks field. I can see them. They're having a little game at the moment with a hard ball. Well, might be a softball actually. As we see, the European Cricket Series match from Czechia. This is game number 50 between Berno and Bohemians, and this should be an absolute cracker. 2 very good sides at pretty much full strength, both of them. And Berno, as you can see, 7-5, and Bohemians 7-6 with that shock loss pretty much to Vinerati earlier. They'll want to win this one. It's a really good toss to win for Berno. Elected to bat. They can mount a good score with Mohammad Ratul being in sparkling form throughout this tournament. Dylan Stain also in the lineup. And it will be, though, Satyajit Sengupta to open, who looked really good this morning, timing the ball beautifully. And it will be Zishan Azim to open up for Bohemians. He's been really good all tournament as Zishan. So good bowling lineup for Bohemians. Strong batting lineup for Berno. Let's see who wins this battle. But I think last night Venki and we pointed this out as being the match of the day, and I think it's going to be exactly that. As Mark Smart says, nicely done, Vinny, and go kids. So really good. The Cricket Academy, and again, Chris and Renata Pearce doing a fabulous job with the academy, and this is their summer camp down here and playing next to the big boys. So Azim will start, just been held back by the umpire slightly, and it will be Mohammad Ratul to face the first ball. He's been excellent this tournament. Just he tends to pick gaps and put the ball there. As here is Azim. And this has been hammered over the over square leg for 4. Just too short from Azim. And Ratul, as you can see, just right onto it straight away. And 4 runs. Well, Azim is hasn't bowled to well, he might have bowled to Ratul before. I think he'll have to rethink of what he's doing now. And this is again short, no run that time, didn't quite time it, launched at the stumps by the fielder for no apparent reason. I think the bowler's having a bit of a chat to him, like what's he doing? And it was Ravinder Best. Ravi Besti, oh, sorry, Best, he just picked up the ball, and well, I know you have to get it back to the bowler as quickly as possible, but that wasn't the way you normally do it. And it's short again, same fielder, bit of a misfield. They take 1 that time, and it'll bring Sengupta on strike. Sengupta he's not had the best time with the bat during this tournament. He's had 1 good innings, and then the last one, the game against Tigers, last game against Tigers, he was timing the ball really nicely, just waiting on it a little bit. And, Azim, it's got 3 balls left of the over. Come into bowl, nice tight field. Of course, the power play is in play. And oh, a bit of a nothing shot there. They'll get 1, will they? Oh, it's a direct hit. And no great appeal from the Bohemians. So well run by Ratul. Have another look at this. And hit the keeper on the foot. Ratul's quick. And he made it in. Let's have another look at this. And Ratul, he's just in, but good effort though. He is very quick, Ratul. He's a good athlete. We saw him do a cartwheel in the last game. And so 1 went down leg side, and he tried to stop it. As the umpire fixed the stump. So is he looking for a bail? I think he's looking for a bail. And it's well, it's halfway down the pitch. It's umpire Joe Foster who's come and picked it up and given it to Pete Vincent. So 6 for no loss. Berno. And they're a very competitive side, and with the addition of Dylan Stain, they're that's really pumped up their batting and also made them a lot sharper in the field. The wind's picked up again, as it normally does in the afternoon here in Prague at the Vinerati ground. As Azim comes in again, and this is hit just over the top. It's going to go towards the boundary. It won't reach it though. Just dug in a bit. Just a single. And well, look, there are 4 Bohemians backing that up. Actually 5 of them, and they needed the last one of them to field it. Let's have a look at this, just over the top, and there's Ravi who bowls it in. Have a look, there's 5 of them lined up, and almost got past all of them. It was Sahil Grover, the skipper, who was there to mop it up. Comes Zishan Azim again. And clamp down on it. Did Sengupta, who'll get 4 from it. It was a good ball. Didn't quite know how to play it. Just got a bit lucky there, Sengupta. Let's have another look at this. As it comes in beautifully, clamps down on it, gets past the keeper, and that's 4 runs. Well, it's a good end to the over for Berno. It wasn't a bad one for Bohemians as well. Average runs 4 in this tournament. 118 for, 111 against. 4 for. But the expected score. Well, again, you can't really judge that. I don't think. It was from past games here at Vinerati as well. But if you look at it, it's pretty close. More runs against for Berno, so it will be very, very tight, this game. As Sajid Boyan comes in again, just pushed forward, and it's got through the fielder. That's a bit sloppy. And that's Martin Verndl, who's normally very good out there. And he'll have to run and pick that up and throw it in from over the boundary. Vinny, what do you think of this start?
Yeah, well, a mixture of good shots and good luck. That one deflected almost into Joe Foster. Still runs away for 4. Yeah, the supercomputer. Well, say what you like about it, and we have. But it's predicting a golden ball here, 83-83. But I'll take any golden ball. Berno were golden ball heroes the other day over United. It's edged away, and this is going to be 4. So, like I said, it's been a mixture of good batting and good luck, and this was probably the latter as Ratul gets another boundary.
Yeah, it's a thick outside edge. It's flown past the keeper for 4 to the fastest part of the ground. And as I said, the wind's picked up a little bit, as it normally does. It's going, I don't know. You can
I
never
think it's
pick
left
it.
to right.
I think it's left to right.
And I think it's it's pretty much going backward point to mid-wicket. I had to guess.
And talking about the wind, I was speaking to Voitahasa in the last game, and he said that everything he was hitting off the middle, right? And everything he hit towards the leg side, on the right side of the screen, it was just going.
Yeah, it
and
carries.
going quick. But then he tried to hit one over the top of cover, and he thought he'd got it over, but then the wind held it up. And he was the most surprised man on the field to see that he was caught there. So that's how effective the wind is here.
It's actually blown a couple of our cameras over, I can already tell. That's why you're getting a few weird angles here. There's Martin Verndl, the Czech-born player. That's got a lot of attention for just how well he bats, how good he looks out there. Here's Buyan.
It's the mullet, I think. Oh, what a shot!
Wow, it's a good shot. He is trying to get it fine, but I don't think he was trying to get it this fine. Ratul, we know he likes to back away and cut. Just have a look at it. Again, it's just such a teaser for the keeper. But he can't do anything about it. Another boundary to Berno.
I mean, Zaid Mahmood's, to be fair, Sahil Grover should be keeping, but he's got so much responsibility in this side that Zaid Mahmood has taken the gloves, that he hasn't had the best tournament with the gloves. And that one, well,
also, I don't think Grove would have caught that because it wasn't straight at him. So I don't think it would have made a difference at the end of the second over. Tongue in cheek, by the way, Sahil. It's 24 without loss after 2. Now, Mark Smart saying, yeah, it was a pleasure to play against the Cricket Over Academia in a 3rd Division T20 match in Valvari. We all signed an old BCC cap as a memento. A bit teary, really, to see Czechs on the field growing cricket. Historical. Yeah, well, let's have a look at the table before we go back to that. And you can see Bohemians, they'll be the first team to complete their allotment of 14 matches. So after this, they're done. They're either going to win this and finish on 16 points, or they'll be stuck on 14. If they're stuck on 14, they might be looking over their shoulders, and rightly so. And a couple of teams under them that could come up and steal their finals place. The top 4 go through to finals Friday. Well, right now, we've got the kids playing on the second field, and they've been working hard all week. Their wind's up, but also the sun's out, so the conditions not too bad.
Javed Iqbal, the bowler, pulling to Ratul, who, well, I think he got something on this. Let's have a look. It's called buys.
Yeah, I didn't think he did get anything on it first up, but let's have a look at the replay.
And
just, doesn't get the feed across. He kind of reaches and can't get down. Yeah, this is what's happening on the second field right now on Banksfield. And so great to see the kids out there. They were so enthusiastic. They love the cricket. I'd love to hear so much Czech getting spoken over there as well. Chris is Czech. Brilliant.
It's pretty good. He knew. I'll come back as Fahad comes in. And, well, that one's missed outside our stump. Chris knew that he had to, if he was going into schools and if he was coaching, that he'd have to coach in Czech, which is fantastic. And that's what he's doing. And that's why initially he had about 250 kids, I think, playing in the local region. Playing a lot of cricket. But then, of course, COVID hit, and they basically had to start again. It's building up nicely, but at the same time, it's a bit heartbreaking for them. That's a beautiful shot over the top from Ratul for 6. We'll use the pace of Iqbal's bowling. And let's have a look at this. He's so good at doing this. He just basically just rocks back and guides it over the top. And it's so economical in his in his stroke making is Ratul, and he picks a gap more than better than I think most batsmen I've ever seen. He knows where the fielders are, he knows where he can hit, and then he targets those areas. He kind of he manufactures a shot to actually get it into that gap. So it's a really fascinating way to bat, and I love watching Mohammad Ratul in full flight. I hope you're enjoying it as well. So it is Javed Iqbal to come in again, bowling to Ratul. Just moves away from that one. They get a single, bit of a misfield there. Hit firmly to into the covers. Just one. And it'll bring Sengupta back on strike. So Ratul is 26 off 14, and a couple of balls left in the power play. Score is now 35 for no loss. Pretty good start for Berno. Comes the warhorse, Javed Iqbal. And Sengupta pulls him away past the fielder, 4 runs. No chance for Sahil Grover. Couldn't get down quick enough. That was hit nicely. So you can see he's lining it up and just waited on it. And no one in that area deep, because the field restrictions are still in just for another ball. Sahil Grover just couldn't react quick enough to get down to it. Last ball of the power play, 39 for no loss, Berno. Sengupta just pushes it out to point, and no run. That's the end of a pretty good power play there for Berno. They'll be happy with it, especially the fact that they haven't lost a wicket. Going 13 and over, and Berno are 39 for no loss.
See a decent power play there. Ratul dominates it, and yeah, Bohemians still searching for that first breakthrough. Had some close calls, but yeah, 3 decent overs, 11, 13, 15. Stairway to heaven stuff.
17 off the next, do you think, Vinny?
Well, if it is, Berno will be happy. I will say, though, that no Kamal in the side for Bohemians here. Takes away one of their slow bowling options. Having said that, they've got some other good options in the side. Zishan Azim is going to come back now and bowl over number 4.
He's a really good bowler, is Zishan Azim. I think he's a good cricketer all around. He's taken a lot of catches on the boundary, and a real plus for this Bohemian side. Plays his cricket in Poland normally. And this is hit high in the air. There's no one back there, and it's over the boundary anyway. Nice shot by Ratul, and he continues. He hit 94 the other day, did Ratul, and he's been in sparkling form. So 32 off 15. I think we would like to see Dylan Stain come in for a bat, but we just don't want to see Ratul be the man to be dismissed for that to happen. And that's hit nicely through the offside. That was beautifully timed, and again just picked the gap. You can see. Have a look at the batting. So it's just sort of length, and he's hit it just in front of square, sort of in that cover region. But he's seen the gap, and that's where he wants to hit it, and he targets it and hits it. He just does it so well and so consistently. And Azim, I have to think about where to bowl to him. He's 20 so far. He's a good bowler, is Azim.
Yeah, up and at him, on the verge of a 50 partnership as well.
It's a bit of a full toss. Hits straight to the man there at the short cover area. By the way, a bit of a shout out to the Curry House. They provided us with a little bit of an afternoon biryani, which is delicious.
Yeah. Would have tasted even better to the Tigers players after getting a win in the last game, after had a bit of a shock in the first game of the day. We'll see them also in the last game of the day.
Oh, good ball.
That's the only thing with Ratul. Like, he's so good, he attempts shots that are difficult, that there are definitely easier options.
You're saying he gets bored out there?
Yeah, I've seen it happen. This jumping outside leg, it's not the percentage option, but he's good enough that he gets away with it so often. I just think that shot there, if he just stands, he can just hit a normal cover drive through cover. But I guess he's exciting. And so, yeah, I've seen it time and time again. Batters that can play all the shots, they try and play all the shots all the time.
And it's guided down to third man. Didn't pick a gap that time. Bring Sengupta back on strike. Just one left of Azim's spell. It's been hasn't been disastrous, but it's been well, going at just over 10 and over. It brings up the 50 for Berno in the 4th over. Still going at that rate of about 13, which is pretty much par for other days here at Vinerati. Just a little bit slow with the overnight rain, but it's starting to firm up again. And a bit of an optimistic shout. A leg by, and Sengupta will retain the strike. And at the end of the 4th over, Berno are 51 for no loss. So it's been a pretty good start, I think, for Berno, with a pretty long batting lineup as well, with Stain coming into the side. He's yet to bat, as they didn't lose a wicket in the last game either. And they're going pretty well here, as we see in the graphics. It's mounting. This Berno batting, as it will be Abul Fahad. He'll come in to bowl. I'm sure he'll bowl with a bit more venom than what he did this morning. He's been, as he mentioned to me earlier, he's been out of the country doing some business with his import-export business. He's also a restaurateur here in Prague, and he'll be bowling to Satyajit Sengupta. Let's see what kind of pace that Fahad brings to the game. Well, just rolls his arm over the first one. It's called a wide. We did see him yesterday though, just pick up the pace a bit and bowl with a bit more venom. Just rolled his arm over almost the first one, but he's at his best when he's really digging it in. He comes out wide of the crease and angles it in, causes lots of problems for the batsman. He was the highest wicket taker in the ECS last year here in Prague. He comes in again. It's a little bit quicker, starting to ramp it up. You might see him at the weekend playing for the Czech national side against Greece and Cyprus. I know they've identified him as with the bowling as a middle over bowler in the 20 over game. I don't know what his place is with a team with the 10 overs. As Fahad comes in again, and it's straight down the ground. Should be just cut off there by Azim, who's a good fielder. Economical so far from Fahad, just 2 runs from it. And the single down the ground and the wide. Now he'll be bowling to Mohammad Ratul. He should be pushing the ball away from the left-hander. There's a third man in place as a point as well. Quite a bit of protection on that side, but there's a big gap between. There's a deep backward point and third man. And I think that's where he'll be aiming that, and also just forward of the man at the forward point, or he can just hit straight as he does then, and well picked up there by Sahil Grover. So it's been a good over so far from Fahad, very economical. Brings Sengupta back on strike. 54 for no loss at the moment, Berno, and the run rate dipped slightly down to about 12 and over. As you can hear the wind, probably it's picked up a little bit. Fahad comes in, and a good ball. Well, clamped down on it did Sengupta, and got a little bit of bat on it. There's no one down there, and that's 4 runs. So
Yeah.
look at this.
Suddenly making this shot his own, isn't he? Sengupta a couple of times this innings. Played it very late. And it is an accident, but it's a good accident. And it brings him another 4 runs.
Yeah, he was very fluid this morning, I think, with his stroke making, was Sengupta. Just haven't seen it yet in this this innings. I think the standard of bowling from the Bohemians is higher than that of the Tigers, though, to be fair. As Fahad comes in again. And hit down the ground. Azim will take it. Got a bad bounce, so look for 2. Don't think they'll take it, though, on his arm.
He recovered well because he just got a slight bad hop at the end, but when he felt it get away, he was on it very quickly and prevented any chance of a second.
So Fahad has one more ball left in his first over. It's been a pretty good one. The boundary that came from it was a little unlucky with Sengupta clamping down on a good Yorker length delivery. We're bowling to Ratul. Comes in and beats him outside off stump. Good bowling and shows his experience there, Fahad, and a pretty good over there. Only 8 from it.
Yeah, 59 without loss after 5. Want to welcome you into the commentary box, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo Danny, to check with me. Once again, I want to say great work from all the kids there. I know that Chris Beers has been working really hard with them, along with the other helpers, the Cricket Over Academia. It's such an exciting project, and I've got to say, I'm not the only one that gets a bit emotional when I see youngsters enjoying the game.
Yeah.
You know, enjoying the game. It can be a bit of a push to get it out there in the first place, but they're just like youngsters anywhere else. Once it's in their blood, and they love it. You can tell those kids having a great time over there.
I mean, look, I think the first time, first time you hit a cricket ball in the middle of the bat,
yeah,
and you see how far it goes. I think that's what gets you hooked.
Yeah.
I did quite a bit of coaching, and I did some at my current school as well, and it was that no one loved bowling. Some of them were, it was difficult to get the action right. Some of them were really good bowlers. What they love to do is to hit the ball hard.
Bowling's something that, once you can do it, you find the beauty in it. But yeah, learning isn't any fun because it's a bit unnatural. For me, the other thing I think that can hook kids straight away, catching is a bit of a universal skill in lots of sports. So taking a great catch, diving, you can do all sorts of things when you're practicing. We used to do stuff with air mattresses and gym mats and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
You're diving into foam pits, taking catches like that. That's the thing for me. I suppose that I got hooked on catching more than hitting. But whatever they're enjoying about it, I hope they keep enjoying it. And I'm excited to see them on Friday as well. Again, apologies for the camera being zoomed out a little bit. That's because the wind was playing a bit of havoc with our equipment. But we'll sort that out at the end of this innings. But yeah, it's a pretty good base from Berno. I wouldn't say the rate is setting any records or anything like that, but still, they're looking pretty solid at this stage. There's plenty of batting to come.
Well, plenty of batting to come, and they are really, I think it's just a good bowling lineup from Berno, from Bohemians, and that's been absolutely smashed. Well, I'm wondering why they're bowling Ravi, to be honest. They've got Saklan Mukhtar, they've got Arif Javed, bowled okay in the last game, and we'll see if this is a bit of a mistake with Ravi bowling. He can go for a few, Ravi. Let's see what Sengupta can come up with this time. Lovely shot. Azim comes around, can't get there, timed it beautifully and picked the gap. And Sengupta now, he's getting into the runs. So Ravi just dragged that one down. And to be fair to him, I don't think he's one of the top line bowlers. Maybe if Kamal was here, he would have been the change they needed. But Sengupta, well, it's out, I think. Sengupta's walking. And, well, he made me eat my words, did Ravi Bist, taking the wicket of Satyajit Sengupta. And really nice take there by Zahid Mahmood. It deflected quite a bit.
It's a little bit of a fingertip job, actually, from Zahid. Look at this. Just in the fingers. But, yeah, eventually, Satya's runs out on 25. But a good strike rate for him. And so it will be the first wicket finally at 71 for 1. And I thought we might see Steyn. Not yet. They've gone for Aramugam at number 3, a position that he's batted in a few times in this series.
Yeah, I'm surprised not to see Dylan Steyn. He's here as a batsman, and he hasn't had a run yet. And well, if he's playing on Friday, Vinny and Berno have one more game left after this.
Yeah,
this afternoon.
Yeah, that's it.
And I'm not sure why Dylan Staines not batting, because he does need to get used to the conditions, and it is slightly different to what he's used to here, I guess.
And he would have played up here a bit, don't get me wrong. But, yeah, if I was him, I'd be demanding to bat.
But you know Dylan, he's pretty humble.
That's the thing. That's the thing. And it's something I said during the ECC last year as well, when he was captaining the side and just couldn't really get it happening. And there was a last game where, okay, if they won or they lost, I don't think it was going to make a difference as far as qualification went. But and by then he'd kind of dropped himself down the order. I tried to convince him. I said, Dylan, get up there. Get up there. Give yourself an opportunity to make some runs. As it didn't really work out that way. Anyway, right now in the middle, it's the end of the 6th over, and Berno, they're 71 for 1.
Yeah, I think probably still on top. That wasn't a bad over. Well, got the wicket of Sengupta, and as you can see, the run rate's still hovering around about 12. It dipped slightly. It was up at 13 originally. 4 overs to go, and there's still a bit of batting there for Berno. This is such a good contest, and well, Bohemians, as we know, can beat any side in this competition. It's just against Vinerati this morning, you saw the bad side of them, where they lost 2 early wickets, good bowling from Joe Cope, and then they couldn't get going, and it was a pretty under par score. But they're lifting the game a little bit here against Berno, but it's tough going for them. Berno, such a good side, and Ratul, he's a very difficult customer to bowl to. But Bohemians, I mean, they're as likely to come out and blast the Berno bowling attack all over the park when they bat. Here's Sajib again, lifted over the top. It's gone with the wind, and it is 6 runs.
The wind is everything, Danny, and Ratul goes up and over. Takes one again. See a little skip away to leg, goes and reaches for it. One hand off the bat, sign that maybe didn't time it perfectly, but still enough to get it up in the slipstream and over the top for 6.
That's it. I mean, he just, again, it's just the inventiveness of his shots. Sometimes he premeditates, as you said earlier, but as he leans back, and that's another one. He just picks gaps so beautifully. It just makes it look super easy. He's moved up to 49.
He's an artist, isn't he?
He is an artist.
Ratul, 49, not out. Trying to count up his half centuries. I remember 2 of them.
He hit 94.
Yep.
There's probably one more a little bit earlier in the tournament, but then he didn't play the middle games for Berno. I think he only
didn't play the first couple of games, actually. It was the first 2 days he didn't play. Yeah, remember that?
Yeah. But he's been excellent, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in the rest of this tournament as well, especially against PCC. I think it's, to me, again, probably Berno and PCC are the two teams that can really. Berno is the team that can really shake PCC, and they are the 2nd best side in the country according to the T20 rankings, and the fact that that PCC won the tournament just within the last few balls the T20 league.
That'd sting for sure. It's Ratul does reach his half century, 51 on out of 25 balls. It's his 4th 50 of the series, and he's up. He's over 300 runs for the series now, and doesn't look like he's finished yet.
He's be up to the player of the series, I think, for me at this stage. He's done very, very well. And it's almost, I don't know, a bit impossible to bowl to him, but when he's in really good touch, it's just, I mean, he's strong on both sides of the ground. He'll respect the good ball as well, but then he'll invent something. This has been hit straight to Farhad. Chance for a run out. Well, a good stop by the bowler Sajib, who got a hand behind it. Otherwise, it might have gone towards the boundary. There's a bit of backup there. Vernal, which I haven't mentioned for a little while, is out on that deep point boundary. As Sajib Bhuyan comes in again. It's been hit towards Vernal. Just as I said, that we haven't mentioned him. There he is, went straight to him.
So obviously, Berno, they have no worries with wickets in hand here.
Yeah.
But they're at 12 and over, which is historically in this series about an average run rate. So they'll want to try and turn it up a notch in the last 3. That's the end of 7 overs. 84 for 1. These are the squads for the... Dylan's saying not available for that series. He's not in the Czechia squad, but we've got 20 listed. Now, I have heard that we might have to make a couple of additions there because I believe that with no Venki, Margashayam, I think that Mataranga is in the squad for him. And I also believe that they're going to try and shoehorn Martin Verndl in there.
Great.
That's the idea. But let's see. And nothing's confirmed yet. And of the, even if we see 20, 21 in the squad, I don't think we'll see 21 playing on the weekend. Anyway, this one should be out, and it is. So Ratul backs away once too often. He loses all the power in the stroke, and it's Mukhtar that comes on. Zakle Mukhtar, first ball, ends up with a wicket. You see, he doesn't know whether he's hitting this leg side, offside, or straight. Ends up just kind of in 3 minds, I think. This is a problem with good players. Sometimes they've got too many options. But Ratul, he goes for 52. Still a very good effort from the keeper bat. He's the second wicket to fall, 84 for 2.
Yeah, it was. It's been a good start from Berno, and really good batting. And you're right, he didn't quite know where to hit it then, but we'll see him later off this afternoon, and later on this afternoon we'll see him definitely in the finals. I think because Berno will get there for sure with a match against the Tigers later on. Dylan Stain, the batter, coming out, and we've been bigging him up. Let's hope he provides some entertainment and gets a few runs. He's not the greatest fan of the T10 format. He doesn't believe he's a T10 batsman, but then again, he's a very humble man, and I think the slightly longer form in the 20 overs will he tends to shine. But with this ground, where you just have to middle it and you'll get good value for shots, as he does that straight away. Just a single. And he's always looking for the next one, isn't he? Good cricketer is Dylan. Almost got run out though.
Yeah, that'd be a disaster to come all this way. But I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes here. Yeah, but Mukhtar, they waited a long time to bring him into the attack, didn't they? For a guy that I think has been really effective in the middle overs.
It's been hit down the ground by Harumigam. And just straight dash back to the bowler. He's only faced, 2 deliveries now, Harumigam. And he's going to try to get the runs going. And they'll come back for 2. It's gone to the bowler's end. That's a pretty good take there from Zahid. That might be out, you know.
Dylan's looking for another one. I think he knocks the bails off before the ball comes in, but he does knock the stumps over. And this is a weird one. Let's have a look. I think he might have been in anyway.
No, it's a good piece of work.
See how he knocks the bails off
yeah,
there.
he does too. Well spotted, Viddy.
But he does knock the stumps over. Oh, you know what? No. Then eventually, watch this foot.
Oh, but have a look at the...
See, the stumps there, he's in, and the stumps haven't started tilting over. So I actually think this is in. In fact...
Well, they haven't even gone for the replay.
Yeah, next ball is going to be 4. And I didn't see what happened because I was too busy looking at that.
Yeah, it was hit through. There's someone picking it up from the Banks field.
Even the yellow jackets have put black jackets on. That's how cold it is. Yeah, there's a replay. Yeah, that was an interesting one. Okay, now we're back to the next ball. We're going to catch up eventually. There we go. This is such a fast-paced game. This will be the end of the over. And the score is 92 for 2 after 8. So, yeah, if the bail's already broken, then you have to essentially... Normally it means you have to remove a stump from the ground when you're playing on turf. Here, the equivalent of that is basically knocking the stumps off their base.
Sure.
So getting them to lie down. So I think that even though he touched the stump and he was still out because he jammed his bat, the base hadn't started tilting over at the point that he was already in. So right decision made. And yeah, Berno, 92 for 2. Just kind of leaving the door ajar a little bit.
I think they'll accelerate here. I think you see a couple of big overs. But it's just funny. Bohemians, as I said, they do tend to implode a little bit and start bickering if things aren't going their own way. And it was Zishan Nazim who just threw it back to the bowler the bowler got to the end of the fingers and just started yelling at Azim again for no reason apart from the fact that he can't field. It was just had to catch the ball and got hit, but it's just the Bohemian way, I guess. Iqbal comes in, and it's been lifted towards Verndl, who takes the catch. Well, he just came in a few paces there, whereas a lot of other fielders would have just waited for it to bounce. Yeah, moved in, and with the wind, he judged it very well.
It did. It was a bit of a miss hit. And Verndl came in and was able to grab the ball fairly easily. So you mentioned he's a good fielder. Dylan Stain out there gets joined by the new batter. And this looks like it's Hamidullah who's coming out to bat at number 5. Someone we haven't seen too much of late with the bat is Riaz Afridi. Partly because he didn't play the last 2 games they played the other night.
Well, it's true, but it'd be perfect time to put him in, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just resting and stewing.
Yeah, Hamidullah is also a pretty good option. We saw him opening the batting the other day. But, yeah, Berno need to find that last little kick from somewhere.
Well, it's 2 left-handers out there at the moment. And Salagrove is in front of us here. He wasn't happy with the performance against Vinerati. And I'm sure he's had a chat to his players as Iqbal comes in. And this is hit high. It's going, and...
Oh, no. Well, this is a bad result because he's well over the line, and I'm really worried that he's done himself an injury here. There's a bit of a misconception. He's thinking if I jump and I touch the ball in the air, it's fine, right? But it's not because he's jumped from outside the boundary.
Is it?
And I think it might have just clipped him. Just
hope
clipped
he's
him in the
okay.
face, edge of the mouth.
Really hope he's okay.
Yeah.
It was.
That's Azim. So he's trying to Houdini that. But yeah, that number one, if you first touch the ball from a legal position, then you can run outside the field and jump. As long as you're in the air, it keeps the ball alive. It's one of the stupidest rules in cricket that we've still got around. Because if you're outside the field, then you're outside the field. You know, you can't jump from outside the field and touch the ball. That's crazy, I think. Anyway, it's an opinion. But yeah,
so
it's a pretty good shot by.
So if he'd been in the air while he caught that and threw it in,
so it would have been 6.
Yeah.
Because, but if you had, say, touched it the first time from in the field, so say you go back and you catch it just before the line, but you throw it up and it goes backwards, then you can do what he did there, and the ball's still alive.
Okay.
But you have to have touched the first. Your first touch needs to have been like a legal touch, if you like.
Let's hope he's okay. My apologies for laughing at a player getting hit in the face.
We were laughing because he put in such a big effort from, it was already 6. Anyway, this isn't 6, but it's 4. And Hamidullah is getting things moving. Brings up the 100 for Berno in the 9th over.
That's a lovely shot. Oh, look at this. Just waited on it, dabbed it down past that third man region. And that's the right man to be in at the moment, I think, is Ullah. So, Javid Iqbal has got 3 balls left to this over. It all happens in the 9th, and it's been happening. So, Iqbal will come in, bowling again to Ullah. Dylan Staines only faced 1 ball at the other end. Hits straw straight at Iqbal. He got a hand to it. Oh, we're getting buffeted here by the marshmallow. It's rocking back and forward. That one just hit me in the back of the head, Vinny.
Yeah. There's a bit going on here. This is another return chance. It's very hard to judge the pace of those in your follow through. Anyway, Ullah gets another shot.
It's again well bowled there from Iqbal. He's come back well in the second half of this over after going for a couple from Ullah, who's now on 10 off 4. But Iqbal has got 1 ball left of his spell, the Warhorse. It's been pretty good. It's taken 1 wicket.
Danzilla just in the chat saying should try and shoehorn Danny O'Connor into the national squad too.
Oh, eventually.
It won't be long. Yeah, he's got a bright future, that kid.
He does. And it's going to be legal. Well, good end to that over from Iqbal. And well, Berno 102. They've only got one more over left. Might not be enough, you know, Vinny, at this stage.
Well, it's looking, although wait till 2 teams bat.
Yeah.
I think Berno, they've got some decent bowling options. I think, let's say it's going to be 110, give or take. I think Berno will back themselves to defend that.
Sure.
I also think Bohemians will back themselves to chase it. So I think that shows you it's going to be a pretty exciting second half, regardless of what happens here. And see who they go back to here. I would have thought maybe Shohaz Farhad gets another go. I think he is walking towards the bowler's end now. So
The figures were almost the same, except the fact that Mukhtar took a wicket, and they both went for 8 off their overs. I think Farhad's over was pretty good.
2 left-handers as well. So
I think he's the right bowler because he does push the ball away from the left-hander.
that's true, and that was a pretty effective strategy late last over as well.
Yeah, they've got a couple of players in place. In fact, they're really good from Sahil. He's moved another one around to a sort of finish third man. They've got 2 of them there towards the boundary. In fact, they're moving. I'm not sure where he is there. He's one of them's in from the boundary. I guess it cuts down the angle. Anyway, Farhad bowling to Dylan Stain.
Yeah, here we go, last over.
And misses that one. Good bowling from Farhad. A little late on it.
I think you're right about the natural angle that Farhad gets against left-handers. That's a really good example of it. Dylan just doesn't quite catch up to it.
It's they want to get it up to about a 120 mark. They need a big over here, Berno, and really puts it in the balance. Such an important game between 2 very good sides. Comes Farhad again. Dylan Stain misses that one, or it's called a wide. So Dylan's really flashing at it. Again, doesn't need to necessarily. That's a bit of a rough call.
At the point that it passes the popping crease, so we get a second look at it. Umpire's looking at a lot of things at once. But anyway, bit of a break there for Berno, I think.
Yeah, I think so. And he's bowling with a bit of venom here. Now Farhad, he knows that their tournament could be, well, this is hit over the top. 6
Shot.
runs.
That's an absolute cracker. And you can see why this guy needs to face some more balls, because if they can get him going, this is timed so well. Turns it into more or less a half volley and absolutely laces that over cover point. Maximal. Dylan's away.
Yeah, he hardly really went through with the shot. It was just kind of almost like a bunt, but beautifully timed. And Farhad, he's well, I think Dylan knows where he's going to put it. Gave himself a bit of room. Farhad comes in again. And got him that time, straight through him as Dylan runs off. And I think he just said well bowled to Farhad.
Yeah, well, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. And yeah, as pretty as the shot before was, this one was kind of other end of the scale. He decides to make up his mind. He's going leg side no matter what. I think part of that, and there's some strategy. Dylan's a smart cricketer. He knows, all right, got a bit of width on the last one, and he expects the bowler to correct and go straighter. So he's already kind of premeditating to go leg side. So he just missed it. But now I get the theory of what he's doing there. But as it is, it'll be a late wicket, and the score was 109 for 4.
Shane Khan is the new batsman. We know he can hit the ball as well. And he'll need to. Only 3 balls left. 109. I think it's a decent total. But you're right, don't judge it until the second innings.
I mean, par, what do you say par is now? 116, and it's less because of the outfield not being as crazy today.
Well, we said, I mean, 125 was about par, and then it's just slowed down because the outfield is not as fast.
But yeah, if you go on the numbers, even this series, it's a shade less than 12. I know there's been a few innings that's dragged that down, to be fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, 3 to come.
Big swing and a miss there from Cheyenne. It's been a good over here from Farhad, and this is how he normally bowls when he's bowling well. Farhad, he thinks a lot about his bowling. He's got a good bit of pace about him as well, and he's a very handy player for this Berno side, sorry, this Bohemian side, and also for the Czech national team. Comes in again. This is hit high and long. Well, just when you big a man up, he gets smacked over the cow corner region for 6.
Yeah, what a shot. This guy gets so much bat speed, an unnatural amount. And adios pelota. There's 6 of them.
So final ball, 115 on the board. And, the
Boundary here sets 120s. This is going to be a really interesting second half of the game.
It
Both
really
teams
will
on 7 wins, chasing their 8th win, which guarantees them a spot.
Called a wide.
Yeah.
So just up a little bit more.
Yeah. Bit of a kick in the tail. After the 9th over, just went for 10. I say just. This one, at the moment, is worth 14 with the ball to go.
So, again, it's just an intriguing game, this one, between 2 very good sides. Fahad, last ball of the innings. And, well, the look at one. Might be a run out. I think it will be.
Yeah. They're just giving it out.
Big shout.
We're not going to waste valuable film on third umpiring this one. But yeah, it sneaks between the body and the stumps, and yeah, they take it on anyway. Which, as you do, it's the right thing to do at this stage. But yeah, Berno, they're going to finish 116 for 5. So Bohemians 117 to win. It's pretty much, yeah.
It's line ball, isn't it?
It's 50-50. I just think it's an average score, Berno, but they've got above average bowling to come. And Bohemians, they've been a bit hit and miss with the bat. That's the thing. I think Verndl is super important. I'd be considering opening him, to be honest. I think he's one guy that can handle what Berno are going to throw. But yeah, earlier on, it was the Ratul show again, a 4th half century in the innings, as he set about building the score with Sajid Sengupta at the top of the order.
Absolutely, such an impressive batsman is Mohammad Ratul. As you saw there, Sengupta getting a bit of luck and almost a chance to run out Ratul. And Sengupta tended to find the inside edge of the bat quite a bit to get boundaries down in that fine leg area as the umpire jumps over the ball. It's going to the boundary. But Ratul is, again, that was a beautiful shot, late cut shot, that one as well. So, yeah, keeper not loving it, and that went through Zahid. That was called buys, I think. So, but he just rocks back, very strong in that area. That was a 6, and Sengupta got into the action also after a slow start. But he's so dangerous because he hits in different parts of the ground as Ratul. And he's equally strong on the offside and on the onside. Just tends to step away a little bit and give himself plenty of space, as that's the end of Sengupta. Good catch there from Zaid Mahmood. See the reverse angle came to him pretty quickly. It's Ravi Bist that took the wicket. And then there was another one gone. That was Ratul. Good innings. And a catch there for Martin Verndl. But this is the one where the fielder got hit in the face trying to knock it back in. It would have still been a 6. But it's unfortunate that he did cop one in the mouth. But good hitting there. Dylan Steyn came in a bit with a couple. And right at the end, this is the final run out of the innings. So it was a fairly steady batting performance by Berno. Looked like they're getting it a lot more after a really bright start, going 13 and over. It just faded a little bit with wickets. As we see here, Mohammad Ratul up the top is 52 of 29. Sengupta 25 of 13. And little contributions from Arimagam and Dylan Steyn. Hamid Ullah also was with 10 off 5. Shane Khan with 6. Quite a few wides. Well, actually, not too bad with wides, so we'll buys as well, 9 extras. And have a look at this. Sakale Mukhtar with 8 off his 1. And wickets for Javid Iqbal, Fahad and Ravi Bist. So, match 50 here from the European Cricket Series in Czechia. Match between Bohemians and Berno. It's a healthy target, 117, but a very achievable one for Bohemians. We're back in a few minutes' time to see if Berno can defend that total, or if the Bohemians can get the 117 they need for victory. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the European Cricket Series here in Czechia. Match number 50 between Berno and Bohemians. And it's a healthy total on the board of 117. Or target set up by Berno for 117. Bohemians will have to bat well, but they're very capable. And that man you see on screen there, Sahil Grover, he missed out this morning after getting a first baller against Vinerati. And that seemed to be how things went for Bohemians in the earlier game. But they're really pumped up here. Another man who's pumped up is Riaz Afridi, bowling to Zahid Mahmood. And gets one right towards the stumps. And is just a single there. Bring Sahil on strike. And Afridi was a little bit tentative this morning with the wet ground. Didn't want to overdo it. In fact, he only bowled one over. Did Afridi. He'll be bowling here to Sahil Grover. Comes in and that's hit well by Grover. Lovely shot. 4 runs. Look at this. It's pitched up a bit. Grover just hit with it, with the angle. And that's how he's been batting. So Grover, he's loved being out here this last couple of weeks. It's been the form of his life. Here comes Riaz. And this one, gets him. That was angled in at the batsman. And showing no distress. Sahil, let's have a look. This was angled in at the batsman, tucked him up. And I don't think he liked getting hit, did Riaz. Rahat's having a bit of a chat to him, the skipper. Bowling again to the Bohemian skipper, Sahil Grover. This one's down leg side. It's a bit quicker still from Afridi. He's such an important bowler for this Berno side. Let's have another look. And it's again angled at the batsman. There's a man just behind square. Could be bowling to a trap. He saw this morning that that's where Sahil was dismissed. I lean back and get smashed by the marshmallow again. Comes Afridi. And that's a nasty one. And he's not wearing a helmet, it's Sahil. And that's he's been hit in the face. And that's really nasty. And Afridi, in fact, it's the back of the head. So this has come quick, and he turned his head. Glancing blow, maybe on the jaw. Well, it's not what we want to see here. And yeah, it was just in the back of the jaw area, and the medical staff's out. And Sahil, he's been so good this week, and he really copped a nasty one there. So there's the first aiders are coming round, and Charles Croucher is dispersing the players. And I think apart from Sahil, the man who's feeling the worst out there is Riaz Afridi.
Yeah.
He's coming around and he's apologising now.
Yeah, he's worried, but I got to say it's stupidity to face him without a helmet.
I'm exactly.
I know not everyone's comfortable wearing the helmet, and it's not easy because cricket's one of those games. One mistake, you're gone, right? So if you're feeling uncomfortable, that's one reason not to wear a helmet. But I just think that he's probably going to try and bat on here. I'm not so sure it's wise though. You need to be wearing a helmet against Riaz Afridi. The guy's bowling 130s, and I think he is going to retire hurt. And I think that's sensible. And I'm just worried. It looks like he turned his head, so it got him either, in the bottom of the jaw or the back of the head.
I think it was just on the the back of the jaw. So
it looked
he
like
turned his head, and it. But I was about to say it actually because I mean, Afridi, he cracked Afridi through the onside, and you know Afridi's going to bowl quick at you, and you know he's going to bowl bounces. And I was about to say, with Sahil not wearing a helmet, and he'd aimed a couple at him as well, just bowling that sort of body line. And that's how he got out this morning, Sahil, is trying to hook a short ball. And
you can't blame the bowler, you know, he's just pitched up and been smashed. You can't blame Riaz. No, you never want to hurt anyone, but it's crazy to face Riaz Afridi without a helmet. The guy can bowl 130s, right? You know, and he's got a slippery short ball. And, you know, I remember Rudraj Magare copping one, even worse than that a couple of years ago. You know, I just hope Sahil learns from it, honestly, and he gets comfortable batting in the helmet, because you'd hate to see anything like that ever happening again. Anyway, Verndl will come out. It won't be a wicket, but it will be a new batter. Verndl coming out number 3.
Yeah, he's well, Afridi's bowling to the left-hander this time, as this is short as well.
Wayne's comment, magic spray, question mark.
I called him a no ball for the second bouncer of the over. I didn't think that was that high.
I don't reckon that was high.
No. He's a tall man also, Verndl.
No, it's not even close.
No, I mean, well, it's called from square leg.
That was... All right.
Well, that one's hit Verndl's a full toss.
Yeah, well.
And Afridi.
Afridi's a bit of an all or nothing. He doesn't bowl too many in the middle balls. I suppose it went in the middle ball that went for 4, that Grover hit him over the leg side. It's been the end of the over. Pretty eventful one. 7 without loss after 1. Well, I say without loss. They've already lost Grover. He won't technically go down as a wicket. 30 matches since the golden ball, considering that was only 4 days ago. It shows you there's a lot of cricket happening at the moment on ECN. Berno were involved in that golden ball, and yeah, they got over the line.
Well,
by the barest of margins.
He's got another ball left here because it was a free hit.
Okay, so and clock that one yet.
Oh, he's got him. I thought he's got him. I heard an edge.
No, it wasn't.
Well, okay. It looked like it was away from the bat, but I heard something there, Vinny.
You heard something? Okay, I just saw the movement, and I thought that he missed it by a fair bit. See, the movement comes...
Yeah, it was nowhere near the bat.
Pitch, yeah.
It was definitely a noise, but and you can see that it was leg side that was appealing, but it was miles away from the bat. So I don't know where... Is it a clicky hip he has? Or
maybe flicked his pad with his bat or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, like I said, eventful over 7 without loss. As we get ready for over number 2, it looks like Satya Sengupta will take up the attack.
Yeah, he's been a good bowler, a good player for Berno in this tournament. He's a new recruit, used to play for Spartans, and he'll be bowling to Zaid Mahmood. Verndl at the other end. He'll be happy that it's not Riaz Afridi. He'll be bowling to him soon. Well, you never know if they hold him back, Afridi. But Zaid Mahmood is 1 off 1. He's been patchy with his form. He's been good recently. Had 1 terrible innings a little bit earlier, but he's had a pretty good tournament all up with the bat. Has Zaid Mahmood, and this one's hit into the covers. Ali does the fielding. Bring the left-handed Verndl on strike. Sengupta again. He's in the national team setup as Sengupta, as half these players seem to be actually. So it's just having a little chat about the incident with a couple of officials. So we'll find out a little bit more about Sahil Grover. As Sengupta is going to come around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Martin Verndl, who hasn't scored yet. He's been in good form as well as the series progressed. It's called a wide, and it's umpire Pete Vinson there. That was a pretty easy call. That one kept on going with the wind and with the swing. I have to angle it in slightly to Verndl or try to move it away from the left-hander. He's got the breeze going across him. Chance of an edge. Going Sengupta, and exactly that, but he didn't get an edge. Got the full face of the bat, which is a real feature of Vernal's batting, and that's 6 runs. Lovely shot. Just went with the swing, waited for it, and beautiful shot from Vernal. So he's on 6 off 4. He's a tall man. There's Vernal. And hit through the leg side this time. And a really good piece of fielding there. That could only be Dylan Stain.
That was pure though, that lofted off drive, wasn't it?
Lovely.
I mean, Randall is something else. And then, okay, this time gets a little bit off technique. Looking for that leg side. But he still gets a single. These two batted together a fair bit earlier today.
They did. They batted well as well. Said Mahmood, I've been impressed with him in this tournament. He's brought it back, I think, and he's batting with confidence, which is good to see. Vernal also. I like Vernal's technique because it's pretty simple. He offers the full face of the bat. Likes to hit straight, but can hit also nice pull shots and got a very effective cut shot and square drive. Well, that one's not in the textbook. Got a bit of an inside edge there. But Sengupta ends with 10 coming from this over. Did well, the keeper as well. That's saved 4 runs there, Ratul. So 17 for no loss after 2. The Bohemians, they're chasing 117. As you see the table here, this is a second and third clash. And United are just behind. They've got a couple of games to play. This will be the last game for the Bohemians. Berno got one more later on against the Tigers. So I think it's Barbarians have got a good chance of sneaking in as well. I think it's down to 5 teams now with the Tigers, Vinerati and also Spartans. Probably not a chance of getting through to the final 4. And these two will definitely be in the shake. Mahmood will be facing another very good bowler in Niraj Mishra. It's been impressive throughout the tournament. Bowled with good pace and has been pretty accurate for the most part. He has very much an offside field. Still one more over left in this power play. Bowling to Mahmood. And of course he bowls it down leg side because he has an offside field, which is we've seen quite often as, I don't know, the whole loosener thing. He tried to roll his fingers over it, I think. Just got it wrong slightly, the bowler. But again, he's coming in, and that's wide on the other side. So Skippy in the chat, I never wear a helmet. I wear a helmet facing Afridi. Of course, Mark Smart is a member of the Berno Cricket Club. And yeah, but I mean, I'm surely in training down in the nets in Berno, he doesn't bowl bounces at you. That's just
I don't know these guys. They're a bit crazy.
It's Mishra again. This is in the air, and whoa, great effort there from Rahat Ali. He took the catch and then stepped over. That's a fantastic take, but just let's have a look at this. Well hit by Mahmood. And Rahat gets underneath it, takes a one-hander, left-handed, and he's always going backwards, and he stepped on the rope.
Just.
Unlucky. What a catch, though.
Brilliant effort.
So here comes Mishra again. And down leg side again. It's been a bit of a loose one. Not very typical of his bowling, Niraj Mishra, in this tournament. It's normally been pretty tight. But Bohemians won't mind this. Mahmood's 9 off 5. Vernal is 7 off 6. Of course, Sale Grover is retired hurt. Let's hope he's okay. Mishra again. And this is going towards the fielder on the boundary. Just a single. So good field set here again. It's well, there was a sweeper on the boundary, one of the 2 men out, and then just 2 other players on the onside for Mahmood. It's changed around now for the left-hander Verndl. Let's see if the bowler can adjust. It's been a bit of a scrappy over from Mishra. In fact, there's only been 2 legal deliveries. This is hit just past the bowler, just be a single, as Freedy getting in the game and getting in the way of Rahat Ali again. Those two. So, Mishra, well, it's given Rahat a bit of a headache, I think. Because Mishra is one bowler that can rely on 2 normally very economical overs, and this one has been not very economical, not very tight. Turned around the corner then again by Mahmood, just a single. Again, it'll bring the left-handed Verndl on strike. Get a nice 6 earlier on. Again, the field just setting itself. Here goes Mishra, bowling to Big Check, who hits straight down the ground. Rahat takes a simple catch, and that's the end of Martin Verndl, who goes for 8. Not happy with himself. It's a good wicket there for Berno.
Yeah, it'll be the first actual wicket as Verndl tries to elevate. Doesn't quite get the contact, does he? This time Rahat doesn't have any issues with the boundary rope. And so Bohemians just a little bit behind where they need to be at this stage. It's the first wicket down, 29 for 1.
We'll bring a new batsman out, and looks like it will be Sazib Bhuyan who will come in. He seems to have shaken off that calf injury a bit. He was running pretty freely earlier on. So, again, he's a very, very important player for this Bohemian side, both with the bat and the ball. And he'll be facing Mishra again, who, well, he's got his wicket. It's been a scrappy over, though. 1 ball to come in the power play as well. So the field will be relaxed. 117 the target. 29 on the board already. Comes Mishra. And pretty good ball there. Attacked by the fielder. And just a single. He'll keep the strike, will Sazib. And that's his 30 up for Bohemians. 10 and over. Not quite enough, but there's plenty of time to accelerate. And, well, the end of the power play. It's pretty even at the moment. Let's have a look at the Manhattan. 1 off the first, and then 10 and 13. So that was a Freedy's over, where the unfortunate Sahil Grover had to retire hurt. But Vinny was right before, not wearing a helmet to a fast bowler, especially like a Freedy who bowls a lot of short balls, to be fair.
Just hope he's all right. He's still, yeah. I think the word I heard is he's still in a bit of shock about it. You know, he just wasn't quite himself. And so Bohemians, okay, assuming they make the finals, they've got the day off tomorrow. Let's just hope he can get himself right, Grover, because he's such an important player. And no matter how good a player you are, now, I used the example of Phil Hughes. He was wearing a helmet even. It was in a similar spot. This is leg side, and that's going to be 4. So pretty full from Vasudevan first up. And Sazib Bhuyan, well, he only knows one way. He scorched this with the movement, though. It was outside the off stump. And his outfield still pretty quick. Goes for 4. Yeah, but, I mean, Phil Hughes, in that innings where he got this hit, and ultimately it would be a disastrous blow, obviously, that shook the cricket world. But he was in. I mean, he was, what was he, 62 not out? 63 not out he was at the time. And so he was in. So, you know, it can happen at any time. And, it's a similar sort of ball, similar sort of shot. This time down to deep backward square leg, just a single.
Yeah, exactly right. And, I mean, we like to see good competitive cricket. And I know that you mentioned, I think, that there's a helmet law coming in with certain forms of cricket. What level do you have to play to have a cricket a helmet?
Yeah, well, that's an ICC directive, you know, that they've brought in. But I suppose this is where it comes down to it. You know, cricket exists at all levels, from Test cricket down to people playing in the park or people playing with a hard ball. You know, so you can't really regulate everything. But we normally follow the ICC's lead on these things. In fact, I actually would make it you have to wear a helmet all the time, even if you're facing spin bowling. You know, I just don't see why not. I
Well,
don't see
you
what
can
the
get a top
disbenefit is.
edge.
Yeah,
you know.
definitely. Keepers wear helmets up to stumps
Yeah.
to spinners. So, yeah, it's still, you can knock your teeth out.
I mean, could the ICC? I've seen that happen with a friend of mine when we were playing with a left-hander. There was a guy. Every time we had a left-hander, this guy would bowl at us, and this is mulleted into the car park, absolutely hammered by Sazir Bhuyan. Yeah, he got hit in the teeth and had braces for as long as I can remember afterwards. So, but yeah. Look, can the ECN bring out a helmet law? I mean,
yeah, I mean, it basically, some things their hands are tied, you know, because also, you know, there's an argument that they're adults, they can choose, you know, if they want to or not. If under 18s is already mandatory, I'd like to see us go in that direction. But I think one of the issues you have is that, you know, often there's not enough equipment to go around in Europe, and that's also factored in. But you know, certainly, I think it's only heading in one direction, and yeah, it's sooner rather than later, hopefully.
I guess it's an argument about the not having enough helmets, but at the same time, you don't want to see people get hit. And if something if a Phil Hughes incident happens here, I mean, it's a small cricket community, and it is around Europe. Something like that happens, you know, it's gonna rock that community as well. And you know, we want people playing good competitive cricket, you know. And it's the same with the bowler as well. They don't want to hit players.
No, for the bowler to have to carry that around, it's no good at all.
So it's Vasudevan to. In fact, it's not. It is Vasudevan. That no, it's not. It's Shine Khan. So didn't think it looked like Vasu.
No, that is definitely Shine Khan.
He's been a really good player for Berno as well, Shine Khan, during this tournament. As score moves on to 44. Mahmood on 11, Bhuyan on 14. And it's a good ball outside of stump, missed by Mahmood. He's absorbing too many balls at the moment. He has to get going. There's Zahid. Bit of a swing and a miss outside off stump.
Yeah, just kind of stepped away from the line. That was the issue there.
So, coming again. Mahmood needs to get back on ball, and does down the leg side. This could go all the way. Fielder coming around, gets a bad bounce, but he's got his body behind it. Or looked for a second, did Bhuyan, but luckily for him and for Bohemians, he didn't go on with the run. So it's an interesting point. Berno were 54 for none at this stage, but they slowed down with their innings slightly. Target's 117. And this is hit hard. Rahat can't reach it. Good effort there. Smashed by Bhuyan, pretty flat. And that's 6 runs, just straight over the Berno captain. Have a look at this. It was hit hard and flat, and just getting over the reach of Rahat, who timed his jump pretty well. Bhuyan moves on to 20. Bowling again is Khan, and this one was short, and it was always going to get smashed onto the Banks field. That's gone a long way. You saw him line it up, and as soon as it was short there, Sajib said, "Thank you very much."
Yes, he did. And whoa, what a shot. So this game, every time you feel it drifting one way, it seems to turn on its heels. So we're full of surprises. Got that goal to Paul Field about it, if I'm completely honest.
Well, not if Sajid Bhuyan has anything to do with it. That's his third 6 in a row. And Cheyenne Khan, well, that's an expensive over. It's gone for 20.
Yeah, it goes magical. End of the 5th. So 63 for 1. Bohemians pull ahead. Can they stay ahead? You can stay ahead of the action at our website, europeancricket.com. You can get all the information on the stats, fixtures, and it also all the results, obviously, as they come in, and not just of the current tournaments, but the previous ones as well, including the ECSN in Portugal right now. Tonight, matches 19 and 20, doublehead between the Porto Wanderers and Lisbon Capitals. Tune in. It'll start probably halfway through the last game here or so. So we'll keep an eye on the teams as they come out. The toss news there. Corey's standing by in Portugal from 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. Should be a good night.
This should be a good contest as well. With it's Naveed Ahmed, the off spinner, very experienced off spinner, who will take at the attack. And a helmet being brought out for the for Mohamed Ratul. So he's a very good bowler, is Naveed Ahmed. I think he probably doesn't appreciate the short boundaries, and I know they'll launch an attack, especially Bhuyan against Ahmed. Comes in, and it's just out of the reach of the fielder there, who's at about a fourth slip.
Yeah, they're having a heater right now, aren't they? They're just on a barnstormer. Naveed, I like him coming in at this stage. He's a clever spinner. I know that these boundaries aren't particularly forgiving, but I think he can be really effective. First one has no luck though, heads to wait.
So nicely pitched up, just a single to Rahat. Sajib is going to be facing the next one. He's just hit 3 sixes in a row, and I'm sure he'll try to continue against Ahmed, who's a very cagey bowler. So it's going to be a bit quicker. Well, doesn't really matter. This one's getting launched again, and that's a huge hit.
That was big. That was gone with the wind. And Naveed, I think, just has to get him to take it for a bit further outside off if he wants to play that shot. I mean, Sazib can go through the covers, but he really is like going leg side in this series. He plays his poker with the cards face up on the table, saying, look, this is where I'm going to try and take you. Do something about it.
That's 4 in a row.
Yeah, it is 2. What a run. Got to get him and get him soon.
Oh, just over the top of the cover fielder, and that'll go for 4. Nice shot there.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, Danny. He's not a one-trick pony, although we do see him slogging a lot to the leg side, but he also looks pretty good through the offside. You can see he had plenty of power in that shot over cover. Another boundary.
Yeah, he's a good batsman, Sazib. Sometimes doesn't think too much about his cricket, but that was a very thoughtful shot over cover. He's moved on to 42. Naveed comes in again, and that's a good ball.
Yeah, better ball. Couldn't get under that. But now, just like that, the rate required's dipped into the 9s, and I think with plenty of wickets in hand, Bohemians are pretty happy there.
Well, Freddie's got another over left. Niraj Mishra went for quite a lot. Naveed Ahmed's gone for a few as well, as this gets past the infield and going towards a boundary. Dylan Steyn with a one-hander pick up and throw.
Tight.
I tell you what, when he's in the game, Dylan Steyn, things happen.
Yeah, I think he would have been there anyway.
I'm not too sure, actually.
If with a better throw, I think the fact it's a bounce throw makes it pretty tough for Ratul in the first place.
Well, with a better throw, it's not too far away. And
I think that obviously hits direct. I think it would have been out, but I think even if Ratul had taken that, I don't think he has time to take the bails in time. Regardless, 2 off the last ball makes it 81 for 1 off 6. And yeah, what a game we've got in our hands here. Right now, Bhuyan has come. He's turned the game on its head. 43 off 12. Obviously, Grover retiring hurt in the first over. Some concerns about him. I'll give you an update once we know more. But yeah, Bhuyan's come out and he's been quite incredible with that strike rate. It's over 3.5 runs a ball he's going at the moment.
Well, I think Rahat Ali is giving him something to think about, because Riaz Afridi is the batsman who will, the bowler who will bowl to him, and he's put on a helmet.
I think that's very smart.
Very smart
very
indeed.
Smart.
So,
I mean, at the moment, the way it is, all we can do is encourage in the strongest personal, the strongest, I suppose, manner. And we think it's very, very important to wear the helmet, especially against someone like Riaz Afridi.
Did you always wear a helmet, Vinny?
So I grew up not having to wear it, and so I found it a bit uncomfortable when I would wear a helmet. Batting in particular, keeping didn't seem to bother me so much. Wide down leg side. But when I started playing senior cricket, and particularly first grade cricket, where you're facing guys they can bowl 80, 90 miles an hour, these guys. And so it wasn't even a question. You got to wear it, even if you've been uncomfortable. It's not as uncomfortable as wearing one. Which could put you out of the game forever. I think there's who am I trying to think of? An English opening batter that played his first ever test and had to retire hurt. It would be his only test against the West Indies.
Yeah, I mean, look, I grew up in a time where the helmets were around. You could see them, but I mean, I remember the old Tony Gregg crash helmet, which is basically just a motorcycle helmet.
Yeah, early helmets are super interesting. Andy Lloyd, I think, is the player I'm thinking of, by the way, who has an infinite test average because he had to retire hurt on 10. And he was wearing a helmet, and he still can do a fair bit of damage. That's the thing.
We saw Ricky Ponting get hit in the helmet as this goes.
The grill was pushed onto his cheek and basically cut him.
Yeah. That shows how hard a cricket ball can hit you.
No doubt. Yeah, so the first cricket helmets, and it's an old joke and a running joke that cricketers invented the box or the protector 100 years before the helmet, showing what their priorities were. Right. Anyway, here's a freebie.
Oh, it's right at the stumps.
Heavy ball though. It's hard to get away. Buyan's probably saying, right, I just don't want to get out to a freed. I'm not going to play too many crazy shots because I feel like off the other bowlers I can get these runs. But yeah, the first ones were basically motorcycle helmets, barely modified. And so there's a great compilation through the World Series cricket of runouts when they were mixed up because they couldn't hear each other. Because you're not meant to hear in motorcycle helmets. They're designed for the road to kind of keep the noise out. It's a noisy environment.
It's another good ball.
But they were pretty bulky. The main reason I think cricketers don't like to wear helmets, the main reason, it's not actually, some cricketers by the way, of those that find it uncomfortable because they haven't worn it much growing up or whatever. It's not the actual helmet bit, it's the grill, the fact that it gets in your eye line. That I think that's the thing that puts a lot of batters off wearing it.
Well, if you remember, the early helmets didn't have a grill. What they had is a Perspex band around
around the side.
It's well, tucked around the corner there by Mahmood. Get 4 runs.
Yeah, bangs it in a freebie, but slightly ill-directed. You can see it's just inside the front hip. In the end, turns on it, gets 4 valuable runs for Bohemians in this tight contest. They are ahead, but these runs aren't going to get themselves. Yeah, they had Perspex. Sometimes they'd have them just on the side, or sometimes they actually had a grill of Perspex at one point in the mid-80s, I think.
Yeah.
Before, I think towards the end of the 80s, they kind of started having the first kind of metal grills, which is a super important part. It means your face.
Of course,
It's hard to put back together.
I do remember a lot of batsmen batting without a grill, with a helmet but without a grill. This has been hit on the leg side, and the fielder won't get there. It's another 4 runs for Zaid Mahmood.
Yeah, they brought back a freebie to take a wicket, but in the end they get 12 off his over. So, yeah, Berno turned to their spearhead, but Bohemians have it covered. And so we'll go to the last 3 overs. It's 24 required off the last 3. Bohemians looking good in the chase, 93 for 1. This is what's coming up, last game of the day. Berno back on the rack, and this, if they go down in this one, this is super important for them that they can put away the Tigers. But the Tigers welcome Sahadat Sagor back into the lineup. Listed to open up with the general manager, GM Hazanat. And yeah, Berno will need to do the business. But the Tigers winning the toss and electing to bat. I mean, that's pretty gutsy considering they batted first against Berno this morning and were only able to make 53 for 7. But the addition of Sagor in there, different conditions as well, I think, end of the day compared to the start. Should be an interesting game. Starts in about 25 minutes.
He's definitely their talisman is Sagor. So that's a big in for the Tigers. As it will be Niraj Mishra, who's expensive off his first. Took a wicket though. Come in, hit down the ground. Should just be a single there to Afridi. Bring Mahmood back on strike. They need, what Berno need is a tight over. But when you've got 2 batsmen who are set and one like Buyan who's clobbering at a mile, is 46 off 16. Mahmood also 28 off 17. He's starting to get going. It's not easy. Mishra, probably a good bowler to bring on this time though. And this is in the air. Should be caught. Never looked like taking it though. And it's going to go for 4.
Yeah, well, it's one thing to not take the catch, but it crept over the line and it just literally dribbled along the line, across the line. Never looked comfortable under this at all. Probably this time of the day, sun's a factor. You can see that. He's trying to find it. Barely hits the fingers on the way through. Creeps across the line for 4. So big moment in the game, and Berno missed an opportunity.
Yeah, really big moment. I think you're right, Vinny. And Mishra will have to bring this back. You see, only wicket taker so far, and that's a better ball. Got through Mahmood. He's a clever bowler, is Neeraj Mishra.
Got to break this partnership. That was a golden opportunity. Plus it's 4. I mean, I just think, okay, 9 and over sounds easy, but if you can put together a little run of no boundaries, then suddenly the run rate required at this stage of the game, it changes so quickly.
Absolutely. And another good ball. That one, did he get a bottom edge on that, Vinny?
I don't think so. I actually think there's this area around the crease that's a bit unpredictable, because that's the area that when you play both ends, the bowler's like, no, that just hits the crease. And I was worried that I was going to go straight over Ratul. But yeah, a lot of keepers, that's 4 byes. But Ratul's so good, he's able to make the adjustment. 19 off 14 now.
It says should be 4 again, and it will be. Well, he's got an offside field, does the bowler. But Mahmood, I don't know why they haven't put a leg side field for Zaid Mahmood, because he likes to hit everything in that area. He's dragging him from outside off stump.
You got kind of 2 short third men. I think you can definitely spare somebody. I think that's the boundary I'd be covering, because it doesn't matter. I mean, that ball was outside here. Now that's where he's going to go. Yeah, it doesn't matter you put outside leg stump. If you give him some length to work with, he'll still play that shot. In fact, both these guys will.
He just likes to drag it across, and he's got a pretty good eye, and he's getting away with it at the moment. Comes Mishra again. A slow ball, and
they still got plenty of cover in that area as well.
Yeah.
Despite dropping a man to the leg side. It's the end of the over, and so you need to have a really good ninth now to stay in the game if you're Berno. Bohemians in the box seat, 102 for 1 after 8.
I wonder who they're going to turn to. I mean, I think Vasu has gone for a few, and well, looks like it. Is it Shine Khan, who got hammered earlier?
Might be Satya that's going to bowl.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually.
He's going that way, Satya Sengupta. Yeah, so just a nose ahead of the line at the moment, but only a nose. This 9th over can change everything, really. And Buyan, he's not thinking just knock these off in once. You know, he's going to play one way, and that's his way, and that's the attacking way. So it all happens in the 9th. And it's Buyan that's going to face up. Berno need to make something happen, and quick.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, Sengupta will come in to Sazib, who hits straight and hard and 6.
Oh, well, what a shot and what a statement. In fact, that brings up Sazib Buyan's 50. He's the only guy that, despite being injured, the more he plays, the better he gets. And he just seems fitter every day as well. And that was kind of a nothing ball from Sengupta. It wasn't really full enough. Buyan brings up his 50 off just 17 balls. One of the quicker 50s we've seen during this tournament.
That's pretty good going. And, well, this one is on the leg side and will be 4 runs. Well, it's this whole tournament is so interesting because there are so many teams that can really beat each other. You saw, I mean, Vinerati with a sub-strength team beat this same team earlier in the day.
Yeah.
How crazy is that? And then and now Berno looks like they're going to go down to Bohemians. Well, they will if that keeps on going. That's 6, and that's it. So, well, Sengupta, he's just been hammered off this over by Sazib Buyan, who has just gone booyah.
Yeah, he sure has. And what a way to finish. Well, blink and you'll miss it. It's 6-4-6 to finish. Buyan with 62 off 19, no doubt. He's the player of the match. And he came in with the game needing somebody to to take it forward. He came in at 29 for 1 with the ball to go on the power play, and he just goes absolutely ballistic. 7 Maximos and 3 4s in there. Yeah, Berno, their up and down journey continues. You'd probably say the same about Bohemians, who have now finished their group stage. So they're going to finish with an 8-6 record. It kind of locks them down in the 4. And there's a fair chance, the way things are going, that these two could meet each other in a semi-final. That'll be interesting if it happens. But yeah, this was a scary moment early where Sahil went down, and yeah, Riaz Afridi seemed a bit shaken up by that as well. You know, hopefully Sahil is all right. I see the two are exchanging a hug right now in the end of match kind of pleasantries. So yeah, it's good to see Sahil's up on his feet. But then that was a crazy bit of fielding from Rahat. Almost pulled that off, but not quite. We've seen the rope come into play a couple of times today. Verndl, though, didn't get this one at all, and Rahat this time had no dramas. But yeah, that just brought Sazi Bhuyan to the crease, and he was about to turn the game around really fast.
Yeah, he did. Just came in and started blasting from the first ball, and he hit 4 sixes in a row at one stage, and they weren't little sixes either. And one of the victims was Naveed Ahmed, but as we see here, he just lines it up. He hits to all parts of the ground. It's a nice shot over the covers there by Bhuyan, and Afridi came in. That got that one a little bit wrong. It was a really good innings there from the Bohemians after losing Sahil Grover, retired hurt. As we see this drop catch going over the boundary. Nothing really going right for Berno, to be fair. And let's see, yeah, Sengupta getting hit for a couple of big sixes and a boundary in the final over. This one going behind square, and this is the final ball. Massive six there from Sazi Bhuyan to bring up the win for Bohemians. So very important win there. Have a look at the scorecard. I think Sahil might be okay. Luckily he'll have a couple of days rest. Retired hurt after being hit in the back of the jaw by a lightning bolt from Riaz Afridi. Up the top, really well batted again by Zahid Mahmood. And then Sazi Bhuyan showed his class with 62. Verndl came in, hit a nice 6, but really was not at the races in this innings. And the story of it is Sazi Bhuyan 62 off 19, and they reached it with an over and a bit to spare. So Shaheen Khan going for a lot, Naveed Ahmed going for a lot. In fact, apart from Riaz Afridi, who was wicketless as well, 19 runs off his 2. All the other bowlers going for over 11. Mishra with the only wicket, but he was a little bit scrappy with his bowling. I think today it was Mishra. I'm sure he'll come back on with the next game to bowl a little bit better against the Tigers. As we see here from match 50 in the European Cricket Series in Czechia, it's the highlights. Mohammad Ratul's 52 of 29, but also the batting of Sazi Bhuyan, explosive 62 off 19, and Bohemians beat Berno by 9 wickets. So I hope you enjoyed that game. I hope you enjoy the last game of the day as well, when you see Berno come back again to play the Tigers. That again should be a fantastic game to end up the proceedings for today. So join us again in a few minutes' time for the start of that match. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. Time for the last game of the day here, but the action is not even close to being over because don't forget Corey's standing by with 2 matches in Portugal tonight in the ECN. But right here, it's time for match 51, and this is going to be an interesting clash between Berno and the Prague Tigers. Now, these two teams, they battled this morning, and Berno really picked apart the Tigers, and they sent them in and bowled them out for something really cheap in the 50s. Let's see if the situation will be different this time. Charles Croucher, the Sheriff, is standing by with the 2 captains. Let's get ready for the coin toss.
Your call.
Yep. Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a head. Who you going up? Bat first. Tigers win the toss and will bat first.
So the Tigers win the toss and they elect to bat. I don't mind that. That's confidence, especially after they were kind of rolled this morning, first innings of the day. But slightly different conditions now. I think the wind and the sun, when it's been out, has been drying the field out. We know we had a lot of overnight rain last night. But the Tigers, they've had some ups, they've had some downs. They still have one more match to play tomorrow, and they'll just be hoping to get some revenge, I think. They're a team that I think have been improving so much over the last couple of years in the Czech domestic competition, and yeah, I just think it's a good opportunity to show what they can do against some good opposition. Brno, though, this is their last chance to score some points, and their position is all important. So they'll have that up tomorrow. They'll have to see what other teams do, and yeah, I would assume we're going to see them on Finals Friday. We'll see what their final position is. Of course, the higher that you finish, the easier, in theory, your semi-final matchup is. Let's get ready for the first ball of match 51, the last game of the day from Prague. Danny Hudacek is standing by. The Tigers winning the toss and having a bat.
Thanks, Vinny. And welcome to this European Cricket Series Czechia match 51 between Berno and the Prague Tigers. As we see the two lineups here. And with the Tigers, they'll be batting. They won the toss, and as their general manager Hassanat and also Sadat Sagor. They're their two main men, Sojib Mia and Rakib Al-Hassan, also providing good cover. Also Samuel, says Ayon, it's been Alam all week. So it's a different Samuel. He's also batting very well with the ball. Their main man, Riaz Afridi, is taking a rest in this game. Actually, well, according to my sheet, he is there. It looks like unchanged team for this this game. We'll have a look as they come out, and I don't see Riaz Afridi there, so we'll update that in a moment. We'll have a look and see if he is playing after that nasty incident in the last game. Might have shaken him up a little bit. So hi to James Stewart in the chat. Vinny will join me very shortly. So this will be the final game of the day. It's been a very good day's play, very eventful as well, with some upsets and some big hitting, as per usual. And the Tigers, well, they beat Vinerati in a game earlier. Vinerati did have a good win against Bohemians, they'll be very happy with. But it looks like the Tigers, Vinerati and Spartans are out of the running. But definitely Berno is still there. They'll want to win here against the Tigers after a loss against the Bohemians in the previous game, just to cement their chances. And it is Afridi who'll open the bowling. Didn't see him come onto the field, and he'll be bowling to looks like Sagor. I'll confirm that in just a moment. But the Berno side here really want a win against Tigers. They were rocked a little bit by Bohemians, who again are one of those teams trying to get into that top four. It is Sadat Sagor facing the general manager. Hassanat is at the non-strikers end. Riaz Afridi is the bowler. So we're just about ready for a start. Here's the first ball. And it's hit nicely through the offside. Player got a hand to it, but it's gone all the way for 4. Nice shot straight up. Pitched it up, swinging in. Sagor hit through it, and 4 runs. So he's a very aggressive batsman is Sagor. When he's in form, he's among the best in the country as well. Much in the same form as Ruturaj Magari from United. They're a very talented batsman at the top of the innings who can get you off to a really good start. And this one is hit past both Afridi and Rahat Ali, the Berno skipper. And that'll be 4 runs again. There's catchable height, just out of the reach. Have a look at this. Just out of the reach of Afridi, just out of the reach of the skipper. the eye of a needle, I think is what the term is. That's another 4. Good start here for the Tigers. And Afridi, I think he's got his blood up now. And this is short and smash for 6. Well, that's gone a long way towards the car park. That was a beautiful shot from Sagor. And Afridi doesn't like this treatment. He's having a chat to his skipper. But this was a magnificent shot from Sagor, who was so quickly onto it. And, well, yeah, it has gone about 100 metres. Let's have another look at this. This was the one before. And then, well, Afridi will come in again. What's going to happen here? Another short ball, pretty quick. And swing and a miss there to Sagor. Well, he finally misses one. Afridi's not happy though. He's getting the treatment from Sadat Sagor. It's going through pretty quick. So Afridi, can he come back from this? He's there's a man coming up. Don't know where he's moving to. It looks like it's Navid Ahmed who's coming to point. So we'll see some sort of plan there. Outside off stump. And, oh, that's quick from Afridi. Let's have another look at this. And he's targeted it just, well, it was close to being a wide as well. It wasn't called. And good start from the Tigers. 14 for no loss. Still 1 ball left in this over. But brilliant stroke making from Sagor. And this one goes down leg side. Looks like it's... Well, might have been a change of keeper. Looks like a late change for Berno. We'll come back to that in a moment. And have a look there. Expected scores. It looks like, I mean, definitely Berno the favourites for this game. 118 average runs for, 98 for the Tigers. And average runs against 127 for the Tigers, 113 for Berno. But and the supercomputer saying predicting a win as well for Berno. But no one told that to Sadat Sagor. And they're such a fighting team, this Tigers side. Hassanat hasn't faced one yet. He'll get to face Satyajit Sengupta. The late change, it looks like Dylan Stain has taken the gloves. I'm not sure if Mohammad Ratul is out there. There's, comes in again. This one's hit through the covers. It's going to go towards the boundary and it'll win the race, the ball. That's another 4 runs. This one to the general manager. Well, fantastic start here for the Tigers. It was outside off. Gave him plenty of room. Trying to find that tram line is Satyajit. And, well, didn't get past the bat. Comes in again. And Hassanat turns out around the corner. That's another 4. As the man in yellow comes out of his shed. We're really taking it to this these Berno bowlers. And we saw Hassanat a couple of days ago absolutely blister the ball around the park with a very quick 50 against Barbarians. And both these batsmen are looking on from the start. Can Sengupta again. This one's called wide. And, well, Berno, they look like they're a bit shell-shocked. The Tigers are the rock bottom on the table at the moment. But they're just one of those sides, and they have having Sagor back in the team just lifts the whole side. It's a really interesting situation here with the Tigers. There's not much between any of these teams. PCC though, they're undefeated up top. Slower ball, well bowled there. And well, joining the commentary, Marshmallow by Vinny Sandhu. great start for the Tigers.
Yeah, to say the least. That hook shot, that might be the biggest hit that we've seen as far as just pure distance. Because he had all the power of a free plus the power he put into it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sengupta, fresh off getting whacked last time. This time it's going to be 6. Maximo, general manager, does it again. And here's another look at it. Check it out in the replay. I just want confirmation. But yeah, definitely over the line. Maximo for Hasanat. And yeah, the Tigers don't really look like the same team that got rolled in the 50s this morning. They did bat out their 10, but they were only able to gather 53 runs.
Against the same team too.
Yeah, exactly. The same matchup. Anyway, Hasanat has another go. And he will have another go, and this is going to fly with the wind. Once again, Sengupta doesn't quite have the zip that we've seen from him in the past, and this one disappears pretty quickly. Back-to-back Maximos for the Tigers.
It was absolutely hammered. And, well, this is how we saw Hasanat bat the other. We've seen flourishes. Then he hit a 50 off nothing. And looks like he's on his way to another 50 off nothing. He's 20 off 5. Can Sengupta again. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, so went to the well once too often, but yeah, it's a pretty good over nonetheless. In fact, it goes magical for the Tigers. It's 35 without loss after 2. So I just had a close look at the table a moment ago. Here's where I worked out that United and Barbarians, they actually play each other twice tomorrow. So
wow.
Yeah, so they and Barbarians actually have 3 games tomorrow. So you realise that they will take points off each other. So Berno probably still reasonably safe-ish with a 7-7 record. But yeah, United got that point because of the washout against PCC. Barbarians actually play 3 times tomorrow. And just bringing up their fixtures, they'll play Vinerati as well in match 56. So, yeah.
They've got 2 top batsmen up top with Devendra Singh and Vaishak Jagannathan, and who, well, Jagannathan got the 100 and Divi's got a 95. So, and they're a good side of Barbarians. It's just not much, slightly different styles for all these teams, but there's just not much between them. PCC, the standout team in the week, though, they're going to be hard to beat on Friday. But, you know, any of these teams, I think, can rock them. So, it's Niraj Mishra, the new bowler. He took a bit of stick in the last game, but actually, I think he just didn't have a great game last.
And it happens.
It does. He's a good bowler, Mishra. He has been all week. It's a good start there. He does roll his fingers over the ball quite often, and like that, I think. And that's another dot ball. Just keeping it away from Sagor. Doesn't want to make the commitment of coming across. But nice and disciplined. Again, it's a very offside field, and he's bowling to it this time is Mishra. He got a bit straight. That's where he started getting hit. Also bowled a few wides. So coming again. This is just hitting the covers, just a single. They'll bring the general manager back on strike.
Yeah, hasn't he had a good couple of days with the bat, the GM? Okay, not every time, but yeah, he's shown another gear power-wise. Fun to watch.
It's been a good over so far from Mishra. He's kept it at the line outside off stump, but he's pitched it up, so it's been difficult for the batsman to get him away. So that he's 20 off 6. They've pushed a Freedy back. They've got 2 men on the boundary. Of course, they're still in the power play, and they're both on the leg side, deep. And oh, it's a beauty from Mishra, and just he just straightened up the batsman. Let's have a look at this, and just beautiful seam up bowling from Mishra. Hit the seam, went away, and got lots of bounce as well. Really nice nut. And tightened things up a little bit. Just one off the over so far. Hope he can, for Berno's sake, can keep it together. And he can't. That's whipped away over square leg for 4. Just got a bit too straight and a bit too short. And
pressure takes time to build, but a moment to lose. Yeah, and that was an example of just one getting away from Mishra, and Hasanat was all over it. So Yeah, the Tigers, in the power play, they scored almost as many as they did in 10 overs this morning.
Well, Mishra has got one more ball left. It's been a good over. And the general manager just prods that towards mid-wicket just for a single. And that's the end of the over. Pretty good one there from Mishra. And Prague Tigers, after the power play, are 43 for no loss.
Yeah, brilliant power play, and they counter-attacked against Afridi. And they went that magical over Sengupta in the second. Yeah, better over. I mean, still just 6 off. It's a win for Berno, but it's a small win. Berno themselves, they've got a pretty decent-looking batting order, don't they? We're staying in there, offering some extra batting. But yeah, looking at their order now, they kind of bat all the way down. Looking at kind of 7, 8 genuine bats. It's a matter of if they can get going at the pace required. We'll have to see what the pace required is. Tigers have a bad habit, a little bit like Vinerati, of when they lose a wicket or two, it can just fall away really quickly. But let's see, as it's going to be Cheyenne Khan to bowl over number 4.
We've got a bit of batting. As I said, Samuel Alam, also Subjib Mia, and Rakib Al-Hassan, a genuine batsman. This hit straight and hard just over the bowler's head, and that's just a single. Looks like he parted his hairstyle there, just over his head. And well, Cheyenne Khan got hammered in the last game, and as a ball gets thrown back to the umpire, it is the last game of the day, so the umpire is actually at fielding at ball. Not fielding, he doesn't really field, he's standing at point.
A lot of fielding's just standing around. So, yeah, you're right, he's on the other side. So he's not looking straight into the sun. Gives him a bit of a better look at the central area, which makes sense at this time of the day.
It does. Yeah, you see that sometimes. We do go pretty late in the day here. The sun does go low on the horizon. It's light until about 9-ish now, just after 9. So it's only 5:30 local time as this gets hammered to the leg side. There's a player out there. He'll throw it in. Looks like, well, I'm not sure who that is out there, to be fair. Actually, yes, I do. It's Hamid Ullah, who's on the boundary. The power play is now over. So he's got a little bit of protection, has Cheyenne Khan. And this is in the air, and Rahat can't reach it. Good effort.
Great fielding. Keeps in front of him as well. Gave himself every chance to take that catch. Couldn't quite get there. But yeah, then just put his body on the line to block it. And for that reason, they only get a single. Great stuff from the skipper. It's
interesting that Rahat's not bowling himself, because he's been one of the top bowlers in the country for many years. He's really lost a little bit of that zip, a little bit like the pace that he had. And I think he's maybe letting other players shine in the team, which is good captaincy, but he's also a quality bowler. Cheyenne comes in again. This is high in the air. High and going to be caught. Oh, he juggled it, dropped it.
Well, he's definitely gone now. I thought he held it for a while. I think it just slipped out and the sunglasses have come off. It turns out to be a bit of a mess for Hamidullah out there. 3-second rule, anyone? Have a look here. I think actually it kind of slips out the first time, and then you really see the ball eject. He's pretty conscious of the line, but yeah. Then it slips out. This is where I thought he might have grabbed it, but then I think it hits the ground there. And then we certainly saw it pop out after that.
He did everything right there, but that was hit a mile in the air. And, well, unfortunately just couldn't hang on to it. The sun didn't help either.
True.
He does have sunglasses on, but, yeah, it was would have been an important wicket there. As bowler comes in again. Good ball there.
Good area.
They've dried the runs up pretty nicely in these 2 overs. Been 2 very tight overs by these Berno bowlers, just going for 6 in that one. And the Tigers are 47 for no loss after 4. Let's have a look at this. Well, the second over went huge. It's starting to creep down a little bit. Still a good run rate of 11.75, but and they're very capable of accelerating that And, well, they've turned to spin with Naveed Ahmed. And I don't know about this, to be honest. Naveed's a great bowler. Has been for many years here in the Czech leagues. He's often the top wicket taker in the league. But with a 50-metre boundary and hitting with the wind, I'm not sure if this is the right move.
For some reason, Naveed and short boundaries seem to go hand in hand, but lots of spinners bowl. It's just something we talk. I think it's something that's in his own head a little bit. It's hard for all the bowlers.
He's bowled well during the week, but with this breeze, as this is good start. Oh, I'll call wide.
It's not a bad spot to miss, though. I think Naveed's good enough to do well in this format with these boundaries. I just think sometimes it seems people always talk about it when he's bowling.
I tend to agree, but he got hammered by Sazir Bouyan as this one gets a little bit too straight, and it's 4 runs.
Overcorrection there, really, from Naveed. The first one, okay, just missed outside, but now he goes 2 straight, opens up that leg side.
Yeah, you got a bit of stick from Sazir Bouyan, so maybe
I'm happy
that's
that
fresh
he's
on my
bowling.
mind.
I think there was a time where they weren't bowling him, so I'm feel like he's provides some really good variety in their attack.
Agreed.
Genuine spinner. I just think he's got to get a bit of confidence, and good bowlers really shine because it's not easy conditions.
Look, agreed. That one's hit down the leg side and just a single. But then, look, the Mishra and Cheyenne overs didn't go for many. Why change that? I think it's it dried up the run somewhat. Oh, this is gone. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
What do I know, Vinny?
I think it was gone, and you can tell how guilty the batter is by how far out of his crease he is. Yeah, so for me, if it's pitching on, it's out. And it's close. Probably pitches on the leg stump.
No, I think that's fine.
Yeah, and it hits back pad as well. So for me, the impact's no problem. I still think it's probably just out, but it's where it bounces there. For me, it's not outside the line of leg stump.
No, I think it's a really good decision from the umpire. It's definitely hitting.
Yeah, so let me just talk you through this rule. So, yeah, so to me it's touch and go, but I think I would have given it out. And so, yeah, Naveed. And he does break through with the wicket. And so, just the breakthrough that Berno needed, 53 for 1.
Yeah, it's well, really good bowling, and the skipper Rahat Ali has had confidence in his bowler Naveed Ahmed, and this could be close to a run out. If he hit, it would have been close. I think it's hit Naveed Ahmed, who's in a bit of pain. Well, they've taken another one.
Naveed took out the stumps with his hands, but
no,
what
it's
does
his
he do?
leg.
Does he slip?
I think he might have got hit by the ball. Let's have a look at this. It's hit
I
under
was too
cover.
busy watching his hands. Let's see what the ball actually did.
And it crashes into just his knee.
That's a patella pounder. That is right on the knee, and he'll probably be fine. It's definitely going to sting him.
Oh yeah.
That's just like an impact injury. Naveed in the action in more ways than one at the moment.
Magic spray.
Yeah.
He'll be fine.
I hope they didn't use it all on Grover in the last game. You know, when you get to the end of deodorant can, you get the kind of hopeless little. We're out, but yeah, here we go. This will make him
fix
feel
everything. The magic spray.
In fact, Naveed might turn around and start bowling Riaz Afridi 135, 140 kilometre thunderbolts once he's been magic sprayed.
They're running in from everywhere now. Water, and then what's this dude doing?
Yeah, he's a bit of a passenger, but it's always nice to carry a spare. Charles Croucher out there saying, yep, gives him a pat in the back, says, all right, you should be ready to go. Give that magic spray 5 or 6 seconds to work, and let's get back to it.
What's it made from? Is it just cold?
It's cold. I got to admit, I never had the magic spray in my long career.
I think we need to organise that. Let's get some magic spray after the game.
Yeah, well, it does numb things. But we used to play a few practical jokes. It was around.
He's fine now.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impact injury.
Yeah.
So it's the one that'll probably have a bit of a bruise. It's like right on the bone. But we used to often spray it in teammates' protectors as a practical joke. That's probably the most I used it. Anyway, Naveed did get the big breakthrough of Sagor. Now, you've got Hussein in the crosshairs.
Yeah, well, Hussein hits straight, and
Oh,
what
Freedy
does-
almost messes up.
he loves
Middle out
fielding.
there.
Does Freedy? He loves
Sometimes too much.
He hasn't run in front of his skipper yet,
Tell you
Rahat
what,
Ali.
it would
Yet.
have been a fair inquisition if Freedy had tapped this for a boundary as we get wide. But yeah, Freedy likes to be near the ball, doesn't he? But yeah, Naveed, I think you can see when he's got it wrong here. It's when he's gotten a bit too straight. I like to see. Oh, well, that's just a rocket of a shot from the general manager who's timed that. And I don't think this is a very bad ball because he does get it outside the off stump. But how about the timing on this? This rockets away. And that will be the end of the over as well. So we're 5 overs in. And yeah, interesting start to this game, Danny. As we join you from the commentary box, when you sound to hear Mr. Maximo, Danny's with me. And yeah, I mean, Tigers, it's hard to believe this is the same team that could only manage 53 in 10 overs this morning.
It's amazing, and they're really hot and cold, aren't they? And when they get on a roll, they can really hit the ball hard, and they can pump up the scores to really good levels. I saw them with 2 big wins over Spartans earlier, where they're just dominant. But then other times they look really brittle. But I think Sagor, with the coming into this side, he's just a talisman for this team.
Yeah, he makes a big difference, doesn't he? And it gives more confidence to players around him to play their shots as well. And now they're in the position where they're not really in trouble as far as wickets lost, and they can really launch. Anyway, this is launch. Reza Afridi calls it, and he'll take the catch. So you can see why he likes to get near the ball, because he doesn't miss too many. That one hung up in the air a long time. So the 6th over starts with a wicket, as it's Mishra that comes back and breaks through. And it's just what Berno were hoping for.
Literally, Hamid Ullah had to take about 4 steps forward. Afridi's just come along and just grabbed it and plucked it out of the air. I don't think it's a trust issue. I think it's just that he sees it and he has to take it.
Yeah, he's that kind of personality. As Hussein is going to have to go for just a 3 off 3. 61 for 2. This will bring Sojib Mia, probably an ideal time for him to come to the crease as well for the Tigers.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hassanat's still there. He's really a danger man for the Tigers. And but Mia also, he batted pretty well this morning as well. So
gives us a chance as well, last game of the day, to say hello to some of our chatters, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. As Mishra gets the first one through Sojib Mia, who actually took 8 balls to get off the mark this morning. Was dropped on 0, then was able to land a few blows.
Well, he definitely batted well against Vinerati, and where they had a win there.
Yeah, but they could certainly use him to get them up to an acceptable score. Probably 120 and above is what they're looking for from here. I want to say hello to Kroom as well as Chris Smith, and hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. Some exciting Estonian cricket news. You'll probably get the scoop when it's officially released, but I think you'll like it, James. Hello to Wayne as well watching from Australia. Always good to have you with us. And James saying he's at home with coffee and chocolate cake, so he's very well.
Coffee.
Sounds like a good place to be. Cut and stopped. He should scramble through for 1. Yeah, Dylan Stain is doing the keeping. I found that out in the pre-match, actually, just before the first ball. Ratul still got a bit of an issue with his hand. It's been bothering him. And Dylan, we've seen him in that role before. Don't think he necessarily would choose to keep, but he's an option.
He's a talented cricketer. He's fantastic in the field, but he's pretty good behind the stumps as well. Oh, good ball there from Mishra.
Yeah, well bowled. Now just get the 1. Hazanat moves to 38. Yeah, so it's last game of the day, so random question time. We can also do food chat if you like. I spotted a place when I was coming back from squash yesterday called Lasagneria.
Oh, I know it.
Do you know it?
Yeah, I know it. I've never
That's
been.
pretty close to where you live, right?
Yeah, sort of ish. Not really.
It's a bit closer to Namesti Miru.
It is closer to Namesti Miru. It's actually closer to Ipe Pavlova.
Yeah.
Between there and Kalova Namesti. Yeah, so I've never been there, but I have seen it.
Just the fact that there's this shop which is a lasagna specialist shop had my interest.
Yeah.
I think that's one I'm going to have to check out at some point. Maybe Friday night. Anyway, Mishra has one ball to go in his spell. He's bowled well. And he'll finish with... Oh. Joe's been red hot on the wides. He won't finish. Yeah, you know, he's probably right. I think he's right. Joe's eyes were better than mine that time. I think it does get a bit of the blue line when it passes the crease, so he won't finish yet. 1 for 11 with the ball to go. Yeah, any lasagna specialist store? Never heard of that. All right, well, this is going to be...
Oh, 4 runs.
Not stopped, and well, they might run 5 if it doesn't go to the boundary because it was a face plant from Hamidullah. That's the one time Afridi he doesn't get in his zone. Hopefully he's all right there, Hamid. But it's going to be 4 to finish. They made that 1 for 15 from Mishra. And that's the end of 6. The score is 70 for 2. I mean, I don't mind him going for the catch here. It's just a shame that he gets past him and then just dribbles into the rope. Hasanat, 42 at the moment, is leading the way for the Tigers.
Yeah, it's after Sagor's dismissal. Actually, Sagor started really quickly and then absorbed quite a few deliveries. I think, didn't he hit 14 off the first over off 3 balls, and then he scored 3 off the next 10. So his innings sort of stagnated a bit, but the general manager hasn't. He's been hitting the ball very cleanly. So Jamia is facing.
Yeah, Dylan's just getting the helmet on. I was wondering why there were 2 wicket-keeping gloves on the ground and no wicket-keeper, but that's why. Yeah, but Naveed coming back for his second over. So, yeah, any random questions you'd like, feel free to throw them in. ECN European Cricket Network.
Comes Naveed Ahmed. So, bowling to Mia, who hits it over the offside. There's a man out there, picks it up and throws it in. Just a single. And that'll bring the danger man Hasanat on strike. 42 off 17 is Hasanat. And down leg side, a bit of rubbish and put away for 6. Well, they can't afford to get too leggy against this man. It just drifted down the legs. Would have been a wide, but Hasanat picked it up and smashed it over the boundary.
Yeah, and I think when Naveed comes back and looks at this spell, he'll see what's worked and what hasn't. And I think it's, have a bit of a mix-up here, but a fumble on the field. And now we've got a double mix-up, a triple mix-up, and he's going to be gone. Wow. Have a look at this. There are about 7 or 8 mistakes on this play, and only 4 people were involved. So what happens is Mia takes off, and the batter says, hey, don't think that's a run, and then takes off thinking that Mia's running, and Mia's running the other way, and then the fielder has time to pick it up and get back to the stumps.
Well, that's a big wicket for Berno. A bit of tragedy there. They're both running in the same direction. Shouldn't be doing that when you're running between wickets. And the general manager has to go. And it's a bit of a tragedy there for the Tigers. Level head there from the fielder, though, who just ran it in. And that's another wicket down. But, yeah, I don't think I've seen one like that for a while. I mean, they're both... You know what? The biggest problem there was eye contact between the batters. The eye contact wasn't there. And so... Yeah, when you're running in the same direction, it's a key indication you're not watching the other guy. So that's where it all went wrong. And Berno catch a break. Pretty smart work as well. And by the fielder, it was Sengupta in the end to just hold on to the ball and realise he could win the race back. So they run out Hasanat for 48 off 19 and it's 77 for 3. Big moment in the game. Very big moment of the game. And Naveed comes in. Just a swing and a miss, called a wide. So still got some good batting there, though. I have Samuel Alam who's come in. He's a very good batsman, is Alam. As you can see here, this is going towards the boundary. Oh, what a catch! That's ridiculous.
That's unbelievable. Afridi goes bottom corner, one hand, and I don't know. I don't think I've seen a better one-hand job than this. Yeah, on the bootlaces. Thanks for coming. And Afridi does it again.
He doesn't.
And the former male model showing he's not just a pretty face, and somehow he created out of nothing. And the batter's perplexed there. Samuel Alarm. He's going to have to go in at 78 for 4.
What a catch. I know he doesn't like using his left hand because I think he got a knock on it.
Yeah, he's got an injured left hand.
So, but, yeah. Oh, goodness.
That was something else.
I was waiting for the ball to just fly past him, and it just stopped. Look at this. He's just running. Ball's quite low, and just sticks a mid out. Pretty well judged, you got to say. What a catch!
Yeah, that was ridiculous, actually.
All right. Well, Ralph Clark, who is the Derby County supporter, who's touring France. When will a tournament be next held in France, Vinny?
Good question. We've never actually held a tournament in France, but we would like to, and it's in the draft calendar for 2024.
Mm-hmm.
There's something you have to sort out with the federation and these sorts of things. But yeah, good question.
Well, there's a lot of organisation that goes into these tournaments. I mean, it's getting pretty slick now in a sense that there's been 4 years of development coming out to now, but still you got to rely on the local federation and an organisation, because there's a lot of work that goes on from ECN side, but also a lot of coordination with the local associations. But then a lot of groundwork is done. So we see this is what's coming up tomorrow.
I'll come back to that in a minute, but let's first have a look at how we'll finish off in the round robin stage here. So day 11 is the last day of round robin matches. So Barbarians have 3 matches. And potentially that Barbarians United could be for a spot in the finals. Mm-hmm. There's a lot to happen before then. Prague CC close out their tournament, their round robin stage. Same with the Tigers, who have 1 match tomorrow against Vinerati.
Mm-hmm.
But first up, it'll be Barbarians Vinerati in the morning. So stay tuned. We'll start at the same time, 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe and 12:45 in India.
We'll go back to that question in a minute with France, but there's another question here. Elsboy, if 20 is magical for batters, what's magical for bowlers?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I always used to say it's like 4 or less, or actually 3 or less is probably the equivalent if you look at the bell curve. But it doesn't really have the ring, magical with batters with big overs caught on, but didn't catch on for bowlers. But I used to say a magical over for bowlers, if you get like 3 or less, I think is what I used to say. But maybe we need a different name for that, But
yeah, we'll think about it.
Yeah, that's what we used to say, Elsboy. But you know how some things catch on, some don't. Some things are great in theory. Anyway, Afridi's back down the leg side. Is there a glove on this? There is. And to be fair, Taneem walks, and Dylan Stain does well down the leg side. He's giving it the thumbs up. He's saying, yeah, maybe the wicket keeping isn't so bad after all. He was probably thinking of a change of underwear, having to keep Therese Afridi, even though he gets to stand back a fair way. That would have been a wide, but just catches up with it. You can see the little deflection off the glove. So a wicket off the first ball of the 8th, 79 for 5.
Stain did really well. He was moving as soon as he saw the ball going down the leg side. So really good work there.
That's the key to that one, though. Especially someone like Afridi. Out of the hand, you need to start moving sideways quickly, because by the time it reaches you, if it's down the leg side, it can be a long way down the leg side. That was nice work. And the Tigers just hitting the skids a bit. That run out might prove to be crucial. The run out of the general manager, hasn't it? I tell you, so provisionally 2024 for the tournament in France. I'd love to go there, because right now the ECL trophy lives in France with Dreux winning it, and there'll be 2 teams from France in the ECL next year, because the reigning champions get to come back automatically. Dreux probably automatically qualify for championship week, I'm guessing. And here we go. Well, Dylan did everything right there, but still couldn't do anything about it. That'll be 5 wides. Afridi just completely loses the radar.
He did. Then and Dylan, he's on his way down leg side already. Couldn't reach it. And, it's 5 runs he'll have to get with the batting. We haven't seen Afridi with the bat for a while, actually.
No, we haven't.
But, look, another question here is, has Danny visited any Slovakian pubs?
Good question.
Well, I've been to Slovakia, so yes. And he's got him, I think.
Yeah, I think he's just checking if it's carried, and he's gone as well. This is another one off the gloves. So, the short stuff's working 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as Meatloaf said once upon a time. And look at him. Just backs away, flirts with it. I definitely thought there was glove. Joe Foster turns to his colleague to say, hey, has that one carried to the keeper? There seemed to be no doubt that it did. And so he's on his way. It's, yeah, a couple of quick strikes from Afridi. 84 for 6.
He's bowling quick. He's bowling right at the batsman like that. It's, yeah, it's no problem with the take, I think. Yeah, I've been to Slovakia for quite a while, actually. I was in Bratislava before I ever came to Prague, and I really liked Bratislava, the centre at least. Yeah, I went to a few pubs.
Okay.
Every European country I've been to, it's quite a few. I've visited pubs. One thing I have noticed, though, is we come back in just a moment with Afridi bowling a pretty good over so far. Oh, it's pretty close. Going down leg.
Just. But still pretty spicy. This is Rakib Al Hassan. So looking at the draft schedule, I must emphasise, by the way, just going back to the France thing before we get back to Slovakian pubs, which I do want to know more about, trust me. But looks like maybe the 2 weeks we're looking at would be April 15 to 28, which is exciting because that means that my birthday is the 23rd. Potentially, I could be spending my birthday in France next year.
I thought I'd be spending your birthday in France.
You also may.
Ah,
You can both be on it.
that'd be fun.
I actually think it would be. I'd like to do that one with you. But yeah, potentially, we might even have 3 rotating through some series next year, Danny. So we'll see how it goes.
Cool.
Probably, yeah, I know with the dogs and all that, maybe the middle week could suit you in France. But we'll see. We'll talk. I think your French skills are pretty useful, though. I just found that out when you were commentating on the French national team in Italy earlier this year. All right, fake step. Oh, Mia almost stepped on his own stumps as well. Yeah, that was fast. Yeah, Mia just goes a little bit of walkabout, but he probably needs to spend less time thinking about his footwork and more time about watching the ball and gets on the back elbow.
He got most of his body out of the...
And look at how close he goes to actually walking onto his stumps here. See, he actually goes super close. It's just beside the stumps.
Oh, Magic Spray's coming
Magic
back
Spray
up.
will come out, so probably hit the next ball 100 metres.
It's hardest working anything on the ground at the moment is a Magic Spray.
Keep the random questions coming in. I'm loving them. Yeah, so tell me about your Slovakian pub experience.
Well, it's not just that my Bratislava experience was fun. It was really nice. Went to there's a nightclub under a nuclear bunker under the Bratislava Castle. That was fun.
Oh, really?
I drank
under the bunker.
Oh, not under the bunker. It's in the bunker.
Okay.
Under. Did I say under the bunker?
It's very secure.
Yeah. Oh, it blows out to a big room.
Okay.
Right. So it's actually really interesting. And I had Borovička for the first time, which is like made from pine needles, and it's pretty terrible, really, if you drink it straight. But they drink it with a sparkling. Well, we were told they drink it with a sparkling grape juice, which is actually pretty tasty.
Okay.
It's spicy. But Bratislava was interesting. Went to the opera for an equivalent of about €2.
He's a retiring hurt here. Hey, you know, so let me just get back to this injury for a second. So I've had this. If you get hit on the funny bone, we call it the funny bone. I think they call it most places. I've had that in the nets once. Had a ball seam back, hit me with the funny bone. You actually momentarily lose your ability to grip the bat. So you kind of all your fingers
nerves,
go all tingly. Yep. And so Mia is the second player to retire hurt in 2 games, and hopefully it's not so bad that it stops him taking part in the second half of this game. They do have Sakibul Tanim behind the stumps now, so Mia won't have to do that job, but certainly an important player, and we hope it's not too serious.
Riaz has caused both those retired hurts.
Yeah.
So I wonder if the Greek and Cyprus teams are watching this, because they'll be able to see it pretty close up later, actually, on the weekend.
Yeah, if that hadn't hit his elbow, though, it would have been wide.
Yeah.
So a bit of a double whammy. So instead, it'll be Akhtar Zaman facing up, and he gets the same sort of ball.
Is Riaz taking his angry pills or something?
The thing is, when I was on commentary with Riaz a little bit early in the tournament, I used the term white line fever, and he knew exactly what it meant. And he said, yep, that sounds like me. He's the nicest guy you'll ever meet off the field. He's super intelligent, well-spoken.
Speaks about a bazillion languages.
He's just a mild-mannered, super nice guy. But he crosses that boundary line, he turns into a beast. Now pitches up, and that's a better length. And you know what? He promised me he'd show me a slower ball, but he didn't need it in those 2 overs. Anyway, it's the end of 8, and the Tigers 86 for 6. What a great turnaround this has been for Berno. We worried about it, didn't we? We said if there's 1 wicket, it might just derail things. And considering they were 61 off 5 overs, they've kind of lost their way 9, 9, and 7 off the last 3 overs.
That's it with the Tigers. They do play hot and cold. Look at that. In the second over, and that was off Sengupta, who's probably pretty safe to come back on now, actually, after the big hitting batsmen have gone. But there's just a clump of wickets from over 5. It's they've lost 6 in the last 3, and it is Cheyenne Khan to bowl. He had a pretty good first over, only 6 from it. Comes in, bowling to Al Hassan.
Yeah, pitches up, Freedy. Patrol the long on boundary. He's very quick to get to the ball as well in the field. Freddie's very professional the way that he goes about it. Yeah, so Ralph is asking, is it free to watch the matches live at the venue? It sure is, Ralph. We'd love to see you at the ground. Now, I believe it is in Druitt. That's where the ground is. That's what's on the draft schedule anyway.
Cool.
Or maybe it's just another excuse to write Druitt on our program, because they're a really exciting team. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the French clubs, because we've only ever seen Druitt. They're one club that have played in all 3 of the European Cricket League tournaments so far, the Champions League of European Cricket, winning last time around. It shows you how far they've come. They've gained in confidence every single time.
Just another question there from Ralph, as this is hit the 3rd man for 4. Is it free to watch the matches live at the venue, or are they ticketed? Well,
don't buy any tickets, because you'll be being ripped off. Now, speaking of watching matches at the venue, yeah, of course it is free to come and watch. And there's going to be the Czech Cricket Bonanza on Saturday. So
I should mention that again. Yeah,
only 3 days away from that. And yeah, that's going to be great with the women's team playing, and also there'll be plenty of kids around. There's food.
The braai.
The braai is
There'll
going
be
to be
a bourwurst and also a lamb on a spit. Oh,
I reckon that's 4-leg buys, because he tries to get out the way of the ball, and because of that, I think it counts.
All I can hear is Tigers laughing.
Yeah, look, he tries. He's literally trying to get out the way of the ball.
That's fair enough.
So you got to give it leg buys. So the question is he playing a shot? The answer is no, but he is trying to avoid the ball. So that's what they're checking. But it's got to be.
Yeah, that's straight out of the tree playbook there, jumping up with 2 feet.
Yeah, so that's what the conference is about. He's asking Joe Foster, who's at Square Leg, do you think he's actually trying to get out the way? And Joe's like, yep. I don't think he's deliberately patting this away.
No.
So yeah, for me, it's 4-leg buys, like 100%. Look, yeah, got to give that. But anyway, let's have a look at what it is. And I bet they're going to get this right. Yep, they do.
Yeah.
So yeah, some people are saying, hey, but he's not playing a shot at that. But the rule says that you're entitled leg buys if you're playing a shot or trying to avoid the ball. And I think that was a very obvious trying to avoid the ball
situation. Did you hear the Tigers laughing?
Yeah.
Obviously hit straight back to the bowler. And no run.
So I think the reason he was trying to avoid it is because he was hoping to get inside it and get a wide. He wouldn't have even got a wide because he literally jumped straight over it. If it had gone under him, it wouldn't have been a wide.
Talking about going back to James Stewart, Slovakia was my first title after moving to Europe. Walked off the hunting trail straight into a pub. Well, welcome to the Czech Republic as well. that's pretty much what you do. There's on the highest mountain in the Czech Republic, Sněžka, there's a pub on top of that, or a couple of pubs. On Žip, which we see in the background here, which is the holy mountain of the Czech Republic. You go up there and there's a pub, cafe type thing. They are everywhere in this part of the world, so important to Czech culture and Slovak culture as well. As I see, the Sengupta probably going to come back and bowl the last one.
A few too many extras for me, to be honest. They've had some good performers in there. Cheyenne doesn't take a wicket, but the most economical of the bowlers, none for 11. Yeah, this is the Portugal fantasy dashboard. So this is starting in half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Green Shields, he hasn't quite been himself, but he's been telling me he's still struggling with his shoulder. He's got some dislocated fingers. He's got a lot going on. We'll come back to that in a second. Right now, it is time. Some issues there, but yeah, Porto Wanderers 1-5 against the Capitals 2-2. They could potentially be fighting it out for to keep their qualification hopes alive, even though it is still early-ish in the tournament for them. For Lisbon Capitals, watch out for Amir Dar at the top of the order.
Oh, it's another good ball here from Sengupta.
Just lost their way, haven't they? No double-digit overs in the second half of this innings. They're 61 off the first half. Right now they're 34 off the second half with 4 balls remaining.
It's a really good start. 2 balls just outside of stump. Might be slow balls, actually. Another one. And, well, no, shouldn't have appealed, really. Should have gone and picked up that ball. It's going down leg, but just one leg by from it. So you see this again. And I think it's this one is the in-swinger. He's varying it a lot. Is Sengupta. He's a talented bowler. So I think, as you said earlier, he's probably lost a little bit of zip. And early on went for a spanking. And, well, he's got a wicket here. And that was it.
Yeah. I think it's almost like Hector Zaman has said, you come out and have a go. Well, I don't think that there was an option because the stumps are akimbo. And he says, yeah, okay, your turn. Yeah, he says, you know what? I'm out of here. As if it was his choice. So you have a look. He says, I'm out. You know what? Somebody else have a go. Credit to him. He walks. In fact, he runs. And, okay, so Chip Mia's going to come back because maybe he could have retired before that ball though, or before the start of the over, if Mia was able to bat, because he's recovered from the injury. So Chip Mia comes back after retiring hurt, after getting hit in the funny bone, which wasn't a laughing matter.
I'd hate. Let's hope he doesn't get on the elbow again, because it would be funny, but it wouldn't be.
Sengupta won't target it. I know Sacha.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is slightly fumbled. Should go for 2 here. Turns on his good elbow, and now he'll get back for 2. But the question for me is, if he was right to bat then was he right to bat at the start of the over?
Well, that's it. I mean, but then again, I
would have retired someone up for
but
him.
it doesn't come into a captain's mind necessarily to retire someone, even though they should.
In this situation, I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, but how many times do you see retirements? It's very rare.
Yeah.
And
I suppose you also say Saju Mia hardly set the world on fire with his innings either in this game. But Tigers lose their way a little bit in the second half. 61 off the first half, 37 off the second half, and they're going to finish with 98 for 7, 99 for Berno to lock down their spot in the finals.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's enough runs, especially with a talented batting lineup for Berno. But Prague Tigers are one of those sorts of teams that they can really put pressure on, and they run on just Tigers don't have packs, but it's a pack mentality in a sense.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it was Afridi on the loose again, and he was out hunting Tigers, but he got a bit of his own medicine first up. There was a hook that went about 110 metres off the bat of Segor, but they just struggled to get the initial breakthrough. It's very good batting from the Tigers first up. It's hard to believe it's the same team that we saw only make it into the 50s this morning in the 10 overs.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was the first few overs. This was huge from the general manager. But they were batting very well, Sagor and Hassanat, and then that was that drop catch there out there from Hamid Ullah. It was a good effort, and then Naveed Ahmed came in, and as I said, I thought it was the right thing to do, and he gets the LBW of Sagor, and that was a big wicket in the context. Hassanat was still out there, but then we'll see his wicket in a minute, and it was a bit farcical.
Yeah, that was when it completely went wrong, and a few injuries on both sides today as the bowler just stares up at the clouds while they take an extra run, oblivious to his agony. But yeah, I mean, It looked like they'd be on 120 plus at one stage. Riaz Afridi took a very good catch. Just skating around to his right. That one went an absolute mile. But at the end of Vede, I think, well, actually, he delivered the ball where it did go wrong. There's some parallel running. I don't see it catching on anytime soon. And in the end, Sengupta, he won the race back to the stumps. And yeah, did it fairly easily. You don't often see the Olympic-style sprint. And
I kind of want to know why Hassanat decided to run when he saw that Sengupta had it in his hand.
Yeah, but I think he thought that his partner was still running and that he should, but he got to check by looking. But then Riaz, he actually got a couple of little gloves, and then he got one square on the elbow, and that forced Jamia to retire hurt. We would see him later on, but yeah, a bit of cat in the hot tin roof about the footwork, but there was nothing funny about that funny bone strike. But yeah, just the odd boundary, but not too many of them in the second half. I think there were only 2 4s and a 6 in the second half, and a lot of dots. A few too many wides, I think. I think extras are a bit of a pain. They bring Mia back in the last after that wicket of Akhtar Uzzaman, who says, okay, Sajib, come in and see what you can do. But he couldn't do much. And in the end, I think Berno pretty comfortable where they're at with the chase of 99 to come.
Yeah, I agree with you, Vinny. And it's about 10 and over. And against this these Tigers, they have some decent bowling. And they do have a good team spirit. But have a look at the top. Sagor with 17 off 13. He started off with 14 off the first 3 balls, I think. Hassanat, a very good 48 off 19, and there was that farcical run out. And then no one really getting going. Mia got hit on the elbow and had to come back, and didn't really add much to the score after that. And but there were 19 extras to help the score up a little bit for the Tigers. And we see here Reza Freddy with 2 wickets, and then Sengupta came back quite well with 1 after a big first over, went for 20. Mishra, again, very economical, back to how he normally bowls with a wicket, and 2 for Naveed Ahmed down the bottom. Shane Khan also very economical with his 2 overs. So it's a good win there for well, not a good win yet for Berno. A good effort by Berno to restrict the Tigers to 98, 99 to win for Berno. The Prague Tigers have to bowl well and get wickets because they've got a very good batting lineup to the Berno side. We're back in a few minutes' time for this European Cricket Series here in Czechia. Match 51 between the Tigers and Berno. We'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Prague as we get ready for the start of the second innings for this game. And yeah, there's just a slight issue with a delay due to technical issues. So what we'll do here is we'll just take a quick break and we'll be back in a few minutes. But just to bring you up to date that we will have a resumption very shortly, but we'll see you then for the resumption of the second innings.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, welcome back once again to Prague. Time for the last innings of the day. Apologies for the slight technical issue that put us back a few minutes, but now we're almost ready for the chase. And Berno going out there to chase 99 for victory. That would lock down a spot on Finals Friday for them. The Tigers, not really in contention anymore, but still they're the ultimate hit and miss side. We love watching them. They've got a lot of exciting players. One of them, Ajar Alam, is going to open the bowling for them here. But Berno bolstered by the addition of Dylan Stain today as a player. Hopefully we see him on Friday as well. Unfortunately unavailable for the national team this weekend, but still could have a say with Berno. Now, that is Satya Sengupta that's out there at the moment. And once again, he'll be opening the batting with Mohammad Ratul. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. As we wind down on day 10, Danny Hudacek joins me. And Danny, Berno, you imagine they're ahead in this game, but still, you know, these 99 runs are not going to get themselves. But Ratul, hasn't he been a wonderful player? 4 half-centuries in the tournament now.
He's been great, and he's, well, good to see him out there again, because he's just a great batsman to watch. So strong over, especially through the offside, but his placement is so good. And he'll be bowling, he'll be facing the first ball, and it'll be Anja Alam who'll be bowling it. He's a very, very good bowler for the Tigers. And they'll want to see the back of Ratul very quickly. And I think that Satya Sengupta is the other batsman out there. Got Dylan Stain in the lineup, and also Hamid Ullah, who looked to hit the ball pretty well. Also, we haven't seen any of Riaz Afridi with a bat recently at all, who's a clean striker, as Aja Alam bowls the first one to Ratul, hits it straight down the ground. That's a beautiful shot.
What a start. And what a start. I mean, this guy, this is what I mean. We haven't seen him just batting normally. Sometimes he's always trying something. That time he just stands and he drills a perfect off drive. And thanks very much. That's 4 runs. So, I think I mentioned that there was potentially some changes to the Czech squads, and yeah, you can see there that Madaranga has come in, and you can see that Martin Verndl as well is in the squad for the first time. So Madaranga has played before, but yeah, some late changes there. They've listed 21 players there for the weekend now, and Cyprus and Greece will be here. Greece in particular. Oh, what a ball! What a ball! And what a comeback from Ajar Alam. He does Ratul, all ends up. And Ratul, well, he just has to tip his hat, I think, on that one. This one certainly moves away. Look at it go. What a seed from Alam. And maybe the Tigers can find something as a key playmaker goes 4 and out, 4 for 1.
Well, I don't know if Ajar Alam is eligible for the Czech side, but he should be in that reckoning as well. He's been fantastic this tournament for the Tigers.
Just look at this go left to right off the pitch when it bounces. Just have a look how much that goes. That goes an incredible amount. And Alam, well, he's doing a ring-a rosy. And, you know, Ratul took it pretty well because he's realised that good batter, good form, doesn't really matter when you get a ball like that. Can't do much about it.
That's a beauty from Alam. And, well, Berno, they get rocked early. Dylan Stain is the new batsman, and he'll want to get some runs. He just wants to get a bit of form on the board. He's a top batsman here in the Czech Republic, and but he's facing against a very very good bowler in Anja Alam. And if he gets a similar one, Dylan, they're hard to keep out. Those just so good. Came in and then. Came into the away from the left-hander slightly, and then cut off the pitch as well with the swing. Here comes Anja Alam bowling to Dylan Stain, who's opened his stance a bit. And this is down leg side. Well, he's gone. He's gone.
Walked.
That's 2 and 2.
Yeah, he wasn't given out. It was down leg side, and Alam's on a hat trick. Gets 2 lefties and 2 balls. Check it out here. It's the old leg side scramble. And yeah, it even looked to me like it was off the pad, but Dylan, he's very sporting. You know, I don't think you can be sure as an umpire what this hits, but yeah, you can see from that angle it was outside the pad. And Dylan goes straight away. So big moments early as 2 very important players going consecutive ball, and Alam's on a hat trick.
That's a bit. It's the manner of the hat trick. It's 2 of the. Well, you got Ratul, he's averaging probably over 100 in this tournament, or close to it, and Dylan Stain, who's one of the top batsmen in the country, and he's got both of them. See, Piyush Kumar is the last batsman to get, or last bowler to get a hat trick here last Saturday, and Anja Alam, he's been fantastic this series, and he's on a hat trick now. He's going to be bowling to Hamid Ullah, who is another left-hander. So could it be 3 in 3, and 3 of the top 4 of the batting lineup for Berno. Wow, here we go. Anja Alam obviously didn't like being hit straight by Ratul, as he comes in bowling to Hamid Ullah, and this is in the air over the top, and nice shot there from Ullah. He didn't mind attacking him, just hit it over the top of the covers for 4 runs. Nice shot, and not too much wrong with that ball.
Yeah, nicely struck over the offside. So the counter attack's on. So this is crazy. So we've had 4 balls, we've had 2 fours and 2 wickets.
Yep, we have, and Anja Alam has still got a couple of balls left of his first over. Sen Gupta's just watching it from the other end. I don't quite know what he's thinking. So here comes Alam again, and right down, hit the stump, and
good fielding.
Good fielding.
That's the 12th man. And he's not happy about it. Well, fair enough.
Tell you what, the umpire was out of there quickly. Have a look at this.
Yeah.
So it's hit straight, and he's just...
I'm not so sure he would have got out of the way in time either. It might have been an ankle buster. Today's had a bit of everything.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? It's been a good day's cricket. It's been a good tournament, actually. Lots of interesting things happening. That catch from Riaz Afridi, the one-handed down low, was ridiculous.
But between out of the catch and that ball from Ajar Alam, which is the player of the day, it's crazy.
Yeah, it is. He comes in again and got him! Another one!
Yeah, he's gone as well. He's walked. The inside edge, I think, this time. 3 in the over. What a start from Ajar Alam. And he gets 3 left-handers in the top order.
He's taking his off stump, Vinny.
Oh, okay. I thought this was caught behind.
Nope.
No, it's the top of that. You're exactly right. And so didn't have to wait. So he's bowled. And yeah, just like that, he's putting it in dangerous areas. And yeah, he looks down, assesses the damage, and you're spot on. It's bowled. So 8 for 3 after 1. This game's been turned on its head. And yeah, Berno, who looked kind of settled enough against Bohemians even earlier at one stage. In this game, they're ahead at halftime, I think. They're going to have to fight now. They could end up 7-7, and that wouldn't be a certain qualification record. 31 matches since the golden ball. It was Saturday that we had a golden ball. And guess what? We're already up in the 30s. Crazy.
I'll tell you what the play of the day is that over by Anja Alam. That's the play of the day. Does that have to be one thing particular?
Yeah, you know what? You're exactly right. Exactly right.
So it'll be Sagor to continue this. And Sengupta still hasn't faced a ball. Riaz Afridi is the batsman at the other end. Luckily for Berno, they're both right-handers. And this is just dabbed down. And a bit of confusion. Could be a run out. Or would have been if he hit.
Yeah, missed him. And Ajar Alam, he actually took that in the right hand. Well, they'll want him to bowl a second over straight away. I know that normally they would probably hold Ajar Alam back. This isn't one of those times. No. I think he's on fire. You've got to keep him going. And look, he comes in to back up. Wears it in the foot and the hand.
And they're rattled at Berno. Afridi. There's a man facing up. And good ball first up to him. Well, now look at a quick single. The bowler does his own fielding. But what a start for the Tigers. And they are a very plucky side. Just don't have that depth yet, I think, to be super competitive in this tournament. But they do have enough about them just to get these victories and to get upsets. And they're right up for this, the Tigers.
They sure are. It's only a start. Berno going to have to find something. It's a great opportunity to see Afridi early in the innings, even though I'm sure this isn't really in the plans. But he's a guy that can bat pretty well. He'll continue to attack in the air, but this isn't going to carry out to deep mid-wicket. And they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, it was just not hit as cleanly as he liked. I think he got it. Well, he got a little bit of an inside edge, I think. Luckily, because otherwise it would have gone to the fielder. And they're up for this, the Tigers. Afridi is facing here and just delayed a little bit. Not sure why. As Sago comes in and big swing and a miss, called a wide. And yeah, Afridi doesn't call himself a batsman, he calls himself a hitter. And if you've seen him hit the ball, you'll know why, because it goes a long, long way. He does everything pretty well, does Riaz Afridi. He's a top bowler and took a ridiculous catch earlier. So this one's hit in the air, could be out, gone! Well, that's 4 down for Berno, the 12 on the board, and then some big batsmen who are, well, back and with their pads off. And it's a nice catch out there. It's Ikil Vijayan, who I'm sure we'll see with the ball a little bit later. And Vinny, what's going on?
This is crazy what's happening right now. I mean, the one thing they've got is time up their sleeve. One thing they have less of is batters, though. Having lost 4 of them in the first 11 balls. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, indeed. And it will be, well, it's Vijayan, it took the catch there, I think. Well, he's been replaced out there for some reason. It's another fielder out there. And Sago he's been good for this team. He is the talisman of this team. But as Chris Smith says, you can't do that with 3 down. Well, I totally agree. He's still within the power play as well. And there's only 2 fielders out, but he's picked one out. And this is down leg side, called a wide. But wow, this is not the start that Berno would have liked. I wonder if Jan Hoffman and Mark are still watching this game. I'm sure they are. I guarantee you they won't believe what they've seen on the first 2 overs. And this is another dot ball. Tigers everywhere, swarming around the that loose ball. And that's the end of the second over. And Berno are 13 for 4.
Crazy stuff. Yeah, James Stewart says Tigers got the claws out. Yeah, and here's the risk for Berno if they were to lose this game, which there's still a long way to go, but they go 7-7 with more or less a 0 net run rate, maybe slightly positive, depending on the result of this game. So it leaves the door open for United and Barbarians. Barbarians play 3 times tomorrow. Having said that, I'm trying to work out a scenario because they play each other twice. If Barbarians were to... So United would have to win 2 games to get above them. But if they win 2 games, that means that Barbarians have lost at least 1. So I think Berno are looking pretty good.
Barbarians have 3 games tomorrow.
That's
though.
true, but I don't see a scenario where both of Barbarians and United can overtake Berno. Because Berno is safe as long as they're above one of those teams, right?
Yeah.
So,
but then that would mean that it would sneak into 4th place and they would play PCC.
That's the other thing.
Which would be a great game.
Rematch of the first game of the tournament, but with slightly different personnel for Berno this time around. We'll get to see PCC tomorrow. They have their last game. And then obviously one team that we do know will take part in finals Friday.
It's just hit down into the ground and just a run there for the batsman.
Like I say, the one thing they've got here is time. The run rate required 11 and over, so it's crept out a little bit. But you've got Aramugam, who is a specialist bat. You know, we saw him batting 3 quite a few times. And Senkupta, they need to play as if they're none down here. Just try and put that out of their mind. Still play your shots. You can't go into your shell too much in this form of the game. Just hope it comes off for you.
We said it before, when it's not going for you, you're finding fielders. And that's what they're doing at the moment, Berno. Yeah. It's just not going for them, and they're hitting it straight to... They're not finding any gaps in the field. They're hitting straight to... that one went straight to point. And that'll be Sengupta. He's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, I think, Sengupta now. It's straight. There's a player coming around. General manager couldn't quite get there. Just a single.
Yeah, GM with an executive decision to just back off and let that one bounce. I think it probably was a good decision. I don't think he was likely to turn it into a catch, and then so he went into defense mode. And yeah, you know, if you're any chance, you'd probably go for it because the value of the wicket here is huge. To have him 5 down, but also you don't want to give Berno a head start and any kind of comeback as well.
That's true. Well, keeping it pretty tight. It's only 4 so far from this over from Akhtaruzzaman. And he's getting a talking to, I think it's Sagor there, who's actually, it's Anja Alam. Bowler is having a bit of a chat to him. And this is through the field, 4 runs. Well, good shot there.
I've got to say this, though, and it wasn't the worst over from Akhtaruzzaman, although he does go for a boundary last ball. But, yeah, I found it really difficult to believe they didn't go back to Ajar Alam, who's just had one of the overs of the tournament.
Yeah.
I'd want to use him up front with the ball in the same condition. He was untouchable. I don't know if that blow that he took in the hand had something to do with it in the second over, but I mean, I think they miss a bit of a trick there to stick the knife in and twist it to Berno, who were 21 for 4 after 3.
Well, I'm sure they'll have to rely on some of their other bowlers as well. As we see, that's the end of the power play. Terrible one for Berno. And now they've spread the field a bit. It will be Sagor to come in for his second over. 1 for 5 of his first. Just been prodded down to the covers just for a single. And just to show you, the Tigers were 41 for no loss at the same point. So they're 20 ahead at this stage, but they slowed down a lot in their innings to the Tigers.
Yeah, just could be an inverse innings. You never know. One partnership can change everything. Sagor getting a bowl for a second time, and he dishes up a full toss, and that'll break the tension as well. Sengupta becomes even more important now. He's batted better today. Gets a bit of a gift here and puts it away.
Yeah, it has. I think, especially earlier in the day, he timed the ball pretty well yesterday as well, and a really nice innings. And I think he's coming into this tournament like he's getting some form right towards the pointy end, and he's a very important player for this Berno side. And considering that, well, they've lost 4 of their top batsmen, he has to take a lot of responsibility here. Here comes Sagor again. It's hit to the covers. Good fielding there. It's just stuck a hand out. Did the fielder.
Sagor love to get this wicket, make it 5.
Oh, almost did.
He always does, doesn't he?
I don't know if there was an edge there. The way the Tigers are reacting. Let's have a look at this.
I don't think it's a real edge. I think they're just surprised.
Have a look.
I still think he doesn't edge it. I just think Sagor believes it. Sakibul Taneem. He's a bit more of a regular keeper. We had Sajid Mia doing it earlier.
It's called a wide. They should take another one. Throw it to the bowler's end, and it's another 2 runs to the total. It's been pretty tidy from Sagor for the most part. Again, just a little bit wide. Slips over as well. And come in again. This one's, well, there's a big appeal.
Going down the leg side, but I love it. He always gives up on hitting this because he knows he's mistimed his swing. And then kind of just lets it hit him in the pads. See, he's like, oh, missed that one. But yeah, Joe rightly walking away from the appeal, was angling down the leg side.
Yeah, that's definitely not out. And another good decision there from the umpires. So comes in again.
Well, could be trouble here. There's a fielder out there. This is caught as well. Sengupta's gone. There's the 5th wicket. And the Tigers, they've certainly put the shoe on the other foot here. This is exactly what happened with their innings this morning when they were batting in the first innings of the day. But 10 hours is a long time in European cricket. And right now, it's Berno who have collapsed. They're 29 for 5.
Well, they had a shocker in the very first game, and then they had a good win against Vinerati, and now they're looking really good against Berno. So Jan Hoffman still watching from Swiss, Berno playing Pakistan cricket. Superb, and then something, and then super something. That's how it goes in this beautiful game. Indeed, Jan. Indeed.
But that kind of sums up the Tigers as well. They're the ultimate up and down, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They are. And we said it before that all of the teams, apart from PCC, who look a bit bulletproof at the moment, but of course they can be beaten, especially with all the cricket that's gone on in these 2 weeks. All the other teams are very close in ability, and you've seen every team winning games. It's not as though one of these teams has been blown out of the water. There have been some one-sided results, but been so many close ones, and so many surprises as well. And Berno here, again, one of the top sides in the country, and they had a terrible start to the tournament, and now they might go down to a couple of losses today.
Still two very capable guys at the crease, and this will help because that is Gundy. It's full, it's on the knees, and that's out of here. That's on Hugo Banksfield. Maximo Aramugam, what an opportunity. Don't they say the Japanese have the same word for crisis as opportunity? And he's got Shaim Khan with him as well, who is a very good striker of the ball. So I think you just need to forget the wickets in your head. You know, I think that's the best approach here because need 11 and over.
Let's tuck that around the corner. That'll be 4 as well.
Yeah, 4 more. So Aramugam goes 6 and 4. He's hungry for more. And do not count out Berno just yet. Not
counting him out at all. They're a very, very strong team, are they, at the Berno side? And they're pretty much at full strength as well. And, well, there's still some good batting to come. Naveed Ahmed can also hold the bat.
Definitely.
So, and Rahat Ali hit a 40-odd.
Yeah,
so it's
they're
not
deep with the batting. That's what I mean. You just have to pretend you're 39 for 1 here. And, you know, if you start worrying about the wicket, sometimes you can get in a bit of a negative mindset and it just compounds your problems. Your best chance here is just bat. Bat as if you weren't batting so low down the order. This is going to be 1 bounce 4. Another full toss. Put away from Aramugam. I like this shot because this is where it should go. Fairly safe shot. Finds the gap, finds the boundary.
Absolutely. And look, Yadav has to start to bring this back. It's not been a good over so far from him. And 2 full tosses have cost him quite a few. Here he comes again. And another nice shot. This is through the field. This is 4 again.
Yeah, what a shot. And Aramugam is taking Yadav out of the game at the moment. That's 18 off 4 balls. I got to tell you, I'd be going Ajay Alam next over.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be saying, look, this is getting out of hand. I'd rather get him on sooner rather than later, try and break this partnership. The guy took 3 wickets in 6 balls in the first over of the game.
And the quality of the wickets as well.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, definitely.
I think it just, even if it doesn't take a wicket, it just disturbs the momentum. This is a huge over. In danger of going magical. It won't go just yet as that one's blocked out.
That's a better ball. He's been pretty good this tournament, actually, has Yadav. And there are certain times he's taken a bit of stick. This is one of them.
Yeah, it's a good comeback, though. 2 dots to finish. So it takes it to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 47 for 5. See that they're underway in Portugal at the moment. Porto Wanderers are batting first. Looks like Conrad Greenshields and Anthony Chambers. So two national team players at the crease. They've had Niranjan Kumar into the lineup. But, yeah, I think he might be the man that's gone already. Lisbon Capitals, though, only 2 wins in the series. Porto Wanderers only 1. Junaid Khan into the side as well for the Wanderers, who's a very good player. Plays for the national team. Very plucky guy that plays with a lot of passion. And as a number 11, actually won a pretty dramatic game for Portugal in the T20Is earlier in the year. Anyway, right here, right now, we've got a game in our hands as well. 52 quite off the last 30 with 5 wickets in hand. And this is the partnership that Berno needed.
Well, they haven't listened to you. They've stuck with Akhtar Azamam, who's only went for 8 of his last over. Let's see if he can keep this together. And
yeah.
It's Shahin Khan who'll be facing.
No deep cover. That's where you're looking if it's outside the off stump. He goes straight instead, and he's found Ajar. Well, he's in the game anyway. He's dropped it.
Oh, no.
Oh, now. That's crazy. Shahin Khan has to run through because he was sure he was out. He didn't even run. And then it was dropped. He had to scramble through for a single.
It was a pretty simple chance there. Let's have a look at this.
He said, uh-oh, what have I done here? And then he has to sprint it. Just gets there. So that's a real lucky break. Ajar gets replaced now at Long off.
That's
Zaman did create the chance.
if you ever need an example of ball watching, that would be it. Textbook.
Wow, that one isn't being caught by anyone on the field anyway, because that's flown out of the ground. Maximo! So sliding doors. If that one was caught, new batters on strike. Instead, they do get the single eventually. And Aramugam blasts this one for 6.
Great shot that. Down on one knee. Very open and just hammered that. Well, this is it's back up to about 10 and over, the run rate. Just over, actually. So they're right on the run rate. They have lost 5 wickets, but if these two can stay in, and there is a support coming up with some good batting later. This one's
Yeah, they could get 2 here if they rush. Don't think they're going to rush, judging by what we've seen so far this over. So it's just a single. Just correcting myself. Junaid Khan actually, he opened the batting. They didn't go for Niranjan Kumar. So Junaid's out already for 10 over there in Portugal. But yeah, stay with us right now. Corey, he'll keep. Because right now we've got a game in our hands. But I do look forward to catching some of that a little bit later on. Hit hard. And this is going to test the fielder, but he does well. General manager. That's how he got where he is. And he hits the stumps, but doesn't go too far, so it's just a single.
Yeah, it's hit really hard, but got right behind it did Hasadat. And, well, 43 off 26, 9.2 and over. It's pretty much where they started. Just lost those 5 wickets, but these two are growing very well at the moment, especially Aramugan.
This is going just past the keeper, off the bottom edge. And they'll just take the single in the end. Despite there being no wicket keeper there, they decide it's not worth the risk. Probably fair enough at this stage. And these two came together at 29 for 5 after 4 overs. I've been impressed. So you feel like they've been there for quite a while together, but it's not even 2 overs they've been together. But in that time, they've pretty much doubled the score. So 28 in 11 balls. Pretty good going.
Yeah, pretty good going indeed. And, wow, it's a good game to finish. It's been a really good day's game of cricket. Days.
Yeah,
I'm losing it, Vinny.
The 10th hour's the most fun. But anyway, this is a French cut, and that's going to end up down by the groundsman's shed. As Berno, they just keep on rocking for the 6th wicket here. That's 6 overs down as well. 61 for 5.
I'm looking forward to my day off, Vinny. It's
yeah, of course. Yeah,
it's
you do
been
have the day
been
off
a long
tomorrow.
stint.
Yeah.
What am I doing? I'm taking care of the dogs tomorrow. Going to take them for a long walk, probably to a forest.
Yep.
Got some housework to catch up with, other stuff. As we see the scorecard here, and it's
Still having to come.
Aramugam, who's 29 to 15, and Shine Khan at the moment 6 off 3.
They're ahead of the rate now for the first time, probably since the first ball of the innings.
Yeah.
So they've done really well to call themselves back. I said, you know, they say age is just a number. Well, sometimes wickets down is just a number as well. When you've got guys that could easily be batting in the top 4, and they're there together, then you just pretend that you are the number 3 and 4 in that situation. I've seen this situation a few times. Now, Amin Hussain is going to come on to bowl now. First time we've seen him in this innings. Big over coming up. Not a bad ball. Just cracked away through the point region for a single.
Yeah, it's a good start from Hussain. He bowled well in the last game. I think he took 4. He was on a hat-trick as well.
On a 5-fer as well, yeah. Off his last ball. But yeah, who's winning now? Who's winning at this stage? It's hard to say, isn't it?
It is hard to say. If they get another wicket here, I think they're ahead, the Tigers. But Berno, as I mentioned, still got some batting to come.
Yeah, that's what I mean about it being just a number.
There's
so I think the fact they back so deep.
There's a but, though. We've only had 1 over from Ajay Alam.
Yeah, so the gamble to hold him back rather than keep him on when he was hot. This one probably would have been a wide. It's going to fall safely anyway. It'll just be a single. So Shaham likes to go after the bowling, regardless. That was a bit fortunate that it fell into space.
Bit of a helicopter shot there, Vinny.
Yeah.
And, well, I was saying he's kept it pretty tight. It's kind of over the need here, the Tigers.
That one will be a wide. Pretty much the same ball. But Aramugam couldn't reach it. What an innings from Aramugam, though. Anadirai Aramugam, 30 off 16 is a guy we've seen batting as high as 3. They obviously hold him in high esteem with Stain coming back. Even though they still batted him, I think, at 3 this morning. They've just shuffled him down to 6, and he's been a good insurance policy here. He's pretty well bowled. He's been pretty disciplined here, hasn't he? Amin Hussain keeping outside the off stump. Just getting the batters reaching for the ball.
He's been really good. He's had an interesting tournament, I think. Amin Hussain, he's had patches with the bat and he's had good bowling efforts, and then there's other times where he's just gone for a few. But when it counts here in this game,
it's a bit wide as well.
I think it's a pretty tight one.
I think this is a wide. I think it just goes away at last minute. This one gets a fair bit of the line. Half on the line, half inside, I think.
Yeah, fair enough.
Something like that. But yeah, umpires have been pretty good on those. I think all the bowlers, they know if they touch the line, they're going to get called for a wide. It's pretty consistent.
Yeah.
Consistent based on what the umpire sees. I mean, sometimes you see it slightly wrong. You've only got a fraction of a second to snapshot the ball in your mind. Now he gets a little bit close to the batter and he pays the penalty as Cheyenne goes large. Maximo as Berno creep towards the target.
Yeah, well, they are creeping. It's a good over until then. And that big 6 has made it a pretty expensive one. 27 off 19. Berno probably in the box seat.
Probably. Now he loses by a lot and the keeper can't get it. It's going to be a tough one to stop. It will be 5 wides. So that 6 becomes an 11, and Berno have gone from hell to heaven in about 5 overs here. But yeah, it's a tough one for the keeper. He just completely loses the handle on that, Amin Hussain.
When these first 3 deliveries were on for 2 for Hussain. I'm pretty sure, and I picked him up and saying, actually, this is he's had a weird tournament where things have happened and then other stuff has gone against him. As this is in the air, could be out, gone.
Wow, and again, they get him to chase a wide one. And Cheyenne is his own worst enemy here. Could have just taken the wide. And sometimes, yeah, you just got to know where you are. That's a ball. He doesn't have to hit it. Instead, he just takes one hand off the bat, reaching. And, yeah, he causes his own demise, really. So Hussain gives up 11, but then comes back with the breakthrough. This game's had everything so far. That's a 6 wicket now down for Berno, 77 for 6.
Yeah, it's really didn't need to chase it. And I was just saying with this over, he was off the first 3 balls, there were 2. Then he's bowling wides. There were 5 wides. There was a big 6. And it's 16 off the over now, right? But took a wicket as well.
Yeah, and that over had 9 balls in it as well. So this is what's coming up tomorrow. Danny, you're going to enjoy your day off, and so you should. But I'll be here, and we'll be starting 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe. It's 12:45 p.m. in India. Join us for day 11. It's the final day of group matches here in the European Cricket Series before we head into finals Friday. Then big couple of days of internationals. Right, Ajay Alam has come back on for over number 8. We've been waiting for it, but the game's changed, you see, in the time he's been away. And Aramugam is red hot, and he starts the 8th over with a boundary.
That's a nice shot there. Just give him a little bit of width, and Aramugam, he needed to step up here, and he has for Berno. And Ajay Alam, he'll want to get a wicket. He's been so good this tournament as Ajay Alam.
Yeah, but you can see the difference, even the slight change of what the ball's doing. Whoa. Anyway, this is going to be smashed. That's about 40 metres over the boundary. Maximo Aramugam. He's saying maybe this game isn't close because right now they only need 12 to win and there's still 16 balls remaining.
That's huge, and that's really changed the momentum of everything with a wicket going in the previous over with Rahat Ali, the new batsman.
What a shot. Now hits this pretty hard, but it should just be 1. So maybe he can work on Rahat, who hasn't faced a ball yet. But yeah, bowling's such a weird thing because it comes and it goes. Sometimes you get a certain ball in a certain condition where you just feel super confident with what you're doing. And he was getting the ball to do some magical things in the first over. That one that got Ratul was probably the ball of the tournament, if I'm honest. It did so much. But now you've waited 6 overs to bring him back on. And meanwhile, the game's crept away. Now we might have a run out, except they don't know which end to go, so they don't go to either end. And Rahat gets off the mark.
A bit fortunate there. Birmingham really wanted to get back on strike, and the skipper from Berno just had to follow his lead.
Yeah, took a bit of a risk there, Rahat, because that was...
Well, he's
knocking.
ball watching.
Yeah, but also with the shot. He's a long way in front of his stumps. Aramugam, though, he's not taking any prisoners with his approach. But yeah, I know you've only got 2 overs per bowler, so I think sometimes captains bowl bowlers out when they shouldn't. But I think when a guy's taken 3 in a row and is just on fire, you let him. You try and put the match to bed right there.
Well, the pressure on the Berno batsman would have been intense with Alam coming in for that 3rd over. You're right, Vinny.
Well, hindsight's 20/20. Right now, Berno within sight of victory, and if they get there, it'll be their 8th win, and pretty much means that they'll just be the 1 spot up for grabs in the final. So it depends on how Barbarians and United go tomorrow against each other mostly. So 8 overs down, it is 91 for 6.
Yeah, let's have a look at this this worm, and it's actually pretty similar. Just crept ahead here, but last couple of overs were very tight for the Prague on the Prague Tigers. Berno bowling was very good.
They're pretty much opposites, those 2 lines, aren't they? They've gone the other way, which you kind of said was a possibility. But yeah, the power of just batting without looking at the scoreboard. That's what I would call this. You know, just batting almost as if you're batting first, as if you're batting in the top 3 or 4. Have that approach and hope that you come off. And Rahat, probably a good player in this situation because, yeah, he's not going to overhit the ball. He's just going to work it, get bat on ball. Picks up a couple there, so that takes it down to 6 in 11 as Amin Hussain is coming back to bowl out his 2nd over. His first one was a long one.
It was a long one. A weird one as well. This has been pushed down to 3rd man just for a single. He's doing his part as Rahat Ali, very experienced cricketer, captain of this Berno side, and just giving Aramugam the strike. He's on 43 off 21 and has batted really, really well just when they needed him, Berno. And they are 94 for 6, almost home. Berno just need 5 more runs in 10 balls. Is there going to be a late twist? We'll have to see. As the skipper, Amin Hussain, again, it's a good start to his over.
Maximo will win it.
I tried for it.
Yeah, he'll just get 1. But now it's just hard to see any way back. And this is the power. I mean, I think Chris Smith was even saying the fat lady was warming up. I would have said it. I don't think I would have got her out of her dressing room just because of how long this Berno batting lineup is. They needed someone to click. Aramugam and Shaim Khan as well, I suppose. Very, very important turning this around. Rahat, he's just going to lean on this. Probably 2 on the fumble if they want it.
Oh, could be a run out.
He's okay. Well judged. It is Aramugam that's going to the danger end there, but I think Aramugam was pretty confident. I think they only run because he fumbles, and what good players do when they're running between the wickets, they'll run the first one hard, and then any fumble, they'll have an understanding, they just go. That's what we've seen in the ECC. And yeah, they may be looking at this. Oh, the only problem was, no, it's okay. Slid in. I was worried he had a bat plug situation, but he's comfortably home. So just 3 to win now. Berno on 2 to win, make that.
Yeah, they should do it. Right, hits into the covers.
Now they bring the field up. And so they're not going to take too many chances. Okay, if I was Rahat here now, I'd just be having a big swing. I'd say, why not? Field's up. I can win it right here. They've stacked that leg side field with 6 in the circle almost. And so, yeah, Hussain is just hoping for a fair few swings and misses.
Well, it's Amin Hussain got 1 ball left of his spell, and I want to keep it outside of stump. So Rahat just punches it to one of those fielders, and good ball there from the skipper.
So
still going, gone to the last.
We're going to the last over of the day. 97 for 6 after 9. 2 to win for Berno. They should do it, especially with the set batter on strike. Aramugam. If I was him, I'd probably be tempted to go for the 6 because he's on 44, but maybe nobody should tell him that. But I think we'll see the field up, and they're just hoping for a whole bunch. You can't really even concede the single and have a go at Rahat here because number one, Rahat is not really a tail ender.
No.
And the other thing is, by giving a single or allowing a single, then you're giving away 50% of the runs they need at this stage. So
Sure.
I think you just got to hope for a bit of a miracle, bring the infielders up, hope for the pressure to build. I think the general manager's going to bowl GM Hasanat, and yeah, really get guys in preventing the single. Maybe you can cause a run out and put some pressure on that way. But yeah, the general manager, this is a problem that's landed on his desk that I don't think even he can solve. As Berno, after being 29 for 5, just need 2 for victory, and this one will do it. 4 runs. What a fantastic innings that is from Aramugam. 48 not out of 23, and Berno bring up the 100, bring up the win, bring up a spot on Finals Friday with that blow. That's a sign of a good team, Danny, because they had a horrible start. They found a way to box themselves out of the corner, and they end up doing the double over the Tigers today.
You know what, Tigers, I don't think they could have done much more. They had a brilliant start with a bat. They had a brilliant start with a ball. And just, again, I think it's the depth a little bit of the Tigers, and they'll improve over the next few years and bring in some good players. They do have some fantastic players already, but really good win from Berno, and they'll be very happy to get a victory today. As we see here, this was first shot, business as usual for Ratul, but then the second ball was an absolute beauty.
That's the ball of the tournament for me. I just think that no one's hitting that. It was almost like a huge turning off spinner. It just seemed so much. Ratul knew we'd been done by a good seed. Who says you can't get the ball to move on artificial pitches? But then there was more success ahead as Stain was strangled down the leg side first ball. There's a nice catch taken by Sakibul Taneem as well. You know, credit to Dylan, he walks. I don't know if the umpire could or should have even given that out because it was very close to the pad. But Dylan, yeah, very good sporting gesture that he walks without waiting for the umpire decision. And then things went from bad to worse because there was a third wicket in that over as well. So despite being all over them, Berno didn't have a lot of luck early, including this one, which was probably headed to the boundary, ended up getting fielded by the stumps. And yeah, the wickets just kept on going. Ajar Alam, how about that? 3 in the over, and it looked like Berno had no way back.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, they were 3 in the over. They lost a couple more as well. It was an awful power play for them. They kept on going, kept on plugging away, and then there was some fantastic batting from Aramugam, who came in and saved this innings. As we see another boundary there, and another wicket. Nice catch out there. That was Samuel Alam. But the runs just kept on coming from the bat of Aramugam. He got good support from a few of them around him. Right at the end, it was Rahat Ali, but also Cheyenne Khan was there for a little bit.
I think that Berno, certainly with Stain coming in, obviously we know some of the players they've got. They're one team that would have PCC looking over their shoulder for sure. But yeah, we saw this one get dropped. Ajar Alam dropped an absolute sitter. They had some problems with his fingers in that innings because it seemed to take a return on the fingers early. I think it was in the second over. So he drops that one. And then Berno, in the end, it probably looked like it might not even be close because they continued this attacking intent and it was working for them. You could feel the momentum change in the match.
Yeah, absolutely. This was the catch taken out. It was Alam who took the catch right at the end, but then Rahat Ali came out, and it was really just a good little partnership with the captain settling Aramugam, who gets his, we got 48, hit the winning runs there. Well, look at the scorecard. And that'll come up in just a moment.
Yeah, and it was a fantastic recovery after 3 wickets went in the first over. But Sengupta kind of almost batted them out of the hole. He dug them a little bit to safety, but really it was Aramugam with his innings, 48 off 23. What a knock that was. And yeah, just great counter-attacking knock. Good teams have depth. when Rahat Ali, you know, cool head coming out at 8. Think about some of the other number 8s that we would typically see in ECS coming out in that situation. They'd be nervous. They may not be able to get bat on ball. He was able to, and his 7 off 7 was pretty important in getting them there. 11 extras. I think that Tigers will probably feel that was a few too many. But Archer Alarm, 3 in his first over. I think, Danny, I've got to say it, they missed a trick not bowling him out early.
I totally agree with you, Vinny. And if he could have just got another wicket, I mean, Sago got 2 for not many as well, but bowled them out first over. But I think you made the right decision in bowling him if you were the skipper.
Yeah, and I think so. Hindsight's 2020. You got to make decisions when you're out there, and we all know that. It's not an easy job, but that for me was an easy decision. I think if you saw what we saw, he really had the ability to keep taking wickets. May not have worked. You'd assume it'd still be a cheap over though. As it was when they brought him back, the mojo, the game had changed a little bit. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. It's been a great first 10 days here in Prague. Thank you to you, Danny. I know you're going to enjoy your day off until last day off.
Definitely will.
Because we'll need you for finals Friday. We'll need you for the internationals over the weekend. So we've got that to look forward to. Just quickly before we go, a reminder to like this video if you are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Tell your family, tell your friends about European cricket. Also, look at our social media at European Cricket, and also our website, europeancricket.com, the best place to go to get all the information, including what's coming up here tomorrow. And we've got the information there with match 52 to kick things off. So we've got Barbarians with a triple header. Their destiny is in their own hands. It looks like Barbarians United fighting for that last spot. So that's the main storyline tomorrow. Vinerati, I mean, they'll be playing for pride, but they are a proud team. And I thought that they brought some good cricket today, but again, inconsistency has plagued their tournament. Also, the Tigers will play their last game. Prague CC will play their last game as well. But right now, you can turn over to Portugal because that is happening right now. Corey Rutgers will take you through match 19. And I think they're just getting to the end of the first innings, the Wanderers versus the Capitals. But finally, from all of us here in Prague, from the ECN crew, from Spring Productions, for all the players, officials, I want to say a big thank you for your support. We'll leave you with some of the best bits of the day. Danny, enjoy your day off. I'll see you on Finals Friday.
Oh, can't wait.
That
should be great.
Hope you get to catch up on a few things that you haven't had time to do
will.
over the last week and a half. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. I'll see you in Portugal, right? Well, not quite now, but in just a couple of minutes. From everyone here at ECN, hope you have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series.
See ya.
Hasta mañana.